The main reason why people of City of Origin could survive anywhere was that they were very fast, which was their talent. Speed could surpass all kinds of means. Because people couldn't be sent into origin stars in the inner city, although Han Fei refined Luo Chen and the others into living dead puppets, they couldn't enter his origin star. Then, on the way to find Shanbei and the others, he could only search along the way. As for Han Fei, he still turned into a black fog and was attached to Luo Chen. Along the way, Luo Chen led 3 Dao Lock-level cultivators and 19 high-level cultivators, a total of 23 people, which could be said to be unparalleled. This strength was even stronger than the combined strength of many people from the 100 alliances. As for Han Fei, he let Luo Chen find the way while checking Luo Chen's memory. He had thought that since these people had all come from that secret place in the chaotic wasteland, their memories should have memories of that place. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that there was nothing. Han Fei read the memories of these 23 people, and none of them had memories of that place. However, Han Fei knew very well that there were definitely not so many strong masters in the chaotic wasteland. He had checked the whole city of scavengers. If there were so many strong masters, how could he not know? Therefore, there was only one answer, which was that when they left that mysterious place, their memories about it had been cut off. It was just like when he parted ways with Wang Yijian and the others, they each cut off all their memories of the way back to the raging sea. If this memory was severed, they could only return through someone else's lead. If something happened to that person, it meant that they would never be able to return to the raging sea. The situation was the same for these people. All the information about the mysterious place in the chaotic wasteland had been cut off. It could only mean that that place was very mysterious. The forces in the chaotic wasteland protected it very carefully. They had erased their memories, not because they were afraid that a sky opener like Han Fei or some ordinary Dao provers would find that place, but because they were afraid of the monarchs of the East Sea Divine Realm, true peak level powerhouses of the Sea Realm. Once the location information was not erased, it was very likely that someone would use this as a breakthrough point to easily find the mysterious place. Han Fei's heart did a flip. If he forcibly used time tracing, he didn't know if he could trace back to the past. Of course, he wouldn't use time tracing now, because he didn't know who cut off their memories. If it was a monarch who did it, it was very likely that he would find him from time. After a while, Han Fei plundered everyone's resources, leaving only some clean stones for use in case of special circumstances. Other resources, including godly weapons, various spiritual fruits, and treasure pills, all fell into Han Fei's hands. A moment later, Luo Chen, who was controlled by Han Fei, met the leader of the Grand Development Sect in the 100 Alliance City. When Yubo saw Luo Chen, he greeted him solemnly, "Brother Luo, what a coincidence. This street has just been cleared by us. It seems that your trip will be in vain." Luo Chen said indifferently, "That's good. It'll save us a lot of trouble." Yubo? Before Yubo realized what was going on, Luo Chen roared, "Kill!" At that moment, Yubo was dumbfounded. Was Luo Chen out of his mind? Although, after entering the land of inheritance, no one would continue to abide by the rules of the Northern Expedition Army, they had gained nothing except some minerals. Did he want to snatch them? However, as soon as Luo Chen gave the order, the 23 perfected star transformation realm cultivators took action one after another, taking down Yubo and the others. Yubo roared, "Luo Chen, are you F*** king crazy? I have no money or treasures. On me. Are you idiots? However, what greeted the aftershock was Luo Chen's sword beam. Because the disciples of the Grand Development sect were scattered, they finally gathered 13 people, 5 of whom were in the peak level late stage star transformation realm, but they were instantly surrounded. Yubo roared, fine, I admit defeat, alright? I'll give you the level 6 minerals. Luo Chen, don't touch my men. However, Luo Chen said indifferently, we must remove the source of the trouble. Only the dead won't speak or take revenge. F***ck. With a roar, the 3 Dao locks on Yubo's body were broken. At this moment, he had no time to think. He had to run. However, Yubo only had 3 Dao locks, while Luo Chen had 4. Therefore, in terms of combat power, Yubo was no match for Luo Chen. After only a few 100 rounds, 6 parts of his body had been pierced. Yubo was horrified. He knew that he had to run. Luo Chen had gone crazy and bit whoever he caught. He roared, everyone, run. Survive first. With that, Yubo took out a golden page. As the golden light enveloped the page, Yubo disappeared. Hanfei didn't kill them all. He deliberately let a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the Grand Development sect escape, who ran away crazily. Hanfei grinned. This was only the first incident. There would be a second and a third similar incident. These 2 factions were his enemies. How could he just kill them? 1, 2, 3. On the way to Anshanbei, Hanfei controlled Luo Chen and more than 20 other people to kill from south to north. However, every time Hanfei attacked, he would definitely let a few people go. Otherwise, no one would know the heroic deeds of Luo Chen and the others. This situation lasted for half a day. Because the Northern Expedition Army was scattered at a relatively central location at the beginning, they weren't too separated from each other. But as time passed, the Northern Expedition Army finally began to disperse. However, in just half a day, many people had already reported the hunting behavior of the city of scavengers. For example, on a certain street, 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the 10,000 scale race who led 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were fighting. After repeated fierce battles, they finally came to a relatively safe road. On this road, they saw some relatively familiar forces. Among these 6 people, some of them presided over the affairs of the city of scavengers in the infinite mining area all year round, so they were quite experienced. He shouted, Brother Wang, it's me. Lindsay, fortunately, I met you. Why don't we join forces? However, when the guy called Brother Wang looked back, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly picked up the big axe in his hand. Everyone, attack and kill these B***stards. Lindsay was stunned. I had a drink with you half a year ago. How did I become a B***stard in your eyes? He wanted to join forces with this person, naturally because there were more than a dozen people here, and there were only 6 people on his side. But now, these more than a dozen people directly burned their blood and rushed over. F***ck. Brother Wang, it's me. Lindsay. Brother Wang said, I know who you are. You son of a B***ch, a lunatic from the city of scavengers. You killed 17 of my men in one go. If you don't die today, I'll take off my head. Lindsay was dumbfounded. Brother Wang, is there a misunderstanding here? The city of scavengers values peace the most. You know that. Brother Wang said, I know your ass. Kill. This was not the first time something like this had happened. The people in the city of scavengers were speechless. What the F***ck did they mean? We didn't do anything. On the other side, Han Fei had found in Shanbei and the others. Unlike the city of scavengers, the people in the city of origin all gathered together. After all, they had the fastest speed, and the cicada sounds they made were very recognizable. Therefore, the city of origin immediately gathered all its cultivators. At this moment, and Shanbei was guarding the center. A total of 89 strong masters from the city of origin roared at the same time. Although these sounds would also be absorbed by the ground, relatively speaking, their voices could still spread for a distance. And Shanbei was drawing a map. Yes, sound detection was no longer a skill. And drawing a map according to sound had become a specialty of city of origin. When Han Fei saw what Shanbei was doing, he was a little troubled. Needless to say, there was definitely a group of strong masters in Shanbei's origin. Star. Even among the 89 people now, there were 41 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. If Shanbei had the same number of perfected star transformation realm masters in his origin star as Luo Qin, there were more than 70 perfected star transformation realm masters in the city of origin. There were only 23 people under Han Fei's control. So there were 24 people on Han Fei's side, including himself. It was not that they couldn't fight, but they certainly couldn't kill all of these people, or even half of them. It would be extremely difficult for Han Fei to kill these people without being noticed. After a while, Han Fei made a decision. This was not a trial, and he didn't want to treat the other party as a whetstone, so there was no need to fight head on. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, Han Fei's 23 puppets scattered in all directions. Even Han Fei himself showed his white mist body and ran to a street that he had just passed by. Perfected star transformation realm cultivators were rare in the Northern Expedition Army, but there were level 6 mineral puppets everywhere. The reason why these forces were slow to explore was naturally that there were many level 6 mineral puppets on each path. Therefore, most people were willing to explore slowly and steadily. However, if they risked their lives to attract some level 6 mineral puppets, it would be relatively easy. On a certain street, Han Fei raised one hand and unleashed 5 sword beams. On this road, there were 5 level 6 mineral puppet squads far apart from each other. Each of the puppet squads drew a long saber and shattered Han Fei's attacks. Then, Han Fei stood on the road and hooked his finger at the team. Come here. Even highly intelligent creatures might not be able to stand this, let alone this puppet team that had no emotions. For a moment, the team chased Han Fei. For these mineral puppets, their original mission was to patrol and clean up the intruders. Now that they had discovered the intruders, they naturally chased after them. On the other side, Luo Chen and the other 22 puppets also found some mineral puppets. Unfortunately, 8 of the 23 people died in just half an hour. This was because the puppets in the inner city were no longer scattered. They gathered and moved in squads. If one wasn't strong enough, he might be wiped out by puppet teams. However, Han Fei didn't think Luo Chen and the others could all attract mineral puppets. But if half of them succeeded, the city of origin would be in big trouble. and Shanbei was slowly transitioning to the center of the inner city of Puppet City. Most of the forces should still be fighting and exploring at the edge of the inner city. Whoever could reach the center of the inner city first would have the upper hand. Level 6 minerals were rare and precious for most people who participated in the Northern Expedition. A puppet was as valuable as many level 6 mine demons. However, it was far from the expectation for a strong master like in Shanbei. While drawing a map, and Shanbei directed everybody to move forward. He said, "Turn right ahead. The road is wide. This should be the right way. Once we find the right way, it will be much more convenient to pass through the center of the inner city." Suddenly, and Shanbei, who was painting calmly, changed his expression slightly. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, prepare to face the enemy." And Shanbei immediately put away the map. He felt that something was wrong. From more than a dozen directions, and even some small roads, there were rapidly moving targets. Who is it? And Shanbei thought that the puppets wouldn't walk around on these complicated paths, so it was very likely that they were from the Northern Expedition Army. However, he didn't want others to know that he could find the direction to the center of the inner city, so he still had to pretend. When the other party saw the powerful combat power of 89 people on his side, they would definitely take the initiative to evacuate in case of conflict. However, in the next moment, Luo Chen's figure emerged from an alley. And Shanbei's pupils were constricted slightly. Luo Chen? As for the relationship between the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin, they had never been allies, but had always been competitors. However, there had always been a delicate balance between the two cities. Especially the stronger they were, the less likely it was for them to kill each other. This was because this was their potential tacit understanding. However, and Shanbei never expected that he would run into Luo Chen. Luo Chen's expression didn't change when he saw Shanbei. Instead, he launched an attack immediately. And Shanbei? And Shanbei felt that Luo Chen was crazy. His head must be hit by a mine demon. Don't you see the current situation? How dare you attack me with just these people? However, in the next second, and Shanbei's expression changed drastically. Behind Luo Chen, 5 level 6 mineral puppets rushed out. It wouldn't have been a big deal if there were only 5 puppets, but a perfected star transformation realm 10,000 scale race cultivator also rushed out from another direction, followed by 5 puppets. A asterisk shoal. And Shanbei understood. For some reason, Luo Chen had detected their location. And then deliberately asked his perfected star transformation realm subordinates to attract some puppet squads. In this way, Luo Chen might only need 10 or 20 people to attract hundreds of mineral puppets. Although there were many strong masters on his side, if there were too many mineral puppets, they would have to pay a huge price to escape. And Shanbei shouted angrily, "Luo Chen, you're crazy. Why did you attack my city of origin?" Luo Chen shouted coldly, "Because I want all the clean stones you have." Clean stones? And Shanbei was stunned for a moment. Are you out of your mind? This is Puppet City. No ominous creatures can enter. Why do you want clean stones? Luo Chen said, "Cut the crap. Let's fight." As Shanbei attacked, he shouted, "Everyone, prepare for the god's arrival." Technique. Peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators, form an array. Perfected star transformation realm cultivators, break through the siege. Kill. because Luo Chen and the other puppets controlled by Han Fei couldn't attract all the mineral puppets over here at the same time, and Shanbei didn't panic. Although 2 more people brought 2 puppet squads, if they attacked quickly, they could still make a quick breakthrough. However, Luo Chen and the other puppets controlled by Han Fei rushed towards the camp of the city of origin without caring about their injuries. Facing the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who had formed an array and the perfected star transformation realm cultivators who had used the God's arrival technique, this was tantamount to courting death. Boom. However, when a cultivator of the 10,000 scale race chose to blow himself up when he was charging at a formation of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and broke through the formation, and Shanbei was dumbfounded. Were they crazy to use the self-detonation of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to disrupt their battle formation? However, this move was too effective. Because of the space constraint, including the mineral puppets, everyone's speed was especially fast. Therefore, the moment the battle formation was broken through, many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who failed to stabilize themselves were blown up by the level 6 mineral puppets one after another. It couldn't be helped. The combat power of the level 6 mineral puppets was comparable to that of perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and a group of scattered peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators was the best hunting target. In a blink of an eye, 5 members of the 10-person team had died. It was the same on the other side. In the blink of an eye, 10 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the city of origin had died. As for the 2 people from the city of scavengers, they had detonated their bodies and souls. They really dared to sacrifice their lives to drag the people from the city of origin down. Although the cultivators of the city of origin immediately intercepted the puppets, their speed had slowed down. In the meantime, 3 more people were blown up. Their flesh and souls were absorbed by the array patterns on the ground and could no longer condense. At the same time, some perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the 10,000 scale race came out of the alleys in 2 directions, also bringing a complete puppet squad. For a time, the street was full of fighting, and Shanbei was entangled by Luo Chen and nearly 30 perfected star transformation realm cultivators took action to snipe the perfected star transformation realm 10,000 scale race cultivators that were charging suicidally and the mineral puppets. As a result, and Shanbei's plan to break out of the encirclement failed. Half of the people were held off at once. If they couldn't break out of the encirclement in time, and more mineral puppets came, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't beat hundreds of mineral puppets. Chirp. For a moment, the strong masters in the city of origin opened their heavenly cicada wings and quickly counterattacked with their advantage in speed. However, no matter how they counterattacked, the battlefield was only this big, and the 10,000 scale race puppets arrived with more mineral puppets. In just a moment, the people in the city of origin were all tied up. Some people could break out of the encirclement, but how could they be willing to leave when they saw their own people besieged? Seeing this, Han Fei knew that he had succeeded. If Shanbei chose to abandon some of his teammates and break out of the encirclement, Han Fei wouldn't be able to do much to them. At most, he would have dragged 20 or 30 down with him. However, the other party's hesitation caused them to be besieged. In the end, on Han Fei's side, there were a total of 11 perfected star transformation realm 10,000 scale race cultivators, attracting mineral puppet squads over. In the blink of an eye, there were as many as 55 mineral puppets here. Plus the 11 perfected star transformation realm 10,000. Scale race cultivators, it was equivalent to 66 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. The city of origin immediately fell into a passive position. As for Han Fei, who was in his black mist body, although he didn't appear, he could use the void-stealing technique. For example, a perfected star transformation realm cultivator of the city of origin was fighting with a mineral puppet. However, suddenly, a soul-suppressing godly weapon appeared. Before this person had the time to wonder who was attacking him with a soul technique, he saw a mineral puppet shoot out 2 beams of light from its eyes and pierce through the soul-suppressing godly weapon. In the next moment, his consciousness was blurred. Then he was blown up. His flesh, blood, and broken soul were absorbed by the array on the ground and he could no longer be revived. At this moment, even if they used the God's arrival technique, it wouldn't help. The void-stealing technique was unreasonable. If they had a soul-suppressing godly weapon, they might be able to hold on, but if they didn't, they would almost be killed instantly. After only half an hour of fierce fighting, 8 of the puppets controlled by Han Fei had been destroyed. However, 15 perfected star transformation realm cultivators and 21 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the city of origin had been destroyed. As for the mineral puppets, 17 had died, but there were still as many as 38. It couldn't be helped. Facing this kind of battle that was almost in the perfected star transformation realm, it was very difficult for peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators to survive. In the blink of an eye, there were only 52 people left on the city of origins side. And Shanbei was fighting Luo Chen and couldn't do anything at all, because he found that Luo Chen had broken 4 Dao locks. If he didn't break his Dao locks, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. Having no choice, and Shanbei finally couldn't help but break his Dao locks. But then he heard Luo Chen clamor and Shanbei, stop hiding. I know there are still many people in your origin star. Call them out. If you don't, I'm afraid your men will all be killed. And Shanbei's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that Luo Chen must have other trump cards. The other party was willing to sacrifice more than a dozen perfected star transformation realm cultivators to cause this siege. He must have other trump cards. Why did the other party want him to release the people in his origin star? They definitely wanted to kill all his men. However, these mineral puppets couldn't kill so many people of his. In that case, since Luo Chen still wanted him to call for reinforcements, he clearly had some trump cards. Immediately, and Shanbei made up his mind. Everyone, split up and leave the battle. Let's meet in the central area of the inner city. At this time, and Shanbei's plan to lead people straight to the center had failed. However, it was better than all the people he brought with him dying. Although they were about to be separated, as long as they didn't die, they would go to the center of the inner city sooner or later. As for the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and Shanbei could only give them up. This couldn't be helped. If he didn't give them up now, everyone would be held off. Once Luo Chen activated his trump card, the result might be that his team would be completely wiped out. After all, he had been tricked by Luo Chen. He thought that Luo Chen must be confident of winning, so he chose to do this. It was a pity that he never thought that Luo Chen would be so decisive and bold. Otherwise, he would have taken precautions long ago. Accompanied by the sound of cicadas, figures appeared one after another and dispersed. With the speed of the strong masters of the heavenly cicada family, it was indeed difficult for level 6 mineral puppets to catch up. After only dozens of seconds, everybody except the 7 peak level late stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators who had been abandoned had run away. And Han Fei was waiting for this moment. It was best to defeat his enemies one by one. What he wanted to take down was none other than Enshanbei. As long as Enshanbei was taken down, everyone in his origin star would be doomed. This was much more cost-effective than hunting down the fleeing cultivators of the City of Origin. Enshanbei ran away with 5 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. After all, the mineral puppets were unintelligent and slower than them, so they couldn't stop them. As for Luo Chen, although he had broken 4 Dao locks, he was alone after all. He seemed to have only brought a dozen people with him. Except for himself, the others had all died in the battle. However, Enshanbei had to admit that Luo Chen's operation almost destroyed the City of Origin. In just a few hours of battle, the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the City of Origin were completely wiped out, and 13 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators died. There were 89 people left, but only 32 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators escaped. And only 5 people escaped with Enshanbei. Enshanbei shouted, "Old man Luo Chen, I'll remember this. Let's wait and see. When we get out of the Mind Demon stream, we'll start a war." Enshanbei didn't think that Luo Chen was controlled, because in this battle, Luo Chen used 11 people to kill 57 strong masters of his City of Origin. This was definitely a huge victory. If it were him, he might have done the same. After all, the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers were competitors. On this side, Enshanbei had no scruples now that his Dao locks had been broken. He rushed forward, passing through many streets, and quickly killed 30 level 6 mineral puppets before stopping. Among the people following Enshanbei, someone said, "Uncle Bei, what should we do now?" Enshanbei's face was gloomy. "We can only fight our way through. Fortunately, the Mind Demon stream isolates the outside world. Although I opened my Dao locks, I didn't trigger the power of the heavenly Dao, nor can I sense the coming of my monarch tribulation. It seems that it's not a loss to break my Dao locks. At least, I don't have to be restrained anymore." Enshanbei quickly collected his thoughts. He had already been defeated. He didn't want to find an excuse. Now he needed to make use of the strength of all 4 of his Dao locks to quickly make a way. The broken Dao locks could be remade in 3 days, but after more than 3 days, it would be difficult to remake them. Therefore, these 3 days were extremely important. Just as Enshanbei was about to continue to attack, suddenly, spears stabbed into the ground in tens of thousands on the entire street and many places outside the street. If this wasn't the God-sealing spear array, what was it? Not good. We've been ambushed. For a moment, Enshanbei and the others were all shocked. They didn't find where the enemy was at all. Besides, they moved extremely fast along the way. How could they have been ambushed? Bang! Enshanbei used nearly 20 times the speed of light and destroyed more than 30 God-sealing spears in one blow. But there were tens of thousands of God-sealing spears, so it might take Enshanbei 1,000 full blows to blow up The array of God's sealing spears. And Shanbei burst into fury and shouted, "Who is it? Why are you hiding? Come out and fight me if you have the ability." However, Hanfei had no intention of appearing at all. However, as he issued an order in his heart, 1,000 flash lizards appeared on this street. Shoot! And Shanbei was dumbfounded. Where did these flash lizards come from? Yongkuan? The first person and Shanbei thought of was Yongkuan. Only the people of the soul-controlling sect could control the mind demons, especially controlling thousands of them at once. However, hadn't Yongkuan been killed by Hanfei? Buzz. And Shanbei was refreshed. Hanfei only said that there was no more soul controlling sect in the infinite mining area, but he didn't say that he had killed Yongkuan. Did Yongkuan come in too? But that wasn't right. How did Yongkuan come to Puppet City? Had he been here all the time? Had Hanfei fought him here? Or maybe Hanfei just drove him into the mind demon stream? No. And Shanbei's eyes turned cold. It was definitely not Yongkuan. How strong was Yongkuan? Even if he had an army of 100,000 or 80,000 mind demons, it was impossible for him to cross the mind demon stream to reach Puppet City. The mind demons under his control were no match for the bloody hand mind devils at all. Besides, why did Yongkuan attack him? It didn't make sense. Therefore, and Shanbei was suddenly refreshed. It was Hanfei. Yongkuan's disappearance was only related to Hanfei. The sudden appearance of the mine demon army could only be Hanfei's masterpiece. Either Hanfei controlled Yongkuan, or Hanfei killed Yongkuan and got the way to control the mind demon from him. And why did Hanfei attack him? That was because Hanfei was a human. However, if Hanfei was a human, he should have attacked the city of scavengers. Why did he chase him down? Wait a minute, and Shanbei thought, not only had Luochen found him, but he had also launched a suicide charge against the city of origin. Just now, he thought that Luochen had killed more than 50 people from the city of origin with a dozen people, but he suddenly realized that Luochen seemed to have changed into a different person. He had interacted with Luochen before, but he wasn't so crazy. Could it be that something happened to Luochen? Or was he controlled? Thinking that Luochen was controlled, and Shanbei felt a chill down his spine. If everything was as he guessed, then Hanfei was too terrifying. And Shanbei couldn't help but swallow. Then he shouted, "Human butcher, is that you?" However, no one responded. Only the flash lizard army rushed over crazily. The strength of the flash lizards was equivalent to that of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, or to be exact, slightly weaker. However, the result of thousands of flash lizards charging in such a narrow space was terrifying. At this point, and Shanbei no longer hesitated. Whether this was done by human butcher or not, in order to protect himself, he had to release the people in his origin star. If he released them, he might survive, but if he didn't, he would probably die. He had already cultivated 4 Dao locks. In this trip, in addition to the inheritance of the great monarch, he also wanted to cultivate the 5th Dao lock. Once he succeeded in making the 5th Dao lock, it meant that he had a high chance of proving Dao. Therefore, he would rather let out the people in his origin star to save his life than be besieged and killed by a group of flash lizards. Therefore, and Shanbei's eyes turned cold, and the surrounding space changed. And 40 perfected star transformation realm cultivators suddenly appeared. including in Shanbei and the 5 perfected star transformation realm. Cultivators he led, there were a total of 46 people on his side. If there were only 1,000 flash lizards, it would be impossible to shake. So many of them. When these people appeared, their first reaction was a little stunned. "Uncle Bei, what's going on?" And Shanbei said, "I was tricked. They can control the mind demons. I need your combat power." These people saw that there were only 1,000 flash lizards. Although their strength was not weak, it was not a problem to kill them all. On average, each of them only needed to kill more than 20. However, before they took action, they discovered that another 2,000 flash lizards had appeared out of thin air. "Everyone?" And Shanbei said, "Don't waste time. Kill." It's impossible for him to control too many mind demons of this level at once. And Shanbei was sure that if it was Yang Kuan, he couldn't have controlled so many flash lizards unless he had been hunting them in the northern mining area a long time ago. Even if Han Fei learned how to control the mind demons from Yang Kuan, the time was too short. Even if Han Fei was a genius, how many flash lizards could he control? For a moment, and Shanbei and the others attacked with all their strength. Flash lizards, which were almost comparable to peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, were dying one after another. No matter how fast they sprinted or jumped, they could only perish in the face of the heavenly cicada family, whose speed was also extremely strange. In less than 2 hours, none of Shanbei and the others died, and the remains of the flash lizards were everywhere. The minerals fell to the ground, and no one picked them up. In the end, they were swallowed by the invisible force on the ground. After the last flash lizard was killed, someone put on a smile. "It's finally over." However, as soon as this person said so, a phantom appeared on this street. And another 3,000 flash lizards appeared. Everyone? Perfected star transformation realm cultivators also had their limits. It was very difficult for them to last long if they kept attacking. Furthermore, once the number of creatures in the early stage of the sky opening realm increased, they could exhaust the perfected star transformation realm cultivators to death. For example, when Han Fei used the star sea metal devouring ants to test Zhao Qinglong and the others, 10,000 star sea metal devouring ants could exhaust a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to death. These flash lizards were almost in the peak level late stage star transformation realm. Not to mention 10,000, even 100 of them could make a perfected star transformation realm cultivator's scalp tingle. At this moment, 3,000 more flash lizards made Shanbei and the others curse in their hearts. Which B*** was causing trouble? However, the appearance of the flash lizards made it impossible for them to break the God-sealing spear array, so they could only bite the bullet and continue to fight. However, this time, Han Fei no longer waited. It had been too long. Because of Shanbei's special ability, he could move much faster than others, so Han Fei had time to slowly exhaust them. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. As he activated the void stealing technique, a person's soul suppressing godly weapon appeared out of thin air. The person was shocked. Not good. Someone is launching a soul attack on me. But immediately afterward, Han Fei used the void stealing technique on the other two, who also had soul-suppressing godly weapons. These guys are really rich. Han Fei knew very well that it was not difficult for a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to get a godly weapon. Perhaps their soul Suppressing godly weapon was only a low-quality godly weapon, but it was still a godly weapon. At this moment, the drawback of the void-stealing technique appeared. Once the other party had a soul-suppressing godly weapon protecting him, not only would it be difficult for him to steal the other party's consciousness, but he would also alert them. Han Fei didn't intend to try it on others, because these people must all have soul-suppressing godly weapons. In that case, Han Fei could only use all three void-stealing techniques on one person. Since he couldn't steal his consciousness, he would steal his actions, his power, and his great Tao. One of them was stunned after being attacked by the void-stealing technique 3 times. In the next moment, he was bombarded by dozens of flash lizards. Seeing that the flash lizards failed to kill him, Han Fei chose to let them blow themselves up. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions finally exploded this person. His flesh and blood scattered, and his soul dissipated. In the end, his body was absorbed by the array on the ground and he died. When the first person died, the others panicked. They hadn't even seen the enemy yet, but their people had died. After only 3 seconds, the second person was killed by the flash lizards in the same way. Then came the second and the third. It wasn't until Han Fei killed the 11th cultivator of the city of origin with the void-stealing technique that Shanbei finally took out a one-time use godly weapon that contained the blow of a monarch. This blow was aimed at the god-sealing spear array. However, to Shanbei's disappointment, this blow exploded more than 300 god-sealing spears. As soon as a weak spot appeared in the god-sealing spear array, more than 200 more god-sealing spears descended from the void. Someone was furious. "Who the hell is it? Get your ass out here." Someone shouted, "Coward, why are you hiding in the dark?" Seeing that even the monarch's attack couldn't break the god-sealing spear array, and Shanbei could only bite the bullet and fight. However, before long, another 7 or 8 people died. And Shanbei roared, "Everyone, attack together with me." This time, Shanbei took out 3 jade slips of a monarch strike and threw them to one spot of the god-sealing spear array. At the same time, everyone ignored the siege of the flash lizards and charged at the array with Shanbei. However, when the 3 jade slips were released, a blue pearl shot out of thin air. Buzz! The extreme cold pearl unleashed the power of a carefree level cultivator and destroyed the 3 jade slips in one go. At this moment, Shanbei finally confirmed that this person was Han Fei. Shanbei said, "Human butcher, come out and fight me if you dare." "I know. It's you." This time, Han Fei didn't hold back anymore. He put away the twin divine technique and appeared outside the god-sealing spear array. Han Fei said leisurely, "All right. I'll lay my cards on the table." Shanbei said, "It's really you?" Han Fei shrugged. "Yes, I am. What can you do to me?" Shanbei, "Human butcher, our city of origin has no grudge against you. Why did you do this to us?" Han Fei stepped into the array and activated his great Tao. "Believe it or not, it's just because I don't like you." With that, Han Fei attacked in person. Under Han Fei's terrifying speed of 30 times the speed of light, under the siege of the flash lizards, under the dual suppression of Puppet City and the god-sealing spear array, an hour later, even Shanbei was nailed to this long street by Han Fei. At this time, Han Fei chuckled and said, "By the way, you may not know the grudge between me and you, but that useless monarch of your city, Bilan, dares to attack my wife time and time again, trying to kill her. Sooner or Later, I will slaughter through the city of origin and avenge my wife. And Shanbei? He really wanted to say, you have a wife? How is your wife related to our monarch? Unfortunately, Hanfei didn't give him a chance to speak again. He began to refine puppets. After 2 hours, there was no longer an Shanbei here, only Hanfei's puppet. Hanfei waved his hand. Go. If you see anyone from the divine demon forest, kill them. As for the other factions, rob them if you can. At this point, in this northern expedition, the city of scavengers and the city of origin had all been destroyed by Hanfei. Although some people escaped, Hanfei didn't care at all. Those people were either killed by him or by others. It made no difference as long as they were dead. On this day, Luochen from the city of scavengers led people to plunder everywhere. In the end, the people in the city of scavengers became street rats and were hunted everywhere. As for Shanbei from the city of origin, as long as he met a person, he would rob him and show no mercy. They even robbed the lone strong masters of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. It was not hard to imagine how these people would deal with the power of the city of scavengers and the city of origin in the infinite mining areas when they returned to the 100 Alliance city. After solving Luochen and Shanbei, the tens of thousands of flash lizards controlled by Hanfei were mostly dead, with only more than 2,000 left. Hanfei didn't deal with the divine demon forest. After all, Lin Ku, who wanted to kill him back then, had been killed by him on the spot. He wasn't that vengeful. He would just kill the people of the divine demon forest only when he encountered them. This time, Hanfei only killed the strong masters in the city of scavengers and the city of origin in passing. His main purpose in coming to Puppet City was to find Old Yuan. Ever since Old Yuan taught him the God-fiend formless technique, the two of them were no longer master and servant, but friends. From being enemies to scheming against each other, forcing Old Yuan to acknowledge him as his master, and now becoming friends, their relationship had already changed subtly over the years. At this moment, although Hanfei was in a better mood, he was only relaxed. After all, after 2 rounds of operation, a large number of strong masters in the city of scavengers and the city of origin were killed. However, this relaxation didn't make Hanfei smug. This was because he knew that many strong masters must have gathered in the mysterious place in the chaotic wasteland over the last 100,000 years. 100 or so people might be nothing. Therefore, there was no need to be smug now. Everything had to be done according to plan. After letting Luochen and Shanbei perform on their own, Hanfei continued to turn into a black fog and went to the place indicated by the vast ocean navigator. After entering the inner city, there was still no sign of the demon vanquishing tree, nor could he sense the synchronization of the information of his clone. Hanfei had a bad feeling. His clone was probably dead. Otherwise, it didn't explain why he couldn't sense any information from his clone. Because he was in the form of a black mist, Hanfei marched unscrupulously to the center of the inner city. When Hanfei encountered a river around the city, he suddenly saw 2 turtle men standing behind the bridge, holding heavy shields in their hands. Behind the bridge was a wide road. Hanfei could see 2 teams of at least 20 puppets patrolling with spears and golden knives. Behind each team was a big guy. F***ck, are there multiple kinds of mineral puppets? Hanfei was a little surprised. He had always thought that the mineral puppets were the same as what he had seen before, but this was not the case. At this moment, Han Fei saw 3 different species at once. One was a puppet holding a shield, one was a patrolling puppet holding a spear and a saber, and the other was a huge puppet following behind the team. This phenomenon could only mean that the closer one went to the center of Puppet City, the more dangerous it was. Han Fei could even vaguely see that on the other side of the river, even the buildings seemed a little different. However, if he wanted to cross the river, he could only cross the bridge. The road was just like that, where he could swim over from the river. However, Han Fei felt that if he thought of swimming over, how could this not be considered when Puppet City designed the city defense? Therefore, it was definitely impossible to swim across the river. Han Fei didn't hesitate. Anyway, he was in the form of black fog, so he might as well slowly move over. These mineral puppets didn't have perception abilities either. Because they didn't have a soul, theoretically speaking, they shouldn't be able to discover him. Another moment later, Han Fei slowly moved to the opposite side of the river, which was very close to the mineral puppets, especially the shield-holding puppets on the opposite side of the Guardian Bridge. The distance between them and Han Fei could only be calculated in meters. Huff. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought that he had avoided the perception of these puppets and was about to cross the last step of the bridge, suddenly, the 2 shield-holding puppets suddenly turned 90 degrees and looked at where Han Fei was. Huh? Han Fei was shocked. Had he been discovered? In the next moment, Han Fei naturally rushed forward and crossed the bridge. First, he couldn't just retreat when he was already on the other side of the bridge, right? At the same time, the 2 patrol teams of 40 people all looked in Han Fei's direction. Han Fei curled his lips. It would be fine if they were level 7 mineral puppets, but these were still level 6 mineral puppets. Swish. 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of spear beams shot out. Han Fei still maintained his black fog body, but his great Dao had already been activated, and his strength had soared. Bang! 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 Fist shadows appeared in the air and quickly attacked, shattering the spear beam. Then, Han Fei felt the puppets draw their knives. He sneered. Knives? Come on. I grew up playing with knives. Han Fei flicked his finger and the infinity water shot out, turning into a knife hell, shattering all the incoming knife lights. Han Fei stopped fighting and tried to break through. However, 2 huge shields fell from the sky. They were the 2 shield-holding puppets. Explode. Han Fei punched out with the star explosion fist, which was so powerful that 2 pieces of shield armor were sent flying, along with the people behind. But behind the shield armor was an iron tower-like brawny puppet, which was the huge puppet accompanying each patrol team. Buzz. Han Fei could even feel energy circulating in the puppet's body. The puppet punched out and faced Han Fei's star explosion fist without retreating at all. Boom. Finally, because the power was too powerful, it formed a ripple. This was very rare in Puppet City, because once the power dissipated, it would be absorbed by the ground. This time, it was really because the power was too strong. However, Han Fei saw that the huge puppet stabilized itself after sliding for more than 10 meters on the ground. Hiss. So strong? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. This was too much. The shield-holding Puppet's defense was very strong and could barely block the star explosion. Fist. This puppet of strength could actually resist the star explosion fist. Head on. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he might have been cut apart by those spear-holding and saber-holding puppets. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. In these three kinds of puppets, one was a shield, one was a weapon, and the other was a strength armor. Their combination was very powerful in combat. However, Han Fei felt that this combination seemed to lack something. Just as Han Fei was deep in thought, with a flash of light, a terrifying arrow instantly fell in front of Han Fei's chest. Han Fei reacted in time, but he didn't completely dodge it. However, this arrow could burn people in the sky-opening realm, so Han Fei made a prompt decision and the extreme cold pearl appeared again. Buzz. The blue flame arrows were frozen and hit Han Fei's arm. Bang. His arm exploded, but it didn't burn, which made Han Fei breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, it didn't matter even if it burned, because he was in his black mist body. He could recover after abandoning his black mist body. It would only take him hundreds of years of vitality. Han Fei couldn't help but raise his head and look into the distance. It was the roof of a building. Standing there was a lone figure holding a longbow that could shoot arrows of light explosion speed. Han Fei snorted. Bow armor. Yes, this battle combination just now lacked a long-range attack. Now it seemed that there was no shortage. Han Fei believed that facing this defense mechanism, cultivators below the perfected star transformation realm could just return home. Even perfected star transformation realm, cultivators needed to work together to break through the array. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to cross it. In the face of such a battle formation, in normal times, Han Fei would have been curious and wanted to test it out, but now, he wasn't in the mood. Such a strong combination was better left to those who came later. Han Fei burst out at full speed and broke through the blockade of these puppets with the advantage of speed. At that moment, Han Fei felt a net-like mysterious Dao runes that seemed to be trying to block him, but it was a step slower. He unexpectedly escaped their blockade. At first, these puppets tried to chase him, but in the blink of an eye, Han Fei was gone. Seeing that he was gone, they stopped chasing him. They seemed to know that they couldn't catch up with him, so they didn't have to waste their effort. In this battle formation, the only one who could keep up with Han Fei's speed was the archer. Even when he reached such a high speed, the other party could still shoot arrows with exceptional accuracy. Han Fei's face slightly changed. A level 7 mineral puppet? Yes, Han Fei guessed right. To be able to keep up with his speed so easily, the other party couldn't be a level 6 mineral puppet. At first, there was only one archer puppet attacking him. Then, 2, 3, and 4 appeared. Han Fei's speed was too fast for the level 6 mineral puppets to stop him, so the level 7 mineral puppets took action. At first, they were still attacking him from the top of some buildings, but later, when they found that they couldn't kill Han Fei this way, they flew directly into the sky. As they flew, Han Fei counted carefully, and 13 archer puppets suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If he continued to rush in, he might encounter even more. He couldn't go on like this. His direction of action had been locked down. God knew how many puppets would come to besiege him. While Han Fei was running wildly, he subconsciously glimpsed that on this side of the river, many buildings had their gates open. However, could this door be entered at will? Han Fei remembered that in the outer city, there were often some subtle settings inside the door. For example, the blue flames were mostly hidden in these buildings. Whenever someone dared to walk in the air, those flame arrows would appear. However, some of the buildings Han Fei encountered now would be different. One was like a private house, and the other was like a commodity house. Han Fei made up his mind to enter first. As long as he avoided this wave with his twin divine technique, he should be able to get rid of all the puppets. Buzz. Han Fei casually rushed into a tea house on the side of the road. Yes, when he came in, he recognized this to be a tea house. However, contrary to his imagination, Han Fei thought that there should be no one in this damn place. But then he saw 13 people sitting in the tea house. Some were sitting at a table for 2, some were sitting at a table for 3, and some were sitting at a table for each person. Tea and teapots were placed on the table in front of them. There was tea in everyone's cups, and it was King hot and steaming. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. 1,000,000 years have passed, and you're telling me that the tea is hot? Are you kidding me? Han Fei wondered if he would alarm these tea guests if he retreated now. But at this moment, Han Fei saw a waiter walk out of the house. Yes, a puppet waiter, dragging a tray in one hand and holding a teapot in the other, looked at Han Fei. Han Fei? After staring at each other for more than 10 seconds, the waiter seemed to be getting impatient. And Han Fei seemed to read his meaning. He seemed to be asking, "Where the hell do you want to sit?" However, the tea house was only so big and the tables were all occupied. Han Fei could only bite the bullet and share a table with the guy who occupied a table and was enjoying tea alone. Seeing Han Fei sit down, the waiter came over with a teapot, arranged a tea set for Han Fei, and poured a cup of green tea. The fragrance of the tea was so strong that it conquered Han Fei's taste buds. But Han Fei didn't drink it directly. Instead, he looked at the puppet tea drinker opposite him who was drinking tea alone. This guy actually nodded at him. Han Fei? To be honest, Han Fei couldn't figure it out at all. This thing was indeed a puppet. A puppet nodded at him? Could emotionless puppets communicate with intelligent creatures? However, since this guy had nodded at him, he should nod back. Therefore, Han Fei nodded at the puppet. Han Fei thought to himself, could it be that the demon-vanquishing tree was too bored in the city before, so it made so many puppets with minerals? Also, if there were so many puppets in a tea house, wouldn't there be countless such puppets in the residences and shops in the inner city? At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to go back and inform Wu Shuang and the others not to enter. Even if 100,000 soldiers came in, they would still die. However, it was certainly impossible for him to return. Besides, this phenomenon would soon be discovered if nothing went wrong. However, for some reason, these puppets weren't hostile to outsiders at all. Sip. Ah. Han Fei took a sip of the green tea and his eyes lit up. He felt that his mind was relaxed and his soul was warmed up. Good tea. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. However, a guy next to him picked up a teacup and gestured at Han Fei. It seemed that he thought Han Fei had good taste, so he wanted to clink cups with Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know what to say. You're just a puppet. How can you drink tea? However, Han Fei raised his cup in response, and the man really drank the tea. The man continued to pour tea for him, only to find that there was no tea left in the teapot. He knocked on the table, and the waiter quickly appeared. However, this time, the waiter didn't refill his cup immediately. Instead, he made a gesture asking for money. The man touched his pocket and seemed a little embarrassed, realizing that he was out of money. So, he looked at the pot of tea regretfully, got up, and walked out of the door. Han Fei watched him go out, but the moment he went out, he casually summoned a spear and a saber appeared at his waist. This guy turned into an armored soldier. Han Fei? Han Fei was lost for words. So even puppets had to go to work. They had to make a living too. They would come over for tea after work, and when they ran out of money, they would go to work. Wait, who the hell is paying them salaries? Han Fei wondered if the puppet would report about him after he went to work. At this time, Han Fei was not in the mood to drink tea. He drank the tea in one mouthful. As soon as he got up, all the tea guest puppets looked at him. And the waiter came to Han Fei with a grin. Han Fei slowly took out a level 6 mineral from his pocket, wanting to see the waiter's reaction. When he saw the waiter put on a stiff smile, he was secretly relieved. Sure enough, minerals were a hard currency in Puppet City. After Han Fei took out the level 6 minerals, no one was interested in him anymore. The puppets here all treated him as a tea drinker. Han Fei thought to himself, should I just walk out and leave? However, if he went out, he would have to transform. Would he still have to turn into a black fog if he went out? Would he be reported? Therefore, Han Fei walked to the door, thought for a moment, and came back to sit down. The waiter came again and served Han Fei another pot of tea. Han Fei pretended to enjoy the tea while closing his eyes in fascination. Although Han Fei couldn't descend on his origin star, he triggered the demon purification pot and threw in a large number of level 6 minerals. After a while, a set of minerals appeared. Then, Han Fei refined a spear. But ordinary mineral puppets were restrained. They had to follow the team. It might be fine for them to be alone for a short period of time, but it would be strange if they stayed alone for a long time. Therefore, Han Fei also refined a level 7 mineral armor, so that he could pretend to be an archer that could jump on the roof and fly. In fact, Han Fei could also use the technique of infinite transformations to transform into a puppet. However, he couldn't have the aura of minerals, so if he really did it, he would be exposed when he went out. This time, Han Fei spent another piece of mineral and came to the door. An armor battle suit appeared on his body. He extended his hand and held a spear in his hand. With a golden saber hanging on his waist, he looked like a puppet worker. Han Fei was already prepared. If he was still discovered, it meant that pretending to be a puppet might not work. However, when Han Fei walked out, he didn't feel anything unusual. He didn't even see the level 7 mineral archers. Huh? Are you leaving so soon? Han Fei immediately relaxed. However, when he turned around, he saw Archer puppet flash over his head. And not far away, Han Fei heard a familiar voice. The voice roared, "Give me a break, you stupid puppets. How many times have I told you? I'm just a cat passing by, understand? Stop chasing me." Okay, this guy seems to be the same as me, relying on his speed to rush over. But when he came here, he found that there were level 7 mineral archers. And ended up being crazily chased. Han Fei knew this feeling, but he didn't pay attention to it. As it happened, Wang Xiaozhou's appearance attracted the attention of others. Just now, when The archer swept over his head, he didn't notice anything wrong. It seemed that he had succeeded in pretending to be a puppet. At this time a small team flew over from the road behind Han Fei. This was a mineral puppet team which should be chasing Wang Xiaojiu. When they passed by Han Fei, the puppet in the lead glanced at him. Han Fei was about to watch the team leave, but not long after they passed Han Fei, the team stopped and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei? Immediately, Han Fei seemed to understand that they were asking him to follow the team. Han Fei complained in his heart, "Aren't you a 5-person team? Why are you dragging me along? Wouldn't it be inharmonious to have an extra person?" But he had no choice. If he didn't follow them, he would have to take down these 5 puppets in an instant. This wasn't a big problem, but he was standing at the entrance of the tea house now, and Wang Xiaojiu had just gone over, so there might be a lot of teams chasing after him. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't think much. He followed at the end of the team. Seeing Han Fei join in, the team set off again. After only half an hour, they came to a large building. Han Fei followed the team to the building and found dozens of level 7 mineral archers and 8 squads. Wang Xiaojiu went in. Han Fei was speechless. "Do you know what this place is?" At this moment, one of the archer puppets waved his hand and then his team was about to disperse, leaving only one archer puppet guarding this place. The old turtle had taught him some ancient characters a long time ago, so when Han Fei saw the words "Advanced Strength Test" written on the building, he lost interest. This was a trial field. Of course, the trial field was used for trials. Wang Xiaojiu rushed in without knowing anything. "Do you know this is a strength test?" Han Fei was too lazy to care about it. He just followed the team away. Not long after his team returned the way they came, Han Fei looked around and found no one around. With a thought, he summoned a clone in a nearby alley. In the corner alley, there was a flash of light, so the leader of the team led his team over to take a look. Unfortunately, they were tricked. With Han Fei's current strength, he suppressed the 5 puppets in the blink of an eye. After collecting the bodies of the 5 puppets, Han Fei transformed into a level 7 archer puppet. Han Fei tentatively jumped onto the roof. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he didn't find anyone attacking him with arrows. Immediately, Han Fei was overjoyed. It was true that pretending to be a puppet worked. Since impersonation was useful, why should he slowly walk forward with his black mist body? Besides, his black mist body didn't seem to be very useful in the inner city. There was no telling if these puppets were born with keen senses or if it was because of some special circumstances, but the twin divine technique didn't have much effect on them. After becoming a level 7 mineral puppet, Han Fei was relatively unscrupulous, because no puppet stopped him along the way. Is this a loophole? Perhaps the builder of Puppet City didn't think that puppets could be impersonated, so he didn't guard against this? Anyway, although he encountered many puppets along the way, none of them attacked him, which made Han Fei suspect that he was a puppet. For some reason, Han Fei hurried along the way, even if he didn't move quickly. It only took him an hour to arrive at a strange building. This building was a mountain-shaped building in the shape of a turtle. It was surrounded by water and no one was guarding it. The building molded the mountain into the shape of a turtle, which was very vivid. Many places were even painted with colors, making this mountain look like a huge turtle. This Turtle stretched out its neck and looked up, seeming to be looking at the sky. The building itself was only 100 kilometers long. However, Han Fei didn't believe in the outer space of secret realms at all now. Who knew if there was another world inside? Looking at the 3 words engraved under the neck of the giant turtle, Han Fei murmured, God-gazing cave? What is this place? Is there a god in Puppet City? Or can I see a god in this god-gazing cave? On the neck of the mountain-like turtle, there was an entrance that could enter the inside of the turtle's body. However, Han Fei certainly didn't enter rashly, because there was spiritual energy circulating in the water around the god-gazing cave. If he guessed right, this should be a large array, which would be activated if anyone wanted to break in. This time, Han Fei didn't take it lightly. If he rashly barged into such an ancient array, God knew what kind of seals were here. With a thought from Han Fei, a flash lizard appeared. Then, the flash lizard tried to cross the circular lake as quickly as possible and reach the god-gazing cave. However, when the flash lizard walked above the lake, it was immediately pressed into the lake by invisible gravity. As soon as the flash lizard entered the lake, there was immediately a splash. Then, Han Fei saw the flash lizard fall apart, turn into a few minerals, and sink to the bottom of the lake. Han Fei knew that this place was dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. The flash lizard was not weak, but it died before it could even cross half a meter. A gravity array? No, if it was a gravity array, there should be at least some resistance. Making the flash lizard fall straight down, it was a complete suppression, sealing the speed and power of the flash lizard. This was not something an ordinary array could do. Also, with a splash of water, the flash lizard fell apart. Han Fei felt that he had good eyesight. But he only felt a trace of the great Tao of water just now, and nothing else. Han Fei's eyes flashed. Laws. There was a law of no fly, a law of water, and maybe even a law he didn't know. Anyway, if he entered rashly, he would definitely die. Damn it, did the old turtle come to this place to rebuild his body? Han Fei was not afraid at all when he should press forward, but when he shouldn't, he would never press forward. He took out his fishing rod and said casually, even if I can't get in, can't the old turtle? Isn't he familiar with the great monarch mystic Marshall? Since he's familiar with her, he should know the way in, right? Activating the great Tao of time and the time fishing technique, Han Fei's fishing hook broke through the void. However, he felt something strange. He didn't know if it was because he was too close to the god-gazing cave, but he failed to fish the old turtle over even after using the time fishing technique nearly 100 times. Logically speaking, this was impossible. With the power of the time fishing technique, not to mention the old turtle, even a monarch could be pulled over. Of course, only when the monarch was willing to come over. With his relationship with the old turtle, it was impossible for the latter not to come over. Then there was only one possibility. For some special reason, he couldn't fish the old turtle over. On second thought, although the old turtle couldn't be fished over, he should be able to catch his own clone, right? His peak-level late-stage star transformation realm clone entered Puppet City with the old turtle. If he had seen how the old turtle entered, he must have been able to figure out a way to enter the god-gazing cave. This time, the hook broke through the air again, and it took him more than a dozen times to fish his clone. The moment this clone was fished over, Han Fei immediately felt that the information began to synchronize. When the old turtle and his clone entered Puppet City, the words Puppet City had suppressed his clone. Then, they entered the inner city. The old turtle said that he knew the location of the god-gazing cave, so he walked all the way here. At that time, there were already many puppets along the way, but at that time, the puppets were purely statues. Even when they crossed the outer river, there were no mineral puppets patrolling at all. Because the old turtle's goal was very clear, they didn't even take a detour along the way, so their journey went smoothly and they came straight to the god-gazing cave. In front of the god-gazing cave, the old turtle said to the demon-vanquishing tree that had turned into a little treeman, "Little demon vanquishing, from what I know of Mystic Martial, it's very likely that the jade transformation technique of your demon-vanquishing tree lineage is preserved. This means that your jade transformation technique is very likely to be in the Mystic Martial sleeping chamber." The demon-vanquishing tree replied, "No matter if I can continue cultivating or not, no one is allowed to enter the sleeping chambers of Great Monarch Mystic Martial easily." The old turtle said, "What if the tortoise never returns? Then what's the meaning of the existence of this chamber?" The demon-vanquishing tree said, "One day, Great Monarch Mystic Martial will return. Even if she can't return, a new Mystic Martial will appear one day, and he will embark on the path of a monarch. At that time, he will be the master of Puppet City, so he can inherit the sleeping chambers of Great Monarch Mystic Martial." The old turtle smiled and said, "I reconstruct my body with the bloodline of the Mystic Martial. Strictly speaking, once I succeed, I will be the new Mystic Martial. If I become a monarch, won't this Puppet City be mine?" The demon-vanquishing tree replied, "Yes." Han Fei didn't expect this answer, so the demon-vanquishing tree didn't follow Great Monarch Mystic Martial himself, but the bloodline of Great Monarch Mystic Martial. It didn't matter who the Great Monarch Mystic Martial was. What mattered was that this bloodline was continuing. The old turtle had inherited this bloodline. If he became a monarch, wouldn't he be the new Great Monarch Mystic Martial? Han Fei thought to himself, did the old turtle know this long ago, so he wanted to come to the northern mining area to find the mine demon stream? With Han Fei's understanding of the old turtle, it was very likely to be true. This guy was after Mystic Martial's inheritance. However, Han Fei could understand that once the old turtle succeeded, he might be qualified to challenge the guy in the Godfiend Sea. At that time, even if he was a clone, he wouldn't be swallowed by his original body. After that, the old turtle stopped talking and said, "Han Fei, this river is called the God Drowning River. The river water is dug from the depths of the Sea of Stars and can be integrated with many laws. Therefore, this river water is active and extremely corrosive. No one below the monarch level can resist it. Therefore, you have to follow me closely later." The demon-vanquishing tree said, "He can't go in." The old turtle said, "No, little demon vanquishing. He's just a peak level late-stage star transformation realm clone. No matter how strong he is, his strength is limited. As for me, I only trust him. I can guarantee that he won't enter the god-gazing cave. Besides, with you around, he can't do anything." When the old turtle said this, he glanced at Han Fei casually. Han Fei immediately understood that the old turtle was leaving a way for him. He guessed that he would enter Puppet City, and he also knew that he could use the time fishing art, so he left a way for him. Han Fei was refreshed. Did the old turtle know what would happen? So he left a way for him in advance. So, the answer to everything was in the God-gazing cave? Han-Fei wasn't surprised at all that the old turtle could leave a way for him. In this way, because the old turtle had stayed in his body for too long and knew him too well. Fortunately, this time, he and the old turtle were completely cut apart. He just didn't know how this guy was doing now. His clone stepped on the lake. Yes, Han-Fei didn't see it wrong. Just now. Didn't the old turtle say that this water was active and extremely corrosive? How could his clone walk on the lake now? But in the next moment, Han-Fei saw that a small waterspout had formed where his clone was standing. As soon as he stepped on it, he was raised by the waterspout. His clone repeated this process, and each footstep was in a different direction. Han-Fei memorized these positions in his mind and finally outlined a vague path. After a total of 33 steps, his clone crossed the lake and arrived at the God-gazing cave. According to the synchronized information in his mind, what his clone stepped on was the moment the laws in the lake circulated and gathered. However, generally speaking, who could see the specific manifestation of the law? Therefore, to step into the lake, one needed this footwork to trigger the law. Han-Fei couldn't help but smile. Therefore, if one didn't know this footwork, he wouldn't be able to cross the lake. Unless a monarch used his powerful strength to forcibly cross it. Through information synchronization, Han-Fei figured out the trick of crossing the river in just a few seconds. With a tap of his foot, he landed on the lake. Swish swish swish. In just 2 seconds, Han-Fei stepped on the water 42 times in a row and quickly crossed the lake. Yes, the lake water was flowing, so the nodes where the laws gathered were different and couldn't completely follow the clone's footwork. Of course, only Han-Fei's white mist body crossed the river. God knew what was in the God-gazing cave and if there would be any seal or danger waiting for him. So, there was nothing wrong with being conservative. If the old turtle just left a message, no matter if it was his clone or his original body, he would know. At this moment, when Han-Fei crossed the lake and looked back, he still didn't see anyone, including the puppets. No puppet was guarding the God-gazing cave. They didn't seem to think that anyone could directly cross the God-gazing cave, so they didn't need to guard it. However, what Han-Fei didn't know was that the moment he arrived at the God-gazing cave, a pair of eyes slowly opened under the lake. The God-gazing cave. Looking at the 3 big words, a scene appeared in Han-Fei's mind that a tall and burly young man stood on this turtle-shaped building, looked up at the sky, and muttered, "Even if I die, my children will still live. One day, my race will step into the gods' realm." Is this great monarch mystic martial? At first, Han-Fei was shocked by how young this guy was, but he was so domineering, and winning the throne of the gods seemed to be as easy as a breeze for him. But soon, Han-Fei seemed to notice something wrong. Why did he say even if I die? According to the synchronized memories of his clone, the God-gazing cave was established when the old turtle and great monarch mystic martial were young. Could it be that at that time, great monarch mystic martial had already expected him to die in the future? However, this kind of spiritual mark left behind from ancient times and engraved with words couldn't reveal more valuable information, so Han-Fei didn't take it seriously. He couldn't help but look at the God-gazing cave. He had already reached this place, so it was impossible for him not to enter. The old turtle said that This was where great monarch mystic Marshall stored the turtle eggs. Perhaps he could take a few eggs out. In the future, he could hatch some little turtles and make them the guarding divine beasts of the human race. Han Fei smiled and stepped into it. When entering this cave, Han Fei felt a layer of blue light sweep over him. This light was the same as the light when he entered the inner city. It seemed to be to verify if he had been contaminated by the ominous. The result was as smooth as expected. Han Fei entered the God-gazing cave as if he had entered an uninhabited place, and no power could stop him at all. However, the moment Han Fei entered the God-gazing cave, he was still shocked. He looked around and found that the space inside the God-gazing cave was actually not very large. However, the inner wall of the God-gazing cave was all minerals. Furthermore, Han Fei was shocked to find that they were all level 7 minerals. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is the great monarch mystic Marshall so rich? Isn't this too extravagant? A piece of level 7 mineral is equivalent to a godly weapon, and many level 7 minerals can even be used to build mid or high quality godly weapons. But here, Han Fei couldn't estimate how many level 7 minerals there were. Anyway, he felt that he had fallen into a gold mountain and a silver sea. Han Fei even found many minerals that were brighter than level 7 minerals. Among the level 7 minerals, they were definitely level 8 minerals. What shocked Han Fei most was that on the dome inside the God-gazing cave, there were 36 minerals that were even more dazzling than level 8 minerals. Hiss. Are these level 9 minerals? Han Fei was shocked. A level 7 mineral could be used to forge a godly weapon, and a level 8 mineral could definitely be used to forge a high quality or even possibly an ultra-quality godly weapon. Then what should he make with a level 9 mineral? Was there any stronger weapon above a godly weapon? Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. Fortunately, the hexagon starfish didn't come to the sea realm with him, or he would definitely stay here forever. Han Fei's first thought was to pry off all these minerals. The great monarch had been gone for millions of years. Why did he keep so many minerals here? Just to cultivate his turtle eggs? How many turtle eggs did he have and why did he need so many minerals? Then Han Fei realized that he might have misunderstood. There might not be so many minerals here from the beginning. This was because he hadn't seen many level 7 mineral puppets in Puppet City. It was possible that the demon vanquishing tree had embedded all the level 7 minerals produced in the last million years here. This was completely possible. Otherwise, how many minerals could the demon vanquishing tree use? Trying to calm himself down, Han Fei went to find those turtle eggs. He looked down and found a large area of sand, but these sand grains were not ordinary sand grains. Every grain of sand seemed to contain a large amount of energy. Han Fei jumped down and picked up a handful of sand, but information popped up in his eyes. Name: Star Sea Mystic Sand. Introduction: a natural spiritual treasure, born naturally in the chaotic void deep in the sea of stars. This sand can transform the ground veins, nurture the earth, and produce minerals. Anything wrapped in the star sea mystic sand can remain alive for 10,000 years. This sand's strongest characteristic is that it's indestructible. Its hardness is comparable to an ultra-quality godly weapon. Quality: natural spiritual treasure. Attached soul: none. Effect: it can lock life and give birth to all things. It's indestructible. Can't be reforged. Unrefined. Note it's a treasure above godly weapons. Han Fei was stunned to see this information. A moment ago, he was wondering if level 9 minerals could be used to build weapons above the level of godly weapons, but a random piece of sand he saw was even stronger than godly weapons. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and looked around. There were no surveillance cameras here. Right? No one would discover him, right? He had to get some of these things. He murmured, Senior Mystic Marshal, let's be honest. If such good things are all left here, it'll be like a pearl covered in dust. Besides, there is so much of it, almost like a desert. It shouldn't be a problem for me to get some, right? As Han Fei spoke, he had already begun to throw the sand into his origin star. Now that the demon vanquishing tree was not around, there would definitely be strong masters coming from the infinite mining area in the short term. If a monarch came here and forcibly entered the god-gazing cave, wouldn't such a good thing be wasted for nothing? Han Fei thought that it was fortunate that Wang Xiaojiao was being hunted. If the big cat could also come to this place, it would be overjoyed that such a large cat litter box would never be used up in this lifetime. Han Fei didn't know how much Star Sea Mystic sand there was, but as he dug, he finally touched something hard. Han Fei reached out with both hands and dug out a turtle egg that was twice as big as him. Is this a turtle egg? Han Fei temporarily stopped digging the Star Sea Mystic sand and looked at it. This egg was actually covered with complicated and strange patterns. In the words of the old turtle, these might be congenital Tao patterns. Apart from the natural patterns, this turtle egg was yellowish-green and looked extremely hard. Han Fei tapped it a few times with his fingers, trying to hear if there was any movement inside. Han Fei was purely curious. He even thought that if there were still egg yolks and egg whites inside, it shouldn't be a problem for him to roast 2 of them. Right? Anyway, the great monarch Mystic Marshal should have left a lot of turtle eggs. Now, since the demon vanquishing tree was not around, no one would notice if he stuffed a few of them into his origin star. However, in the next moment, with a crack, many cracks appeared on the turtle egg. **T. Han Fei was dumbfounded. I just knocked it twice with my finger. It didn't exert much effort at all. Why is it broken? A palm-sized eggshell was about to fall, and Han Fei took it and put it back on the egg. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Am I really going to eat it? Isn't it too much? However, the egg was already broken. He could just look inside it. What if it wasn't egg white or egg yolk inside? What if it was a little turtle inside? Therefore, Han Fei quietly lifted the palm-sized eggshell and leaned his head over. However, in the next second, Han Fei's expression changed. He slapped it and the eggshell shattered. There was no little turtle inside. It was simply empty. Han Fei was shocked. He thought that since he accidentally broke this egg, a small turtle might crawl out or he could just steam this egg, but there was nothing inside. Wasn't it infuriating? Han Fei no longer paid attention to the Star Sea Mystic sand, which he had plenty of time to get. He began to quickly dig up the eggs. The turtles could easily lay a nest of eggs, and Han Fei soon found 7 or 8. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. Caw, caw, caw. To Han Fei's shock, the turtle eggs he dug out were all empty, the kind that could be broken easily. Logically speaking, with so many mysterious patterns. On the turtle shell, it couldn't be broken so easily. Han Fei had even thought that since the egg was broken, he could use the turtle shell. After all, it was an egg born by great monarch mystic Marshall. But now it was all garbage. Any random piece of star sea mystic sand here was much more valuable than these turtle eggshells. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He continued to dig the eggs crazily. 1, 2, 10, 100. While digging, Han Fei complained, "How productive is the great monarch mystic Marshall? I've dug more than 500 but haven't finished digging." 4 hours passed. Han Fei dug out all the turtle eggs here. In the end, he found a total of 1,024 turtle eggs, but all the eggs were empty. Han Fei was puzzled. Could it be that these eggs were empty in the first place? That shouldn't be the case. The demon vanquishing tree had said that many small turtles had been born. How could they be born from empty eggs? F*ck, did the old turtle eat all the eggs? Han Fei complained in his heart, "You were AF*, king, good friend of great monarch mystic Marshall, weren't you? Doesn't your conscience hurt at all to cheat your friend like this?" However, Han Fei didn't think it was possible. How could the demon vanquishing tree watch the old turtle destroy all the eggs here? Wouldn't it fight the old turtle to death? With the old turtle's current strength, he couldn't even stand the slap of a single branch of the demon vanquishing tree. He probably wouldn't even have a chance to get a second one, not to mention so many eggs. In the end, Han Fei stood on the star sea mystic sand, looked up, and looked around. In the end, he muttered to himself, "Senior Mystic Marshall, as you can see, your eggs are all empty. This has nothing to do with me. But since your eggs are all gone, I'll take the star sea mystic sand and the minerals here. They were originally used to raise the little turtles, but now there are no little turtles. If I encounter any person of your race in the future, I will definitely give him a big opportunity." While nagging, Han Fei began to pry off the minerals in the god-gazing cave. Killing puppets outside was not as fast as prying off minerals here. Furthermore, Han Fei nagged, "Senior Mystic Marshall, you may not know, but that ominous bloody hand forced these people to come in. So he must have a purpose. I guess he wants to use these people to destroy the many seals in Puppet City so that he can attack Puppet City from the outside. Therefore, if the minerals are left here, it's very likely to be taken by that bloody hand. Instead of giving them to ominous bloody hand, it's better to let me have it. I'll definitely kill that bloody hand later to avenge your Puppet City." After a while, clanking sounds could be heard in the god-gazing cave. Of course, in addition to prying the minerals, Han Fei also sent out a clone to carefully check if there was anything in the god-gazing cave that he had missed. Logically speaking, since the old turtle guided him in, he should have left a message for him here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to leave a way for him to come in just to plunder the star sea mystic sand and the minerals here. Wait, Han Fei was shocked. It was not impossible. There were too many resources in the god-gazing cave. If they were refined into godly weapons, it would probably be enough for each of the 7 kill army soldiers to get a godly weapon. Once, twice, 3 times. Han Fei still couldn't find the information left by the old turtle here, but he had already pried off nearly 10,000 pieces of minerals. Han Fei didn't touch the level 8 and level 9 minerals, because he felt that those minerals were the key to supporting the god-gazing cave, so he didn't pry them until the end. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. 90% of the minerals in the god gazing cave had been dug up by Han Fei. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Han Fei summoned a clone to go out and take a look. However, he saw a strange dark pattern appearing in the distant sky. Those patterns were twisting, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, showing signs of instability. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. The barrier of Puppet City loosened. Why? Han Fei thought that even if the Northern Expedition Army killed all the puppets in this city, they might not be able to loosen the spiritual barrier. The only possibility was. Han Fei's face suddenly changed drastically. The only possibility was that someone who knew the spiritual barrier of Puppet City had sneaked into the Northern Expedition Army. However, Puppet City existed millions of years ago. How could people now know about Puppet City? Someone has been corroded by the ominous and hasn't been recognized. Han Fei was shocked. This was the only thing he could think of. Although there were multiple seals in a row aimed at the ominous power, it was possible that someone had a way to avoid the seals. The only person Han Fei could think of was the great monarch Bloody Hand. Only. The consciousness of the great monarch Bloody Hand belonged to millions of years ago. Besides, the great monarch Bloody Hand was on good terms with great monarch Mystic Marshall. It was logical that he knew the layout of the spiritual barrier inside Puppet City. However, what Han Fei couldn't figure out was that the wisp of consciousness of the great monarch Bloody Hand should have been contaminated by the ominous. Right? Then could he still think on his own? Why was he still so intelligent? Han Fei had to ask his senior brothers and sisters about this problem. He knew too little about the ominous. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. The old turtle didn't leave a message here, so he must have left the resources here for him. However, he couldn't just take resources without looking for the information left behind by the old turtle. From their previous conversation, they had mentioned more than once that the cultivation ground in Great Monarch Mystic Marshall's chamber seemed to be a taboo that even the demon vanquishing tree wouldn't set foot on. However, since there was no information left by the old turtle in the god gazing cave, there was only one answer that Han Fei could get from the information of the ruins. The old turtle went to the cultivation ground in the Great Monarch Mystic Marshall's chamber. Han Fei couldn't care less about destroying the god-gazing cave. The infinity water was crazily prying. Soon, all the level 7 minerals had been pried away by Han Fei. Then, Han Fei launched an attack on the level 8 and level 9 minerals. Clang! 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 The god-gazing cave was full of clanking sounds. There was no telling if it was because Great Monarch Mystic Marshall was too confident, but there were basically no restrictions in the god-gazing cave except for the lake outside. Walala. Because Han Fei chose to disassemble it violently, the god-gazing cave was smashed so hard that the earth was shaking. But this method was also the most efficient. In a moment, 21 level 9 minerals fell, and more than 300 level 8 minerals fell. In the end, half an hour later, Han Fei finally got all the 36 level 9 minerals. At this point, Han Fei had emptied the god-gazing cave. In total, he had dug up 36 level 9 minerals, 720 level 8 minerals, and 81,000 level 7 minerals. There were no level 6 minerals. Maybe level 6 minerals were not qualified to be put in the god-gazing cave. Huff. However, when Han Fei was about to leave the god-gazing cave, he suddenly felt the ground shake and he was lifted into the sky. This really startled Han Fei. He hurriedly rushed out of the god-gazing cave, only to see that the turtle-shaped building he was in was floating in the air. Directly below, above the lake, a huge vortex appeared. Han Fei was horrified because he saw that a pair of eyes seemed to appear under the vortex. Before the eyes completely appeared, Han Fei felt a powerful aura coming at his face. This was not a pressure that a sky-opener could have. Han Fei's first reaction was that it was at least the carefree level. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and his black mist body had already begun to run. Of course, if he didn't run now, would he wait for this thing to completely wake up? Fortunately, he had left his black mist body outside when he came in. Otherwise, if he wanted to go out now, he would have to find the nodes of the law of water in this huge vortex. At the same time, Han Fei noticed that a group of people were surrounding the lake, trying to see what was going on here. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's Human Butcher." He actually crossed the lake and reached the turtle-shaped building inside. Han Fei didn't know them, but he was speechless. "Are you out of your mind? Why don't you escape? Do you want to die?" At the bottom of the lake, a turtle head emerged first. Then, the turtle shell appeared from the water. At this moment, even Han Fei was shocked. What the hell is this? A mineral puppet turtle? What a huge puppet turtle. The puppet opened its mouth and buzzed. Has the war finally started? I've been sleeping for too long. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Can this puppet turtle talk? When the cultivators who had found this place saw a huge turtle appear underwater, they ran away without thinking. They were not idiots. This turtle was entirely made of minerals, which were not level 7 minerals at all. Judging from its level, color, and rich power, it was at least level 8 mineral. But what level were they at? A level 6 mineral puppet was already enough to make them suffer. A level 7 one could almost endanger their lives. A level 8 one might already be at the monarch level, right? He might be able to blow them to death with a yawn. Han Fei's first thought was to run to buy time for his black mist body to escape. Under the gaze of the turtle, Han Fei said casually, "Senior, are you the guardian of Puppet City?" Han Fei didn't know what war the puppet was talking about, but the other party probably wouldn't expect that millions of years might have passed. The mineral turtle didn't answer immediately. Instead, it looked at the void in the distance and said, "Has the ominous finally descended? It seems that my wait wasn't in vain." Han Fei? Han Fei said, "Senior, that's a hand of the great monarch, bloody hand that was stained with the ominous. Also, although a million years have passed, the ominous hasn't come yet." Huh? The big turtle seemed to be stunned. After a long pause, it slowly said, "A million years? What about the people in Puppet City?" Han Fei said, "Senior, the great monarch bloody hand was polluted by the ominous back then. Great monarch mystic marshal cut off his hand and sealed it outside Puppet City under the blood spring. Then, great monarch mystic marshal left with the great monarch bloody hand and never returned. Puppet City declined and fell asleep at the bottom of the sea. Now, a million years later, the bloody hand is about to break free from the cage. That's what you see now. However, who are you, Senior?" Han Fei couldn't understand. If this turtle was waiting for the ominous, why was he sealed under the god-gazing cave by great monarch mystic marshal? Or could it be that this mineral turtle was actually contaminated by the ominous? However, the big turtle said, "I am the first divine general of the great Monarch Mystic Marshal, the 9-giant god turtle. I was seriously injured in the battle against the ominous. I should have been dead, but I was unwilling to give up, so I sealed myself under the god-gazing cave, waiting to fight the ominous again one day. Hanfei was overjoyed. The first divine general who had participated in the battle against the ominous? Hanfei was shocked. But what was his current strength? However, the big turtle said in the next moment, "Human, who are you? Why are you in the god-gazing cave? How did you get in?" Hanfei paused for a moment and quickly explained, "Well, Senior, since you are the first divine general of the great monarch mystic marshal, you must know Yuan Biao, right? He was also a strong master of the turtle clan and was once a good friend of the great monarch mystic marshal. He lived and died with the great monarch mystic marshal countless times. Even this god-gazing cave was named by Senior Yuan Biao. Senior Yuan Biao was still alive and came to find the great monarch mystic marshal, but when he came to Puppet City, he disappeared, so I came here to find him." Hanfei felt that there was nothing wrong with this story. He might be able to ride on the old turtle's identity and pull the 9-giant god turtle to his side. If he could maintain a friendly relationship with this King super strong master, wouldn't he be invincible in the infinite mining area? However, what the 9-giant god turtle said next stunned Hanfei. The 9-giant god turtle said, "Yuan Biao? I am Yuan Biao." Hanfei? Hanfei was dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you kidding me? If you are Yuan Biao, who is old Yuan? Hanfei and the 9-giant god turtle stared at each other in bewilderment. The 9-giant god turtle said, "What you said was right. In this world, the first person to follow the great monarch Mystic Marshal was me. In the past, Mystic Marshal was still weak, and I grew up with him, cultivated with him, and established the sea with him. Later, we did have a difference of opinion in cultivation. Later, he changed his mind and decided to lay more turtle eggs, hoping that his children would have their own opportunities and embark on the divine path. And this god-gazing cave was indeed named by me." With that, the 9-giant god turtle looked at Hanfei and said leisurely, "So, Yuan Biao you're talking about should be Mystic Marshal himself, right? Except for him, no one knows my name, let alone my past." With that said, the 9-giant god turtle laughed out loud. "I didn't expect that this old guy would still be alive after 1,000,000 years. Unfortunately, this guy didn't even come to visit me. He should have come to visit me." Hanfei felt that his head was buzzing. Old Yuan, great monarch mystic Marshal? Who the CK could accept that? With old Yuan's old face and strong demonic might, you're telling me that he's the great monarch mystic Marshal? However, now that the real Yuan Biao was right in front of him, one of them must be lying. In terms of lying, Hanfei felt that the turtle in front of him didn't seem to need to lie. He had just woken up after sleeping for countless years and didn't even know who he was. Why would he lie to him? Besides, hearing what Yuan Biao said, Hanfei felt that he had figured out a lot of things. Why did the demon subduing tree disappear? According to the personality of the demon vanquishing tree, it must have guarded Puppet City to the death. It hadn't left for 1,000,000 years, but because old Yuan came, the demon vanquishing tree disappeared. Also, old Yuan said that he was going to Puppet City to find turtle eggs, but all the turtle eggs were empty. Who could do that? It must be noted that the turtle eggs weren't really produced. A great monarch could be considered to pass down his bloodline when he gave birth to a newborn. However, these turtle eggs were his inheritance in the first place. Wasn't it only natural for him to take them back? Besides, old Yuan must have known that he would dig up the Star Sea mystic sand and the minerals in the god-gazing cave, which would inevitably release the real Yuan Biao, and then his identity as great monarch mystic marshal would definitely be exposed. If all of this was intentional by old Yuan, then when he learned that he was great monarch mystic marshal, it meant that from the moment they passed the God-fiend sea, old Yuan was no longer old Yuan in the complete sense. At that time, old Yuan was already mystic marshal. Therefore, what he told him later was actually mostly a lie. Han Fei was speechless. Is great monarch mystic marshal an actor? He acted so well, but I didn't notice anything wrong. The nine-giant god turtle took a look at the god-gazing cave and saw the dense fragments of turtle eggs inside. It couldn't help but say leisurely, it seems that his life is not easy. He has actually fallen to the point of taking back all the inheritance turtle eggs. Is he in big trouble? Han Fei's heart stirred. The old turtle probably arranged for me to meet the nine-giant god turtle to reveal his information to it. However, Han Fei looked back and saw that the void in the distance was expanding. Wasn't it urgent? The nine-giant god turtle said, no hurry. How can the seal of Puppet City be broken so easily? Han Fei was no longer anxious when he heard that. He simply said, well, old Yuan, great monarch mystic marshal's current situation is rather special. Therefore, Han Fei told the nine-giant god turtle what he knew. For example, the old turtle's original body was sealed in the God-fiend sea. For example, the old turtle's current strength. For example, the old turtle had abducted the demon vanquishing tree. For example, the old turtle had left him information about the cultivation field in his chamber. The nine-giant god turtle wasn't surprised at all after hearing that. He sighed slightly. Sure enough, he still embarked on that path. There has never been a final conclusion on the so-called orthodox or demonic path. Whether which path one takes, he is still part of the sea realm. As long as a Tao can resist the ominous, it's the same. However, because this Tao is too dangerous to take, many things that endanger all living beings have happened. People don't understand and think that the demonic path will harm all living beings. However, I can tell you that the clone you met is actually not his clone, but his original body. Huh? Han Fei was refreshed. His original body? The nine-giant god turtle said, it's a small part of his original body. After all, he's a dignified, great monarch. He can easily take out a wisp of his soul. Why would he need to create an avatar? Isn't that asking for trouble? For the original body, an avatar is uncontrollable. And the soul split out will eventually embark on the path of saving the original body. This is the law. In other words, from the moment you met him, he was great monarch mystic marshal, but he didn't know it. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Then why didn't he tell me directly? In the God-fiend sea? And why did he tell me a few ambiguous words after I saw his original body? The nine-giant god turtle said, that's naturally because the words he wanted to say involve some rules. Under the restrictions of these rules, there's some information that he can't bring out at all, including his memories. He must have sent out all his memories, but under the effect of the rules, many memories were destroyed. It wasn't until he came to Puppet City, the god gazing cave, and retracted many of his origin powers that he broke through those memory shackles. Hanfei was stunned. So, he used to be the master of the great monarch mystic Marshall? He wondered if old Yuan would slap him when he saw him again. Wait, old Yuan wasn't old Yuan anymore. What should I call him? Old Mystic? Forget it, he was already used to calling him Old Yuan. Anyway, the real Yuan Biao in front of him rarely used the name Yuan Biao. He always called himself the Nine-Giant God Turtle. Now that they were talking, Hanfei no longer had any scruples. He simply asked, Senior, can I ask you a few questions? The Nine-Giant God Turtle nodded. Yes. Hanfei asked, what was the battle of the gods like? And what was the ominous like? The Nine-Giant God Turtle said, it's hard to describe. It's like you feel that death is coming. If you don't resist, death will come. If you resist, you might be able to turn danger into safety. And the so-called ominous is divided into several levels. The first level is pollution. He pollutes some stars, some races, and some people. The second level is birth. He can silently plant an ominous seed in people's hearts and unknowingly strengthen these races. Until one day, these seeds begin to bite back. The third level is the ominous. See, too many ominous creatures live there, which is also the level where we fight the ominous. The fourth level is the level that no one below the god level can come into contact with. All we know is that it's very, very dangerous. Many gods in the past entered the fourth level of battle and eventually disappeared. Therefore, if you ask me what the ominous is like and how to fight it, I can't give you a specific answer. Hanfei thought that this was already terrifying enough, but then he said, Senior, do you know who the demon god is? The Nine-Giant God Turtle said, I don't know. When I sealed myself, there was no one known as the demon god in the infinite mining area, and I've never heard of this name. As for the 4 words he told you, they should have a special meaning. First of all, you have to find that place. When you reach it, you may get your opportunities. Hanfei asked, is it possible that this demon god is? The Nine-Giant God Turtle said, if Mystic Marshall has already become a god, then he is a god now. It's not that gods can't be trapped, but it's too difficult to trap a god. I can't guarantee it, but I just think he isn't. Hanfei was very suspicious now. How can you be sure about it? Old Yuan is so good at acting. After Hanfei finished asking, the Nine-Giant God Turtle asked, why are there so many perfected star transformation realm and peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators here? Even the divine beasts and ferocious beasts are here? Hanfei didn't hide anything about this matter. He replied, Old Yuan said that he would reshape his body, but he didn't come out for such a long time. I couldn't rashly barge into Puppet City, so I could only instigate the major factions in the infinite mining area to come here to find the inheritance ground. On one hand, I could force the demon vanquishing tree to submit, and on the other hand, I could clean up the bloody hand mine devils in the demon purification stream. Who knew that the demon vanquishing tree would disappear? These people were forced by the bloody hand to rush into Puppet City, so it became like this. The Nine-Giant God Turtle said, there are 3 walls of purification in Puppet City. One is the barrier, one is the inner city gate, and the other is the moat. I didn't expect that they failed to completely block the ominous. The ominous took the opportunity to break the barrier in the outer city. Han Fei frowned. Why can't even the 3 walls of purification stop the ominous? The 9-giant god turtle explained, that's what's scary about the ominous. Its existence is invisible. If you're infected by the ominous and don't purify it immediately, it will try its best to hide in your body. Sometimes, it's hidden in your emotions. You've already purified it, but as your emotions fluctuate, it breeds again. Sometimes, it's hidden in your memories. Perhaps you're fine now, but when you remember something one day, it will quietly appear and grow up. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched when he heard this. How many creatures in the sea realm have been contaminated by the ominous? The 9-giant god turtle said, it's hard to track the ominous at first, and it lacks propagation ability. And when it has propagation ability, it has probably already attracted attention. Therefore, once an ominous event happens in the sea realm, it will immediately cause strong masters to take action. After that, the 9-giant god turtle said leisurely, back then, in the sea realm, gods stood side by side, and great monarchs often appeared. I wonder what the sea realm is like 1,000,000 years after the battle of the gods. Han Fei took a deep look at the 9-giant god turtle and said, well, senior, there are no gods in the sea realm anymore. The 9-giant god turtle tilted its head and looked at Han Fei. After thinking for a moment, it shook its head slightly. How can you know if the gods are here or not? Han Fei didn't argue with him. Since the battle of the gods had disappeared. According to Chu Hao, as well as the time fragments he saw from the time temple, the gods must have gone to fight the ominous and never come out again. However, the 9-giant god turtle had been sleeping for too long, so it didn't know much about the current sea realm. There was no need for him to explain to this big turtle now. Now the outer city was in an emergency, but this big turtle still had the time to chat with him. Was he serious? Han Fei couldn't help but say, Senior, the ominous outside. The 9-giant god turtle's body had almost completely surfaced at this moment. He said indifferently, actually, I've always felt that it was this city that dragged him down. In the past, I had argued with him countless times because of this. Now Puppet City is empty except for some puppets living a life of self-deception. Then just let it be destroyed. He has come back himself and didn't do anything, did he? He just left Puppet City to you. Left it to me? Han Fei was a little surprised. Did the old turtle really leave the city to him? The 9-giant god turtle said, otherwise, how do you think you can cross the god-drowning river, enter the god-gazing cave, and loot the star sea mystic sand and the minerals? Han Fei was lost for words. Didn't you just break the seal? How did you know that these things were in my pocket? The 9-giant god turtle said, it's not that hard to guess, because you're the third person to enter the god-gazing cave, besides me and the demon vanquishing tree. If you didn't take it, who did? I don't blame you. Since this city has been left to you, those petty treasures are certainly yours. Han Fei was immediately refreshed. Since this city has been left to me, I should defend it even more, shouldn't I? Han Fei thought to himself, damn it. In this huge city, there were countless mineral puppets, various sophisticated arrays, and various cultivation fields. If they were all destroyed, he would shed tears. Han Fei's face changed. Senior, I must defend this city. The nine-giant god turtle asked, how do you defend it? Han Fei asked, don't we still have you? The nine-giant god turtle said, I'm looking forward to the destruction of this city. In this way, when Mystic Marshall learns of it, he may be able to put it down, get his epiphany, and become a god. So, why should I guard it? Han Fei had been choked. This was awkward. If the nine-giant god turtle didn't help him, how could he defend the city? Han Fei said, Senior, since the city is left to me, I think I should have the right to control the puppets here, right? The nine-giant god turtle said, oh. The puppets. Go to the cultivation field in his chamber and take a look. If there's time, you can try to defend this city. If you defend it, this city will be yours and have nothing to do with Mystic Marshall. It's best if you can't defend it. When the bloody hand breaks through the inner city and sweeps over, I'll take action. This is the best solution. Han Fei was lost for words. Best solution? Yes, you are a strong master. And you are awesome. You abandoned such a big city without hesitation, but I want it. Our human race doesn't have a city of our own in the sea realm yet. Han Fei asked again, Senior, can I enter the cultivation field in his chamber? The nine-giant god turtle said, who knows? Since he has left you so many resources and even this city, he probably will let you in. You may have to hurry up. The spiritual barrier in the outer city has been broken. Once the inner city gate and the moat are broken and I have to fight the bloody hand, this city will basically be destroyed. Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. He fused his twin bodies and disappeared from the god-gazing cave. This nine-giant god turtle was also a person of character. It could be seen that he had a good relationship with the great monarch Mystic Marshall, Old Yuan. He spoke so casually and even made decisions for Old Yuan. No wonder Old Yuan pretended to be the nine-giant god turtle. After his twin bodies fused, Han Fei activated the vast ocean navigator in his hand, which quickly pointed in a direction. Now Han Fei had no time to care about anything else, but run at his full speed. The nine-giant god turtle looked in the direction where Han Fei left and said casually, is this the person you chose? He looks very strong indeed. Few people in the same realm can defeat him. But which path did you lead him to? Achoo! In a remote corner of the infinite mining area, a young man and a treeman were struggling to walk in the terrifying energy storm. The young man said, Little demon vanquishing. Han Fei's clone was killed by this wind. Do you think he will blame me when he sees me in the future? The demon vanquishing tree said, Of course not. As a follower of the great monarch, why should he complain? Yes, this young man was Old Yuan, who had rebuilt his body. At this moment, he laughed. Little demon vanquishing, you're wrong. This kid won't become my follower. My guess is that the god-gazing cave has been hollowed out by him. I just don't know how he reacted when he saw the nine-giant god turtle. The demon vanquishing tree said, Great monarch, in order to get the star sea mystic sand, you almost died, but you gave it to him just like that? Old Yuan said, just give it to him. The nine-giant god turtle is right. I cared too much in the past. If it weren't for Puppet City, how could I be trapped in the God-fiend sea? Humans have weaknesses when they have something to worry about. Now I finally fulfilled the 9 giant god turtles' wish. He always wants to destroy Puppet City. I just don't know if Han Fei can defend it. The demon vanquishing tree said, "Why didn't you see him before you left?" Once Master 9 Giant reappears, it may be the last bloom of his life. Old Yuan said, "If I don't see him one last time, he'll always be alive in my heart. But if I do, all I feel will be sorrow when I think of him." Puppet City. Han Fei didn't have much time left. He had stayed too long in the god-gazing cave. After more than a day, he didn't know what happened to the Northern Expedition Army, the divine beasts, and the ferocious beasts outside. However, Puppet City was only so big. It was completely possible for a real strong master to reach this place, just like how someone reached the drowning river. However, on Han Fei's way to the cultivation ground in the Palace of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, he found that many roads he passed had been completely cleared. The buildings on both sides of some roads had been pierced through. For example, an inn had half collapsed. When Han Fei passed by, fragments fell. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Did someone else know where the sleeping chamber was? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yes, the bloody hand knew it. The ominous hid in someone's body. This person must have known the existence of the cultivation field in the sleeping chamber via the consciousness of the great monarch bloody hand. Therefore, they pushed all the way there, and it was definitely impossible for 1 or 2 people to push all the way there. This meant that the person who was contaminated by the ominous must have brought a large number of strong masters with him. Who was this person exactly? Han Fei thought that all the perfected star transformation realm cultivators were suspects, but the most suspicious ones were still the Dao Lock level cultivators. In fact, it didn't make much sense for the ominous to pollute the perfected star transformation realm cultivators. In this northern expedition, the perfected star transformation realm cultivators were actually useless. It was the leaders and strong masters of the factions that were useful. There were no more than 300 such people in the Northern Expedition Army, and there shouldn't be many of them among the Divine Beast and Ferocious Beast. He had to make the best use of his time. When the time came, he would see who was leading the people here. With the help of the vast ocean navigator, this person would have nowhere to hide. Han Fei didn't have the time to walk around, so when he encountered any obstacles, he would either penetrate them or jump over the roof. This was definitely a different path from the people who were going to the cultivation field in the sleeping chamber. After learning the rules here, they had to find a way first, so they moved relatively slowly. However, if he wanted to catch up with those people, he naturally couldn't find them one by one. Between 2 points, a straight line was the shortest. When Han Fei encountered a large group of buildings that looked like a trial field, he turned into an archer puppet and jumped to the roof of the buildings. The moment Han Fei rushed on the roof, the response mechanisms in all directions were activated. After only 2 seconds, many archer puppets appeared one after another and looked at him. The archer puppets didn't seem to understand why one of their kind was running wildly. However, as one of the strongest professional guardian puppets, after watching for 4 or 5 seconds, they suddenly raised their longbows at Han Fei. Hiss, have I been seen through? When 7 or 8 archer puppets attacked him, Han Fei knew that he must have been exposed, although he didn't know how he was exposed. Was it because He was too arrogant and jumped on the roof. Seeing this, Han Fei had to accelerate and no longer pretended. At this time, thousands of blue arrows were aimed at him. Han Fei didn't fight back. Before the arrows came, he had already crossed dozens of streets. The moment he landed, Han Fei's appearance changed again. He turned into an armor puppet and entered the building beside him. The puppets of Puppet City seemed to be somewhere between conscious and unconscious. They would rest and go to work. Han Fei took a closer look. Wasn't this a damn casino? There were many large tables here, and there were hundreds of puppets gathered here. Among them, there were armor puppets, shield puppets, archer puppets, and giant puppets. However, at this moment, these puppets were numbly placing bets at the gambling table. Han Fei was about to go in, when someone stopped him. Han Fei turned around and saw a chip exchange office. It seemed that if he wanted to enter the casino, he had to exchange for chips. First, what were the chips to be exchanged for? Han Fei threw out 10 level 7 minerals at once. In front of the counter, a puppet quickly pushed out 3 boxes. Han Fei looked at it quietly, only to see that it was filled with small cards, which were respectively made of level 5, level 6, and level 7 minerals. It seemed that there were different kinds of chips that could be exchanged for level 7 minerals. Han Fei tapped the level 6 mineral card, and the mineral puppet gave Han Fei 100 cards. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The exchange rate was 110. It seemed that he was quite rich. On this side, Han Fei took the chips and turned around to enter the casino. This time, no one stopped him. When Han Fei came to the gambling table, he casually placed a stack of 10-card chips at the 16-time odds. At this moment, there was a strange sound at the door, and 6 archer puppets came in one after another and stood at the door of the casino. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Are you kidding me? How can you find me? He had thought that when the mineral puppets entered these buildings, it was off time and they would have their own leisure time after work. But who knew that there would be a surprise inspection? The casino fell into silence, and all the puppets looked at the door. The archer puppets at the door scanned around but didn't find anyone with a problem. After they and the puppets in the casino stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, these archer puppets left. Clatter. At this time, there was a noise on the table. Han Fei lowered his head and found that he didn't win. But it didn't matter. He just lost some money. But he couldn't cause trouble here. If the people in the casino hated him, they might take the initiative to attack him. In the following bets, Han Fei only won once and lost 10 times. He had soon lost all his chips. But he didn't panic at all. After losing all his chips, he turned around and left. When Han Fei went out, he found that the archer puppets had all disappeared. This time, Han Fei learned his lesson. He was discovered earlier probably because he was too fast and anxious. He clearly had an innate advantage. Even if he moved slowly, he would be faster than those people who attacked street by street. Therefore, Han Fei transformed into an archer puppet again, but this time, he mostly jumped on the roof of buildings and examined it like those archer puppets. Then, he jumped over a few buildings and walked on the ground. After a while, he jumped on another building and examined it again, looking like a real archer puppet. It only took Han Fei 2 hours to walk a long distance. 4 hours later, Han Fei caught up with a team made of perfected star Transformation realm cultivators and led by dozens of leaders and strong masters in the Northern Army. There were about 50 people in total in this team. Yes, in the inner city, most people probably couldn't cross that moat. It would be good if 50% of them could cross it. As for these 50%, some were distributed among the various trial grounds along the way, some were attracted by some shops along the streets, and some were blocked by the puppets. Only half of them could go to the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber. In other words, this number definitely didn't exceed 3,000. At this moment, when Han Fei jumped to the top of the building, someone immediately noticed. Not good. It's an archer. Break through quickly. Someone said, are we taking the right path? Logically speaking, since the front has been cleared by those strong masters, we shouldn't encounter these patrolling puppets again. The team leader said, these patrol teams might be chasing the people in front, but failed to catch up with them. Now that archers have appeared, there will only be more and more of them. Whether this road is right or not, we have to move forward quickly. When Han Fei heard their conversation, he thought to himself, these people must have followed the people in front here, and they didn't know if they were taking the right path. Obviously, these people wanted to take advantage of others, so they took the route others had taken. Han Fei just glanced at them and then jumped to the other side. Seeing that Han Fei had left, someone asked, then why didn't the archer attack us? Someone said, maybe he found other people? Another 2 hours passed. Han Fei finally caught up with a large group of people, but he didn't even look at them this time, because he wouldn't attack these people now. Their goal was the cultivation field in the palace, so was his. Although he didn't know the situation in the outer city, he knew that puppet city was short of troops. This was because he found that there were fewer puppets along the way. Furthermore, he often saw some puppets coming out of those buildings, transforming into armored soldiers, and heading towards the outer city. There was clearly a fight in the rear, so no one cared about the people in front. Or maybe, they knew that even if these people went to the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber, they couldn't enter. But at this moment, Han Fei had no time to think about it. Finally, on the 4th hour after he came out of the god-gazing cave, Han Fei arrived at the foot of a mountain. When he arrived, he found that no puppets were guarding here, just like in the god-gazing cave. Furthermore, hundreds of people had already arrived here first. They were even climbing up the mountain. However, above their heads, there was a huge turtle shell array floating, so it was extremely difficult for these people to walk. Han Fei recognized the array at a glance. Turtle shell sky ceiling technique. Han Fei had always thought that the turtle shell sky ceiling technique was only used to seal a space. In fact, it was not true. The turtle shell sky ceiling technique here was abnormally large, and it pressed down on a group of Dao lock-level powerhouses, who moved very slowly as if they were resisting infinite pressure. Among these people, the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts accounted for 80%. And there were only 23 strong masters from the 100 alliances. Among them, Han Fei only knew Wu Xuan and the old man from the divine capital dynasty. There were also a few leaders and strong masters of the top 10 factions, and the rest were the strong masters who had hidden in their teams and didn't expose their strength. Han Fei returned to his human form. He couldn't help but sneer. This cultivation ground was not prepared for you in the first place. Even if you can climb up, so what? Han Fei casually stepped into the turtle shell sky ceiling technique. The moment he entered the array, everyone looked back. It turned out that they didn't know about Han Fei's arrival before, so this turtle shell sky ceiling technique still had the power to seal a certain space. The inside and outside of the array were two different worlds. Even Han Fei felt infinite gravity, not on the body, but on the mind. This was a suppression of will, a suppression of the Tao heart. This suppression effect was 10 times or 100 times stronger than the physical suppression. When Han Fei came in, many people frowned. Wang Xiaojiu, the big cat, said in shock, "He's here. He's here. I couldn't believe he didn't come until now." When Han Fei arrived, everyone was nervous. Han Fei was the real initiator of this northern expedition and had many secrets. Who knew what Han Fei would do? Again? Han Fei couldn't be more familiar with the turtle shell heaven sealing array. Although this turtle shell heaven sealing array was a little different, when he raised his head, an invincible will descended, and many Tao patterns even surrounded Han Fei's feet. He strode forward and quickly climbed the mountain. How is that possible? As for the divine beasts, a one-legged Kuei bull was shocked. In terms of anti-pressure ability, no one was stronger than him. But even he had to take a break with every step. But Han Fei took one step after another as if he was entering a place without anyone. Wu Shuang asked Han Fei telepathically, "Where have you been? I thought you were already up here." Han Fei said, "I have something personal to tend to." "But who brought you here?" Wu Shuang said, "Imbued, from the ferocious beasts." He said that he felt the attraction of a top bloodline in this direction. When we came, there were more than 200 of us, but we encountered 3 powerful level 8 strength type puppets that blocked our way. Nearly 100 of us died before we could kill them. Imbued? Han Fei's face changed slightly. Imbued was the leader of the ferocious beasts. This time, although he hadn't shown his full strength yet, he was definitely not weak since he could command nearly 4,000 ferocious beasts in this northern expedition. Even Lin Ku, who he killed, had 4 Tao locks. Imbued should have at least 5 Tao locks. Although strong masters with 5 locks usually wouldn't come to the infinite mining area, they lived in the infinite mining area in the first place. Not to mention 5 Tao locks, Han Fei was almost certain that there must be monarchs in the camp of the ferocious beasts. Now, it was Imbued who judged that this direction was abnormal. According to normal logic, Imbued should have just brought his own people. Why did he bring the people from the 100 Alliance City and the divine beasts too? Han Fei asked, "Then how did you meet Imbued and the divine beasts?" Wu Shuang was a little puzzled, wondering why Han Fei was so interested in Imbued. She said, "Not long after we entered the city. Because of the ambush of countless arrows, the crowd dispersed, but the strong reacted faster and quickly gathered together. Although we separated temporarily, our goal was the same. We all headed towards the center of the inner city. We met Imbued by a circular lake. At that time, the ferocious beasts were fighting with the puppet guards, which alarmed us and the divine beasts. Then Imbued pointed out the direction, indicating that it was difficult going forward and the ferocious beasts couldn't survive alone, and saying that we should put aside our grudges for the time being and go to the center first." Han Fei thought to himself, how could he know where to go from the moat? Come on, the moat is far away from here, and it's impossible to use perception in the inner city. He is not little black and little white. Even if he has the abilities of little black and little white, there are still many trial grounds in the inner city. Why didn't he go to the God-gazing cave? Logically speaking, the God-gazing cave is a huge treasure trove, and there is the 9-giant god turtle there. Why didn't he sense it? Han Fei said, "Don't get too close to Immojo. If I guess right, some of you have been corrupted by the consciousness of the great monarch Bloody Hand." Which means the ominous. Wu Shuang's pupils were constricted slightly, and she secretly took a breath. But then she said, "When we passed the river, some people were purified by the light in the river. Can't the 3 consecutive purifications cleanse the ominous power?" Han Fei, it's hard to say. Ordinary ominous powers might be purified, but the consciousness of the great monarch Bloody Hand is at the level of a monarch. Wu Shuang frowned slightly. Got it. After warning Wu Shuang, Han Fei no longer hesitated and strode forward. The turtle shell sealing heaven array could stop others, but not him. With a few leaps, Han Fei passed many people and was sprinting quickly towards the mountain. This scene shocked many people. Someone was shocked. How can he be so fast and not be affected by this terrifying suppressing pressure at all? Someone's expression changed drastically. Not good. The human butcher must have known this place well in advance and had a way to deal with this suppressing pressure. Someone said telepathically, "Everyone, we can't let him go up first." Maybe the human butcher has the key to the top of the mountain. If we let him go up, we won't have any inheritance. At this time, Wang Xiaojiu shouted, "Brother human butcher, take me with you. I have chatted with you all the way and made a deep friendship with you. Please help me." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Who the hell made a deep friendship with you? Han Fei said, "Everyone, the opportunities in the world belong to the fated. I think you should have gained a lot from this trip. If you hadn't come to this place, you would have gained more. However, the real opportunities can't be shared by so many people. Therefore, I'll take my leave first." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei passed Wang Xiaojiu and Wu Shuang. At this time, Immojo roared, "If you want to surpass us, you'll have to see if you have the ability." Buzz. 5 colored lights appeared on Immojo's body, and 5 chains floated on the surface of his body. Bang! 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 Yes, Han Fei's arrival finally made Immojo panic. He had planned to put on a good show, but now that Han Fei was here, he couldn't care less. His goal was Puppet City. Although Puppet City was full of puppet guards now, there were definitely still many more puppets in Puppet City. Once he took control of Puppet City, he would be able to release all the puppets. Then, when the puppet army was all polluted by the ominous, he could lead the army to encroach on the infinite mining area, which would provide him with infinite power. At that time, he would be able to break through the shackles of the monarch realm at any time. When the entire infinite mining area was filled with the ominous power, it would be enough for him to become a super strong great monarch or even become a god. Everyone was dumbfounded to see that Immojo had unlocked 5 Dao locks. Wang Xiaojiu shouted, "Immojo, are you crazy? How many times have you opened your Dao locks?" Now all 5 of them have been opened. With your current strength, it is extremely difficult to lock them again. At that time, you will have to face the monarch-level tribulation. Immojo shouted, "Aren't we cultivating to break through the shackles?" Now, the inheritance of the great monarch must be on the mountain. With his inheritance, I can prove Tao at any time. If I don't fight now, when will I? Buzz. When all the 5 Tao locks were activated, the turtle shell heaven ceiling array could no longer suppress imbued. And at this moment, Han Fei and Wu Shuang both understood that imbued had been corroded by the ominous. This kind of absolute suppression of will couldn't be completely broken through by unsealing the Tao locks. Imbued could completely break through because he had the will of a great monarch. Otherwise, at most, his strength would have skyrocketed, but he still wouldn't have been able to resist the suppression. In the blink of an eye, a pair of black wings unfolded on Imbued's back. The black feathers were like a tide and slashed at Han Fei like billions of knife lights. Han Fei, on the other hand, frowned. He didn't dare to use the void-stealing technique on imbued. He could use it on a monarch, but it didn't mean that he could steal the will of a great monarch. If he did it, the instantaneous backlash might kill him. Han Fei activated his great Tao and increased his combat power by 6 times. Facing Imbued's ferocious black-feathered storm, he rapped the extreme cold pearl with the silencing fist and punched out. Ka ka ka. The torrent of the power of the carefree realm was unstoppable even if imbued fully unleashed his strength. Therefore, everyone saw that the endless black feathers froze in the air and then shattered. Bang! Just when everyone thought that imbued would be penetrated by Han Fei, a black demonic pill appeared in front of imbued. The power in this pill poured out like a starbead blow of a sky-opening realm powerhouse. As for a 5 Tao lock level powerhouse, except for the fact that their laws were not as good as monarchs, he could fight them. This blow collided with the silencing fist. Although most of the power was swallowed by the mountain, it still caused ripples that made the surrounding people unsteady. Those who were close had to burn their bloodlines to resist this explosion. Puff. 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 Many people vomited blood and looked horrified. This was not a collision of the power of the sky-opening realm. This was a battle between monarchs. Imbued was also covered in blood, but he said, "I'd like to see if your ultra-quality godly weapon can unleash such power again." Han Fei had no more scruples. He simply shouted, "Imbued, or to be exact, Great Monarch Bloody Hand, do you really think you are still the Great Monarch? Bloody Hand from back then? You are just a fragment of his consciousness. After 1,000,000 years, I'd like to see how strong you can be." What? Who is it? Great Monarch Bloody Hand? Imbued's face turned cold. How did he know? Impossible. Hidden in the countless bloody hands, he launched a sneak attack on imbued almost in an instant. No one could discover it. How did this person discover him? Wang Xiaojie was stunned. Hey, is there a misunderstanding here? Imbued is from our ferocious beasts and has never been here before. Human butcher, are you mistaken? Han Fei snorted coldly. Don't forget, the great monarch Bloody Hand could have surrounded and killed everyone, but why did he drive the Northern Expedition Army into Puppet City? Have you figured out the fundamental reason why you can be here? Who suggested you come here? How did he know what was here? Use your brains. Don't count money for the one who sells you. Hearing what Han Fei said, many people were stunned and then immediately activated their secret techniques, burning their bloodlines, and quickly avoiding imbued. Among the divine beasts, the white tiger roared, "Human butcher, do you mean that he has been corroded by the ominous? But on this trip, Puppet City has unleashed the power of purification many times." But in the next moment, the white tiger fell silent. If he were a great monarch, would he really be unable to avoid this power of purification? Emojo said, "Nonsense. Go to hell." 2607, the Emperor Sparrow reappears, Great Monarch Mystic 1, 2 in 1. Regardless of whether Emojo had been corrupted by the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, no matter how he tried to defend himself, it was useless. Han Fei had thrown out such a bombshell. Even if others wouldn't believe him completely, they wouldn't trust Emojo anymore. Besides, as Han Fei said, the Great Monarch Bloody Hand could have controlled the Bloody Hand Mind Devil army to besiege them, but he didn't. This was understood as a trial. However, Han Fei had given a new explanation. Then, what if all of this was not a trial? Emojo's eyes glowed red as if a falcon was attacking Han Fei's soul. However, Han Fei's body only trembled for a moment before he was slapped away by Emojo's wings. But halfway through, Han Fei came back to himself, grabbed a saber from the void, and slashed at Emojo. The others didn't feel it, but the ferocious beasts were shocked. The mad soul strike was blocked so easily? It must be noted that besides speed, Emojo's greatest strength was the power of his soul. However, the power he was so proud of had no effect on Han Fei, and the latter continued to attack Emojo. The ferocious beasts were shocked. Emojo shouted, "Everyone, this mountain is the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Inside is the inheritance of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Whether I can get it or not, the human butcher is sinister and cunning. Who knows who he is, where he comes from, and why he wants to snatch the treasure left by Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? You don't know anything, but you just believe his nonsense?" Han Fei said, "I'm insidious and cunning? Better than you, who are possessed by the ominous. The outer city should have been occupied by the army of the Bloody Hand Mind Devils by now, right? You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. It won't be long before everyone sees clearly whether you are corroded by the ominous or not." Han Fei was unwilling to fight Emojo. His goal was to rush to the top of the mountain. However, Emojo certainly wouldn't let him. Once Han Fei went up, all his plans might be ruined. No matter what, Han Fei had to stay. Therefore, the two began to fight fiercely again. After all, Han Fei hadn't condensed a Dao lock yet. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting a strong master of 5 Dao locks, he couldn't stop him for the time being. In particular, he couldn't use the void-stealing technique on Emojo, which was a big problem. As for the divine techniques, the ultimate hammer, the star fist technique, the god-sealing spear, the draw technique, the saber-drawing technique, and the yin-yang reincarnation saber, Han Fei used all the great techniques he could use, but he still couldn't suppress Emojo. He only fought Emojo to a draw. However, this also made Han Fei realize a problem. That was, Emojo was only corroded by the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, but it was definitely not all the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. Otherwise, if the Great Monarch Bloody Hand really attacked him, if he didn't use the green jade stone bridge, there was nothing he could do to him. Then, since the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand wasn't all here, it meant that he was in the outer city. Therefore, Emojo was actually not the most anxious one. This was because once the outer city was destroyed and the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand entered the inner city, it would be terrifying. If that person descended, he wouldn't be able to shake it unless he used his trump card. Han Fei roared and fully activated his great Dao, unleashing 6 times the combat power. Of course, he could also activate the invincible eyes, but this was too recognizable. He didn't want others to know his true identity yet. At this moment, no one dared to interfere anymore. How could the human butcher still become stronger in such a situation? It seemed that he was really going all out. Seeing that, Wu Shuang said to the others telepathically, "Let's retreat." Retreat? Someone was surprised. "Master Wu Shuang, we're already here." They're restraining each other. "We should go up." Wu Shuang said, "Listen to me. Retreat." Other people didn't trust Han Fei, but she did. But she knew that if Imbued was the great monarch Bloody Hand, then Han Fei couldn't be his opponent. Even if they were evenly matched, this place had become the main battlefield. No one knew how many trump cards the two of them had not used. In the end, this was no longer a battlefield of the sky-opening realm. If they didn't retreat now, once the two used their trump cards, or the great monarch Bloody Hand really revived, they wouldn't be able to retreat even if they wanted to. Seeing that Wu Shuang was retreating, Bai Fei, from the divine beasts, frowned and said, "Ignore them. Their battle has loosened the suppressing power here. Let's go up." On this side, Han Fei managed to suppress Imbued and took out the extreme cold pearl again, which made Imbued's face change drastically. He shouted, "Human butcher, if I can't go up, neither can you. It's better to let them go up." After that, Imbued's glabella squirted out a bloody light, which soared to the sky. The turtle shell sky ceiling technique was actually cracked by this force. At that moment, the seal loosened and was about to break. Imbued's body glowed with red light, and a powerful will burst out of Imbued and pressed towards Han Fei. Everybody was shocked to see that. Bai Fei shouted, "Not good. He's really possessed by the ominous." Having no time to think, Wu Shuang roared, "Retreat." At that moment, Imbued stretched out a hand that reached into the sky, which could be considered a self-exposing of his identity. He no longer had any scruples, but shouted in a dignified voice, "How dare you, a mere sky opener, try to stop me, a great monarch? Since you know that I've been tainted by the ominous, how dare you fight me? I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be corroded by the ominous." At this moment, Han Fei felt great pressure. It was too strong. At that moment, he felt as if he was facing an unparalleled existence. Tweet. Just as the boundless blood was about to envelop Han Fei, he suddenly heard a cry. A big black bird soared into the sky from Han Fei's body. Clatter. The emperor sparrow spread its wings, and black smoke billowed. A large amount of ominous power was swallowed by the emperor sparrow. The great monarch Bloody Hand roared, "Impossible." Bai Fei exclaimed, It's the emperor sparrow, the king of ferocious beasts." Not good, the emperor sparrow has revived. The ferocious beasts, including Wang Xiaojiu, were all dumbfounded. The emperor sparrow? At that moment, the brains of all the ferocious beasts were buzzing. The name of the emperor sparrow was like thunder ringing in the ears. It had disappeared for millions of years, but they didn't expect it to appear in such a way at this moment. A ferocious beast said, Gio, what should we do?" At this time, Imbued was possessed by the great monarch Bloody Hand, and the leader of the ferocious beasts became Wang Xiaojiu. No matter how unreliable Wang Xiaojiu was, at this moment, he was the strongest ferocious beast. Without a pillar of support, the other ferocious beasts could only ask Wang Xiaojiu. Wang Xiaojiu was also shocked and dumbfounded. The Emperor Sparrow? On the way here, she had told Han Fei about the Emperor Sparrow. Who the hell knew that she would see the Emperor Sparrow in person so soon? Stunned for a moment, Wang Xiaojiu shouted, "Boss, we're family. We won't disturb you and will retreat first. You must believe that we will definitely stand on your side." While shouting to stand on the side of the Emperor Sparrow, Wang Xiaojiu called all the ferocious beasts to retreat. Although the Emperor Sparrow was the king of ferocious beasts, none of the ferocious beasts of their era had ever seen the horror of the Emperor Sparrow. They had only heard countless rumors that the Emperor Sparrow itself was the ominous. From the looks of it, it was hard to say who was the ominous, so they couldn't decide which side to stand on. At Wang Xiaojiu's command, the ferocious beasts retreated quickly, leaving the battlefield to Han Fei and Emojiu. Wu Shuang's mouth widened. Was this Han Fei's trump card? Wasn't this trump card too terrifying? This thing hadn't appeared for a million years back. Then, it was an existence that led all the prehistoric ferocious beasts, and could even fight gods. However, why did the Emperor Sparrow seem to have become Han Fei's companion spirit? As for the others, they all panicked and wished that they had 8 legs. An ancient great monarch and an ancient ferocious beast king were fighting. What did it have to do with them? On the side of the divine beasts, Bai Fei was also panicked, but as the leader of the divine beasts, he had to make a judgment at this moment. Should they ignore the two and continue to go up? Should they retreat and not fight? Or should they join the battle? A black sheep shouted, "Bai Fei, we have to kill the Emperor Sparrow. Even if the infinite mining area is contaminated by the ominous, monarchs will take action. But once the Emperor Sparrow appears, our divine beast lineage will fall into an endless war." The golden deer roared, "Bai Fei, fight." Emojiu shouted, "Bai Fei, this Emperor Sparrow hasn't proven his Tao yet. Now is the best time to kill him. If you don't attack him now, once the Emperor Sparrow proves his Tao, the king of ferocious beasts can return at any time. Now with me suppressing him, it's the best time for you to kill him." Bai Fei's expression changed. He was tempted, too tempted. Killing the Emperor Sparrow was a great thing. The death of the Emperor Sparrow meant that the ferocious beasts would be silent forever. Han Fei shouted, "Wang Xiaojiu, why are you running? Who can kill me here? If you run now, aren't you afraid that I will take revenge on you someday?" Wang Xiaojiu was confused. What the f*ck does this have to do with me? Besides, you are the Emperor Sparrow. You are very strong. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Bai Fei shouted in a low voice, "As divine beasts, we do what we should and don't do what we shouldn't. Don't forget the warnings of the gods of the sea realm. No matter when or where, don't stand with the ominous. Everyone, follow me out of here and up the mountain." Wang Xiaojiu was overjoyed. "Look, we don't have to fight." Han Fei was speechless, but Bai Fei was a decent man. He felt that if he were in Bai Fei's position, he might have attacked the Emperor Sparrow long ago. However, Han Fei never thought that there was another rumor about the Emperor Sparrow, which was admitted by the demon purification pot. Whoever killed the Emperor Sparrow would die. Fei was not stupid. On one hand, he might not be able to kill the Emperor Sparrow. Even if he could, he would probably die. If he killed the Emperor Sparrow, who would do this loss-making business? Fuse. Han Fei made a prompt decision and fused with the Emperor Sparrow. In the next moment, he was immersed in the ominous blood qi, crazily swallowing the ominous power. At the same time, Han Fei pointed at Imbued. Cause and effect twisting. Backlash. Buzz. Imbued's strength stagnated, and one of his eyes became sober again. Then, Mo. Jiao shouted, Wang Xiaojiao, help me pass on a message. Just say that I, Mo. Jiao, will not yield even in death. Ah. At that moment, the power in Imbued's body was chaotic. He was going to blow himself up. Everyone could see that. Yes, Han Fei used the cause and effect twisting technique. This battle started because the great monarch bloody hand corroded Imbued and possessed his soul. Han Fei twisted it, causing uncertain consequences, causing the remnant soul of the great monarch bloody hand to immediately suffer a backlash. Bang! Under the impact of the two forces in his body, Imbued exploded on the spot. With a bang, his flesh, blood, and soul were quickly absorbed by the mountain. Imbued knew that he had no chance of survival. Even if he survived, he would still be used by the ominous. However, he never expected that he would die like this. Although he was reluctant, he didn't let the ominous get its way in. The end. Stupid. When Imbued detonated himself, the remnant soul of great monarch Bloodhand exploded too. In Puppet City, outside the cultivation ground of great monarch Mystic Marshal's chamber, the remnant soul couldn't escape. Instead, it was attracted by the array patterns on the mountain. The Emperor Sparrow, on the other hand, had no scruples and pecked at the remnant soul. Different from others, this wisp of the remnant soul was evil and extremely polluted. The Emperor Sparrow was born with the power to suppress it. Otherwise, wouldn't the title of King of Ferocious Beasts be undeserved? Gulp. Wang Xiaojiao and the other ferocious beasts all swallowed saliva. Although the death of Imbued inevitably made them sad, the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow made them temporarily forget their pain and only feel shock. A ferocious beast muttered, "Isn't that the remnant soul of a great monarch?" A ferocious beast echoed blankly, "That's right. He hasn't proven Dao yet, but he's already eating a great monarch." Then, what if he has proven Dao? A ferocious beast shivered. I'm told that when the Emperor Sparrow was the king of the prehistoric ferocious beasts, he had to eat 3 meals a day. Every meal, he had to eat 7 or 8 ferocious beasts. Is this true? Wang Xiaojiao glanced at him. Nonsense, how can you slander Lord Emperor Sparrow like this? What I heard was that he eats 1 meal a day, and only 1 ferocious beast a meal. As he spoke, Wang Xiaojiao felt that he was trembling. Eating ferocious beasts every day as food was too horrible. If this big shot returned, wouldn't the ferocious beasts be eaten to extinction? At this moment, Han Fei put on a painful expression. Clearly, forcibly. Swallowing the remnant soul of a great monarch was quite a burden on him. If it weren't for his powerful bloodline and powerful physique, if it weren't for the fact that the Emperor Sparrow had fused with him, it was really difficult to say if he would have exploded. In the end, the one who benefited was the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei bore the pain, but he ate the remnant soul of a great monarch. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Wang Xiaojiao and the others. The real Remnant soul of the great monarch bloody hand is coming. You'd better find a place to hide. Wang Xiaojiu straightened up. Yes, we'll go hide now. At this moment, as if he had been granted amnesty, Wang Xiaojiu hurriedly ran away with a group of ferocious beasts. Wu Shuang took a deep look at Han Fei, turned around, and left, shouting, "Everyone, follow me." On the other side, without the restraint of the turtle shell sky ceiling technique, Bai Fei and the others moved faster. However, on this mountain, there was still a faint suppression of will. At this moment, Han Fei's powerful bloodline and his familiarity with the old turtle's suppressing pressure became his absolute advantages. Han Fei rushed up and passed Bai Fei and the others in the blink of an eye. When he passed by Bai Fei, Han Fei said lightly, "You're not bad." Bai Fei snorted coldly. "I don't want to be your enemy today just because this place is full of the ominous. When we meet again, we'll fight you to the death." Han Fei said indifferently, "Don't be so sure. If that day comes, I will definitely spare your life." With that, Han Fei walked past the divine beasts and stepped on the mountain. At the top of the mountain, Han Fei froze the moment he stepped on it. In front of him was a void door, and in front of that door, a puppet holding a 3-foot-long shovel was standing there. What stiffened Han Fei's body was not the strange shovel in his hand, but the puppet, which was actually made of level 9 minerals. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be another powerhouse as strong as the 9 giant god turtle? A level 9 mineral puppet. Although Han Fei didn't know the strength of a puppet of this level, one thing was certain, that it was definitely in the monarch realm. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Seeing that the puppet had no intention of speaking or taking action, he said, "Senior? Would you believe me if I say that I'm very close to great monarch mystic Marshall and he left Puppet City to me?" Han Fei didn't expect the puppet to answer him, but it actually said, "Han Fei? Huh?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "You know me?" However, the level 9 puppet said, "He said you would come." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He said so? Then old Yuan must have said so. Sure enough, old Yuan had already arranged everything. Huff. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved. He walked forward and asked, "Senior, how can I take over Puppet City?" Swish. In an instant, billions of patterns appeared on the top of the mountain. At that moment, the scene in front of Han Fei changed. It was no longer the previous mountain peak, but a sea of stars full of chaotic star fragments. Those who didn't know better would think that they had returned to the scattered star sea. The level 9 puppet was standing not far opposite Han Fei. He said, "Before you take over Puppet City, you need to know what Puppet City is." Han Fei? This level 9 mineral puppet seemed to be of the same species as the 9 giant god turtle, highly intelligent. He said, "I'm the first puppet of Puppet City. You can call me number 1 or Mystic 1. I was originally the only puppet in Puppet City. At that time I met great monarch mystic Marshall in the Sea of Stars and fought the ominous together. Unfortunately, both of us were schemed against and seriously injured. Knowing that I was going to die, I helped Mystic Marshall escape the siege. Later, I did die, but some of my remnant soul was saved by Mystic Marshall. In order to save me, Mystic Marshall found the puppet reincarnation technique to make me a puppet." Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Mystic One said it so casually, but Han Fei could imagine how dangerous the situation was. The way of puppet reincarnation was probably not simple either. Mystic One continued, the way of puppet reincarnation is to transform one's soul into a puppet. However, a puppet is rigid after all and can't be truly flexible. Therefore, the black turtle found the star sea mystic water, which is a magical natural spiritual treasure that can gradually transform a puppet into a physical body. It was even to the extent that once the reincarnation succeeded, the soul and spiritual perception could be preserved. However, the disadvantage was that it was extremely difficult to succeed in reincarnation, and the price of failure was that the soul would forever be locked in a puppet, leaving only some instinctive consciousness and their greatest wish before death. Huh? Upon hearing that, Hanfei was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you mean that these puppets are all made of living people?" Mystic One said, "To be precise, they are half dead, but their souls are forever imprisoned in the puppet bodies. They can only be released after their puppet bodies are corroded by time." Hiss. Hanfei was shocked. If the puppets in this city were all living people, how many strong masters had died in Puppet City in the past? Also, he finally understood why the remnant soul of the ominously corrupted Great Monarch Bloody Hand wanted to attack Puppet City. It was because as long as he corrupted these puppets, he wouldn't die as long as the puppets weren't destroyed. How long would it take to obliterate such a mineral puppet? Tens of millions of years, or even billions of years. At this moment, Hanfei couldn't help but be shocked. He had always regarded puppets as resources, but he didn't expect that they used to be living creatures. Mystic One said emotionlessly, "Actually, dying in battle might not be a bad thing for them. However, since they have chosen to reincarnate, their will is to keep fighting. Therefore, whether you are designated by Mystic Marshal or not, you have to be qualified to take over this city and all the puppets in it." First, Hanfei took a deep breath. "What kind of qualifications?" Mystic One said, "First of all, you have to prove your potential. You have to prove that you're qualified to lead them. If you're not qualified to lead them, even if you're designated by Mystic Marshal, you can forget about taking over this city. I have the final say in this matter." Hanfei held his head high, and his heart was stirred. "How can I prove it?" Mystic One said, "First of all, you have to beat me." Hanfei thought to himself, "That's it?" But Mystic One continued, "I used to be a great monarch. When I was in the sky-opening realm, I was invincible. If you take this battle, you're very likely to die." Hanfei's eyelids shivered. Is this guy AF * King Great Monarch? But in the next moment, Hanfei grinned. "So what? I'm invincible in the same realm as you. Even if you were a god before you died, so what? Let's fight." At this moment, Hanfei was excited. Before the battle started, the invincible eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened. Mystic One just looked at Hanfei quietly. "Since you've made your choice, let's fight." Buzz. In an instant, the shovel in Mystic One's hand moved at a speed that exceeded 30 times the speed of light. With a casual slash of the shovel, it cut through the void. Its sharpness seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. If it was 30 times the speed of light, Hanfei was still not afraid. He formed a fist mark and threw out the star explosion fist that he had long prepared. The stars flashed magnificently. The sky-breaking strike could split the sky and the earth. Such power burst out at the same time, twisting the void and enshrouding it in colors. Bang! 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 The shovel detonated the star explosion punch 3 times in a row, and the last blow landed on Han Fei's chest. Puff! Han Fei was sent flying through the starry rocks, and the star fragments along the way all exploded. At that moment, blood spurted out of Han Fei's mouth. His chest, from his right shoulder to his left waist, left a shocking wound. Han Fei's self-proclaimed invincible physique was cut open at this moment, and his bones were almost broken. However, Mystic One's attack did not stop. The shovel failed to kill Han Fei, and a second blow followed. At this moment, Han Fei was utterly excited. Han Fei roared, "As I said, I'm invincible in my realm." It was not that Han Fei had never been so seriously injured in battle, but that he was too strong now. So far, no opponent had ever made him feel a sense of danger. When facing Mystic One, Han Fei instinctively threw out the star explosion fist, but after this punch, he felt that although the star explosion fist was the first punch of the star fist technique, it was still extremely powerful. However, in fact, Han Fei was wrong. Mystic One's shovel was very strong. It wasn't that the power Mystic One showed was strong, but that Mystic One's control of power was too excellent. The star explosion fist was suitable to serve as a large-scale offensive fist technique. The silencing fist was equivalent to a single fist technique, but it was more of a realm-level power. His control of pure power was not as good as Mystic One's control of his shovel. Therefore, when he was almost cut open, Han Fei realized that the star explosion fist and the silencing fist were useless. However, the draw technique and all great Daos in one sword were useful. Therefore, when Mystic One slashed at him with his shovel again, Han Fei drew out his saber, strengthened by his invincible will and the scorching power of his origin Great Dao. This strike was also simple and plain, but Han Fei locked the power of this strike with his invincible will. At the moment his punch collided with the shovel, with a clang, Han Fei vomited blood from his 7 orifices. Within 100,000 miles, countless broken stars exploded, and sound wave ripples and energy ripples poured out crazily in all directions. Puff! Han Fei vomited blood again, but this time, he only retreated hundreds of kilometers, and so did Mystic One. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. He used to be a great monarch, but so what? Although he hadn't met any other strong cultivators on the god roll except Zhao Qinglong, he knew that they wouldn't be much stronger than him. There was an upper limit to this realm, and he thought that no one could compare to him in strength. Sure enough, Mystic One turned his head, and his eyes glowed green. He said, "The path of invincibility is indeed not bad. However, how many times can you unleash such power?" Mystic One rushed up, and in the blink of an eye, the shovel in his hand slashed out 1,000 times. Han Fei looked solemn. It was not a big deal to strike 1,000 times in an instant. He could also do it. However, the power of 1,000 strikes was balanced, and every strike was precise. This meant that the other party's control of power was stronger than he thought. The drawing technique couldn't deal with such an attack. Even if Han Fei crazily lowered the requirement of the drawing technique, he couldn't balance 1,000 attacks and deal with the other party so precisely. A warhammer appeared in Han Fei's hand. Although he couldn't use the draw technique 1,000 times in an instant, he still had the ultimate hammer. The ultimate hammer was divided into 2 kinds. The first was the ultimate Strength, which was to pour out all one's strength and destroy the enemy with one strike. The second was the ultimate speed. What mattered wasn't balance, but speed. By continuously striking, the hammer would produce continuous shocks, making the hammer strike stronger and stronger. Knock, knock, knock. Clang. 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 Puff. 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 In the sea of stars, Han Fei and Mystic One fought crazily, and countless layers of ripples poured down crazily. Wherever the two of them passed, star fragments exploded, and the nearest star fragments were shattered into powder. However, if one took a closer look, they would discover that Han Fei's ultimate hammer could only block about 50% of the shovel strikes at first. As for the remaining strikes, even if they were blocked by the invincible will, 30% fell on Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't care at all. With a spurt of energy, the speed of the ultimate hammer finally erupted. In just 3 seconds, from being able to block about 50% of the shovel strikes at first, he could now block 90% of the strikes and even occasionally hit Mystic One. But Han Fei was still at a disadvantage. However, Han Fei's physique was unparalleled. Mystic One could slash out 1,000 times, but the power of the slash couldn't hurt Han Fei. Huh? The supreme divine technique of the human race? Mystic One noticed that although he seemed to have the upper hand, the damage he caused was limited. Although Han Fei's battlesuit was shattered and he was dripping with blood, it was just on the surface. He didn't really hurt Han Fei. After the battle, Han Fei swung the war hammer in his hand, and divine brilliance descended from the sky, enveloping his entire body. The blood all over his body quickly flowed back, and the wounds all over his body were disappearing at a visible speed. Han Fei said, "That's right. It's the human race's supreme divine technique." Mystic One was silent for a moment. "Didn't the person who taught you this divine technique tell you that this path can't be connected to the gods?" Han Fei sneered. "As long as my heart is connected to the gods, I can be connected to the gods. Just because others can't take this path doesn't mean I can't walk the path." Mystic One nodded slightly. "You're not as good as me in power control, but you have a lot of means. However, no matter how many means you have, they're just tricks, not the source of your strength. Now, if you can still resist my following attacks, you'll pass the first test." Han Fei's eyes gradually turned cold as he said coldly, "I'd like to see what your so-called power is." Han Fei waved his hand and the infinity water condensed in his palm, turning into a short knife. Almost at the same time, Mystic One disappeared. The next moment, Han Fei saw a sharp ray of light appear 3 inches in front of him. At this moment, Han Fei knew that every unnecessary movement he made would slow him down. Therefore, Han Fei stood still and raised his saber. The invincible will turned into a golden battle suit that enveloped his body. Clang! Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. The attack he expected didn't come. What he cut off was the sharp edge left by the shovel, cutting through the void. And Mystic One's next attack had already slashed down from above. Han Fei didn't even look up. His invincible will condensed into a sword shadow and soared into the sky. Clang! But what came next was still a void blade. In the next moment, there was a sharp sword thrust in front of him. After 3 consecutive attacks, Han Fei realized that it was not that the other party was fast, but that he could completely keep up with Mystic One's speed. However, Mystic One's control of strength was too precise. For example, if it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to take back the previous 2 blows. Mystic One knew that he could block it, so he didn't plan to defeat him with 1 or 2 attacks. He accurately diverted the power of the first 2 attacks, so that all the subsequent attacks were like this. Han Fei held the saber and pushed with one hand. Sure enough, he cut through a void blade, and the next attack came from the side. At this moment, Han Fei had to admit that he had fallen into the attacking rhythm of Mystic One. The opponent's strength and speed were not stronger or faster than his, but just one blow had caused him to fall into the rhythm of the opponent's attack. In the end, his control of strength was not as good as his. Mystic One had told him this before and told Han Fei in actual combat that if he couldn't find a way to resolve it, he would be killed under the crazy storm of attacks. Yes, at this moment, one of Han Fei's hands drooped naturally. Except for his right hand, he didn't move at all. He was afraid that once he moved and was hurt by Mystic One the first time, there would inevitably be a second time, a third time, and countless times. At this moment, it was definitely impossible to improve his control of strength unless he fell into some kind of epiphany. Epiphany was not easy to get. He had encountered it a few times and benefited a lot. But now his consciousness was absolutely clear, so it was impossible for him to enter a state of epiphany. In the next blow, when Mystic One slashed at him with a shovel, Han Fei still counterattacked. But this time, at the moment the Infinity Water Dagger touched the Void Blade, one attack turned into 2. The intensity of the 2 attacks was exactly the same. One cut through the sharp edge and the other slashed into the void, attacking Mystic One. This was the power that Han Fei had comprehended after swallowing the Time Dao fruit. The Time Arcane technique repeated the same attack in an instant. Han Fei thought that although Mystic One's attack forced him to defend passively, he could only keep attacking and couldn't stop. Once he stopped, his rhythm would be disrupted. Therefore, he needed an additional force to break the balance. Mystic One stopped the moment he activated the Time Arcane technique. In fact, he was quite surprised. He only slashed 4 times, and the 4th time he attacked, his rhythm was disrupted by Han Fei. Mystic One asked, "The Great Tao of Time?" "Yes." Mystic One said, "You passed the first test, but it's just luck that you can pass it. I'm not the strongest among the great monarchs. It's not bad that you have a chance to break my rhythm. But if you meet someone stronger than me one day, or have deeper insights than me, it might be a different result." Han Fei put away the infinity water. "I don't know what kind of opponent I will encounter, but I know that all methods in the world can be cracked. You think I have many and varied methods, but your problem is that your rhythm not only traps the enemy, but also traps you yourself. Because you feel that even if your rhythm is cracked, you will only return to normal combat, so you have no psychological pressure. You are still invincible, so you rely on this rhythm and pursue the ultimate control of strength. You have never failed before because you haven't met anyone who can disrupt your rhythm." Mystic One nodded slightly. "I realized this after I died. I didn't expect my combat rhythm to be cracked by you today. However, I still have to say that your control of power is not good. Just because you can defeat me doesn't mean you are really invincible. After all, not all your opponents will be in the same realm as you." Han Fei grinned. My power control might not be good, but I still won't pursue the so-called power control. What I pursue is the brilliant great Tao, not this kind of small but exquisite control. Mystic One nodded slightly. You do have the bearing of a leader of a race. However, this is only the first test. It's a trial of the ultimate strength. Han Fei frowned. There are many trials of strength in Puppet City. Were they all cultivation fields set up by you? Mystic One nodded without denying it. Han Fei finally understood. It seemed that at least half of this Puppet City was under Mystic One's control in the past. His status was probably similar to the old turtles. He had set up many trials. Even Han Fei had to admit its value now. Although Han Fei didn't pursue the pinnacle of strength, if he could grasp it in passing, it should be able to make up for his weakness of insufficient control of strength. Han Fei asked, "What's the second test?" Mystic One said, "The second test is the Tao heart." Han Fei grinned. The old turtle had emphasized the importance of the Tao heart to him countless times since it parasitized his body. Therefore, when Mystic One mentioned the Tao heart, Han Fei was extremely confident. Mystic One threw him a red bead and said, "Hold this bead. If this bead breaks, I won't let you control Puppet City." Han Fei frowned slightly but still chose to agree. However, as he issued an order in his heart, the Emperor Sparrow descended. The two of them looked at each other, and the Emperor Sparrow understood his meaning. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Don't worry about the trial. With me around, nothing will happen to your body." In the next moment, the Emperor Sparrow fused with Han Fei, and Han Fei's soul consciousness sank into his body. Only then did he take the red bead. Buzz. The moment Han Fei took the bead, his memories suddenly became a little chaotic, as if a person's life had suddenly appeared in his mind. This chaos only lasted for a very short time. The moment Han Fei woke up, he suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting in his ear, "Li Xian, wake up." Han Fei could clearly hear the urgency and nervousness in this voice. He seemed to realize what kind of situation he was in and suddenly came back to himself. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that a mysterious turtle patterned array was floating in the sky. Han Fei was familiar with the voice that was presiding over the array, and this person was none other than the old turtle. However, at this moment, Han Fei's impression of the old turtle was a little strange. He seemed to have forgotten his relationship with the old turtle when he was Han Fei. And his current memory seemed to be telling him that he was Li Xian and was being besieged by a group of ominous strong masters. Outside the array, there were 13 strong masters, including 7 great monarchs. The old turtle roared, "Li Xian, are you feeling better?" Han Fei had no time to think too much. He quickly nodded. "Yes. I cut off part of my soul just now. Fortunately, I wasn't contaminated." The old turtle said with a cold face, "My array can't last long. When I remove the array, let's run together. If we can't escape, we'll fight. Even if we die in battle, we can't be tainted by the ominous." However, an extremely strong idea popped up in Han Fei's mind. He said, "No. We can't escape if we are together." The old turtle asked, "Huh? We don't know where the rescuers are yet. Do you really expect someone to come to save us?" Han Fei, "No, Mystic Marshal. You are a divine turtle bred by the heavens and earth. None of these people can break through your defense. If you leave, there is a high chance that you will survive. As for me, even if I survive, my strength will at most be at the level of a great monarch, or even drop in realm. The old turtle said, Li Xian, you can still cultivate although you cut off part of your soul. But if you go out, you'll definitely die. Since you're not even afraid of death, why are you afraid of running away with me? When you and I become gods, we'll be free to deal with the ominous power. Brother, don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Han Fei smiled. Mystic Marshal, why have you and I cultivated to this point? For longevity? Or for fighting the ominous? Before the old turtle could speak, Han Fei said with a smile, at first, I did it for longevity, and then to become a god. I never thought of fighting the ominous, but it turns out that I have to face the reality now. I've achieved longevity. It's impossible for me to become a god. My heart is on fire. Sorry. I don't want to escape anymore. With that, Han Fei stepped out of the array. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the power he possessed seemed unparalleled. However, the moment he left the array, 7 terrifying suppressing pressures descended on him in a row. Han Fei grinned and raging flames ignited all over his body. That was all his vitality, the blooming of his bloodline. At that moment, Han Fei felt an experience he had never experienced before. With a swing of the shovel, the starry river dimmed, and half of the body of a great monarch-level powerhouse whose body was glowing red was cut off. Kill. One person, one shovel, was so crazy that he didn't care about the consequences. In an instant, he felt like a god, looking down at all living beings, and being invincible. Han Fei didn't hesitate to risk his life, and the pursuers didn't care about the consequences either. The two sides instantly fought. Han Fei was hit by a spear light and half of his body exploded. He rushed up and instantly grabbed the head of one of them. At that moment, flames spread, and this person instantly turned into a ball of flames. Many laws began to twist his power, but Han Fei didn't let go, letting the black fog cover him. Whoosh! Flames spread out thousands of kilometers in the starry sky, and all the ominous things were burned. Han Fei gave up the hope of life and chose to embrace death. He wanted to unleash the remaining heat of his life to cleanse these former colleagues who had fallen into darkness. At that moment, all his life was unleashed, making Han Fei infinitely close to a god. The monarchs were suppressed by him alone. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to sense a road to godhood. However, how could the power of one great monarch be comparable to the power of 7 great monarchs? Although he had seen the path of divinity, he was still forcibly suppressed by the power of countless laws in the next moment. And below him, there was a large array of turtle patterns that had begun to crack. Seeing that the turtle shell array was about to shatter, he couldn't do anything. On one side, it was a divine path, on another hand, it was his good friend, and on the other side, it was great monarch-level enemies. At that moment, Han Fei almost went crazy. The path to godhood was right in front of his eyes, and he knew that after this, he would be a god. How should he choose? What should he choose? It was very likely that he would die midway if he chose the divine path. Furthermore, this meant abandoning the old turtle. At that moment, Han Fei knew that this might be the most important choice in his life. It was difficult for him to choose. However, in his mind, Han Fei's original thoughts quickly became active. Without any consideration, he gave up the hope of becoming a god and chose to cover for the old turtle. When Han Fei made this decision, everything was fading away. He instantly came back to his senses. When he looked around, there were no old turtles or great monarchs here. Opposite Han Fei, Mystic One's glassy eyes finally flickered. He said, "How did you make your choice so quickly?" Han Fei seemed to be still a little immersed in the atmosphere just now. 1 second, it was a life and death decision, and the next second, he returned to reality. This kind of scene switching made Han Fei a little uncomfortable. Han Fei said, "I've never had a problem with this choice. I want to prove Tao and become a god, but that's my hope, not a must. Some things are more important than becoming a god. Without him, I will never become a god." Han Fei looked at Mystic One. "Is this your so-called second assessment? Draw me into your memories and experience what you experienced." Mystic One didn't speak, but Han Fei said, "Fortunately, you didn't choose the divine path back then. Otherwise, you would have been dead. This should be because your Tao heart is unstable, right? Fortunately, my Tao heart is very firm." Mystic One nodded. "In this aspect, you are indeed stronger than me." With a wave of Mystic One's hand, he and Han Fei appeared on the top of the mountain again. Mystic One moved his body away and said, "The second trial is not only meant to examine your Tao heart, but also your character. It seems that Mystic Martial has a reason to choose you. Go in." Han Fei didn't hesitate. Without a word, he stepped directly into the void door. Entering it, there was no palace, no living facilities, only a blue prismatic crystal. There seemed to be countless indistinct threads attached to this crystal, but Han Fei took a closer look and saw that these threads had spread to countless corners through the space here. Han Fei realized that this must be the thing controlling all the puppets in Puppet City. The old turtle's figure suddenly appeared in front of the purple crystal. "Don't ask. When we meet next time, I'll tell you the answer to all the questions. This is Puppet Heart, which is also the core of this city. It doesn't have any power, but you can control the puppets or even this city through it. After refining it, Puppet City will be yours. You can take it away." "Take it away?" Han Fei was puzzled, but the old turtle seemed to be just a remnant of consciousness and didn't have the ability to communicate. The old turtle said, "Treat Mystic One kindly and bury Nine Giant properly. Hope we can meet again." The so-called Puppet City was handed over to Han Fei so easily. Han Fei couldn't believe it himself. What he couldn't believe was that the old turtle really dared to give it away. How big of a trump card was Puppet City? With such a city, Han Fei would immediately become one of the top factions in the infinite mining area. To put it bluntly, Capital of Horror couldn't even compare to this status. It was an independent superpower at the level of ferocious beasts and divine beasts. It would be a lie to say that he was not happy, but Han Fei was vigilant. Having such a superpower was good in the short term, but in the long term, it was hard to say. According to the Nine Giant God Turtle, the old turtle had been unable to become a god because of Puppet City. At the moment the old turtle handed over Puppet City, Han Fei couldn't guess his thoughts. But one thing was certain. The old turtle might have done the most courageous thing in his life. And he was faced with almost the same situation as the old turtle. Now that Puppet City belonged to him, the human race would have a foothold. Of course, that was on the premise that the human race was successfully rescued from the chaotic wasteland. And once the day really came, it would be a golden age for the human race. As the human emperor, it was impossible for him to give Puppet City away in the short term. And once he didn't give it away, he might follow in the old turtle's footsteps. The 9-giant god turtle advised the old turtle to put Puppet City down. As the human emperor, could he put down the human race? If he did, would he still be the human emperor? These thoughts quickly ran through Han Fei's mind. However, he didn't have much time to think about this problem. He didn't know what was going on outside. Han Fei strode to the puppet heart. Without needing anyone to tell him what to do, he had already placed his hand on the puppet heart. Buzz. In an instant, Han Fei sensed countless mental thoughts and soul obsessions through the puppet heart. Many memory fragments, countless names, countless pieces of information, and countless stories surged into his soul. Although Han Fei's soul was already extremely powerful, at this moment, he felt that his soul was rapidly expanding. It was not that his soul was becoming stronger, but the information he received was too much and too complicated. In addition to the information of these puppets, Han Fei could also sense the energy lifeline of the entire Puppet City. The mysterious array patterns branded on the ground, mountain, and buildings seemed to be connected to him. After these feelings, Han Fei felt that his qi and blood were crazily extracted, and his soul was abnormally exhausted. 2 hours later, Han Fei was still digesting the infinite information of Puppet City. He had the urge to sleep, to have a good sleep. However, in his perception, at every minute and every second, the threads of a puppet were breaking. This meant that if he rested here for another second, a puppet of the sky-opening realm might die outside. Because of the connection with the puppet heart, Han Fei could sense that there were no puppets in the outer city anymore, or rather, those puppets no longer belonged to Puppet City. The outer city gate was also in danger. He could sense that a force was attacking Puppet City. Han Fei knew that now was not the time for him to come out of seclusion. It wouldn't help if he went out. Although he had taken over Puppet City, it didn't essentially increase his strength. Although he could sense that when he completely controlled Puppet City, he could borrow the power of the puppet heart, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, he was waiting. An hour later, in the inner city of Puppet City, after gaining a lot of experience fighting puppets, the countless teams of the Northern Expedition Army went from being passive to actively seeking battle. Furthermore, after the situation in those buildings was investigated, many buildings had already been completely flattened by the Northern Expedition Army, or even the ferocious beasts and divine beasts. For example, the tea house that Han Fei had entered before had collapsed. The owner of the tea house finally appeared. It was a level 7 mineral puppet. He was guarding a tea tree in a tea house. The tea bushes were no more than 300 square meters. However, the tea here was an opportunity, a rare treasure in the eyes of outsiders. Han Fei's soul power had also increased when he drank tea there. After Han Fei, in the Northern Expedition Army, in a force called the 1,000 Phenomena Sect, a young strong cultivator was coldly watching the disciples of the 1,000 Phenomena Sect besieging the puppet tea drinkers who were almost all dead, as well as the waiter who was fighting a bloody battle and the shopkeeper who had just appeared. Someone said, "Lord Umbrella Emperor, this level 7 mineral puppet is very special. He holds an ultra-quality tea knife in his hand. It seems that if we attack by force, he might directly destroy the tea bushes." The young strong cultivator snorted. Surround him. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath until he's ready to destroy the tea bushes. Upon hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated. 7 strong cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm surrounded the shopkeeper. After only half an hour, the shopkeeper's entire body began to dim. Although he was a mineral puppet, the power of the mineral needed to be replenished. In such a crazy battle, the mineral power in his body couldn't last long. Once his combat power fell, this tea plantation would benefit these intruders. Therefore, the shopkeeper instantly retreated and surrounded himself with the tea knife in his hand, forming a connate array. And the shopkeeper in the array attacked the tea bushes angrily. There was no telling if it was because he had watched these tea bushes for too long, but at the moment he attacked the tea bushes, he hesitated. Right at this moment, the Umbrella Emperor, who had been speaking suddenly, moved. While the shopkeeper was hesitating, the big umbrella in his hand that hadn't been opened suddenly opened. In the next moment, a terrifying suction force burst out of the umbrella, stopping the shopkeeper in midair. Taking advantage of this time, the keel of the big umbrella turned into spear beams, and in an instant, 6 spear beams hit the shopkeeper's back. The shopkeeper didn't look back to block, because his goal was the tea bushes. He would rather the tea bushes be destroyed than let them fall into the hands of the intruders. He threw out the ultra-quality tea knife in his hand, but when he threw out the ultra-quality godly weapon, his body was nailed through. As for the young strong cultivator, called the Umbrella Emperor, his eyes flashed, and a purple halo burst out of the umbrella. This was the barrier in the umbrella. Clang. Puff. 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 With a clang, the ultra-quality godly weapon-level tea knife failed to break through the barrier. As for the Umbrella Emperor, it only spewed out 3 mouthfuls of essence. Blood in a row. Although he was injured, he put on a smile and laughed. This level 7 mineral puppet must have developed some intelligence, but a puppet is a puppet. After all, how can it have any trump cards? Compared to the tea bushes, this tea knife may be more valuable. Immediately, someone congratulated him. Congratulations on obtaining an ultra-quality godly weapon, Master Umbrella Emperor. Someone flattered him. Up to now, I've never seen anyone who can resist the Umbrella King's Umbrella World. Now that you've obtained this ultra-quality godly weapon-level tea knife, your strength will definitely soar. Someone smiled and said, not just the ultra-quality godly weapon, but this tea grove is also a treasure. It has been nurtured here for 1,000,000 years. And has amazing effects. If you take it out, you might be able to exchange it for an ultra-quality godly weapon. The Umbrella Emperor grinned and said with a casual smile, you've all made great contributions on this trip. Each of you can have a level 7 mineral puppet as repayment. Everyone was overjoyed. They couldn't take down the ultra-quality godly weapon and the tea grove. Although they were the ones who contributed, they couldn't have one without the Umbrella Emperor. Therefore, they were all overjoyed to be given a level 7 mineral puppet. However, just as the Umbrella Emperor extended his hand to the tea knife, suddenly hundreds of blue arrows were shot from all directions. Seeing these arrows, everyone's expression changed drastically. Someone was surprised. How can it be? We are on the ground. How can these arrows attack us? Swish. 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 Clank, clank, clank. Because the area of the seal set by the Umbrella World was large, and these Arrows were all aimed at this seal. The Umbrella Emperor didn't have time to retract the seal before it was shot through. At this moment, a tall puppet of strength rushed over. He extended his hand, and the tea knife flew towards him. No way. The Umbrella Emperor was furious. How could he return the ultra-quality godly weapon he acquired with difficulty? He held the umbrella in front of him and the surface of the umbrella spun, turning into a black hole space. Many arrows drilled into the black hole and disappeared. The Umbrella Emperor roared, "Everyone, dismantle this puppet of strength." Puff. But as soon as he said so, a strong cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm was pierced through by an arrow, and his body was ignited with raging flames. Everyone was horrified again. Although these mechanical arrows were powerful, it was impossible for them to hit them when they were prepared. However, looking in the direction of the arrow, he saw a level 7 archer puppet appear on the roof of a building not far away. Swish. On the other side, another archer puppet appeared and shot 7 arrows in a row, stopping everyone from running towards the puppet of strength. Someone shouted, "Haven't the streets around here been cleaned up? Why are there still so many archers?" Someone's face changed drastically. Not good. A puppet squad has come. Everyone was dumbfounded to see a team of 20 puppets. Where did they come from? Why did they feel that these puppets were coming for them? However, they had never encountered such a situation before. The aftershock of the battle in this puppet city was extremely small. Logically speaking, it was impossible for their battle to attract so many puppets. Could it be that this tea house was special? However, at this moment, they had no time to think. A large number of puppets had arrived, but there were only 8 of them in total. Oh, no, one had died just now. Now there were only 7 left. How could the 7 of them resist? At least 5 archers, 20 patrolling puppets, and a puppet of strength? A battle was about to break out. The destructive power of the level 7 archer puppet played a decisive role in this chaotic battle. In just 30 seconds, 6 puppets had died, and 3 more perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the Thousand Phenomena sect had died. In these 30 seconds, another 5-person team of shield puppets appeared. They pushed forward, holding the shields. Finally, someone realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Master Umbrella Emperor, we've been targeted. We can't fight anymore." The Umbrella Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Of course, he knew that they were being targeted, but the problem was, why were these puppets targeting them? There were also many people who couldn't figure it out. They all encountered the same situation. They were supposed to push forward, but they were suddenly targeted. Many people died under the arrows. This was the first time they had experienced the true horror of the archer puppets. On this side, there were only 4 people left from the team of the 1,000 Phenomena sect who had been surrounded. Finally, 3 Dao locks appeared on the Umbrella Emperor. Bam! 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 The Dao locks were broken, and the Umbrella Emperor was much stronger than before. He tried to break through the shields with the protection of his umbrella, trying to open a gap. However, although he broke the shields, the puppet of strength suddenly appeared behind the shield puppets, holding an ultra-quality godly weapon, level tea knife, and slashed the black umbrella in the Umbrella Emperor's hand. Swish! 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 In an instant, 5 arrows pierced through the broken umbrella and instantly fell on the Umbrella Emperor. Whoosh! The flames burned, and this young strong cultivator of the thousand phenomena sect who was arrogant just now turned into a burning man in the blink of an eye. Perhaps even he didn't expect that he would die on the spot just because he fought for these opportunities. With the death of a Dowlock-level powerhouse, how could the others who were besieged by so many puppets have a good ending? Soon, they suffered the same fate. This was certainly Han Fei's masterpiece. Although he hadn't completely controlled the puppet heart, he could already control some puppets. Besides, he didn't want to besiege everyone. What he wanted to besiege were the top strong cultivators of the 100 Alliance who wreaked havoc on the structure and buildings of Puppet City. Among them, the people from the Divine Demon Forest were the most miserable. The Divine Demon Forest was ranked 6th in the 100 Alliance city. Although the leader of the team, Lin Ku, had died, it didn't mean that there was no one left in the Divine Demon Forest. Apart from Lin Ku, there was a strong master with 3 Dao locks and 3 ones with 2 Dao locks from the Divine Demon Forest. But at this moment, this group of people was besieged by nearly 100 archer puppets. However, no one knew about their death, even though a large group of itinerant cultivators were gathered outside the trial ground of strength on the street next to them. On this side, Han Fei was refining the puppet heart while controlling these puppets to kill and fight. Han Fei finally understood why the old turtle could conquer the demon vanquishing tree before his memories were restored. It was because the puppets here listened to him. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Han Fei's ear. In my opinion, it's meaningless for you to kill these people. When the remnant soul of the great monarch bloody hand comes in and a large number of ominous things pour in, these people will die sooner or later. Why waste manpower to deal with them now? Han Fei shivered. Can you enter this cultivation field? Mystic One said, I'm the only one who can go in and out freely except for Mystic Marshal. Han Fei thought of Mystic One's identity and strength when he was alive. It seemed reasonable to treat him specially. Han Fei said, I killed those I felt necessary to kill. There are too many discordant voices among these people, and many of them are my enemies. I'm killing them now to save more people. Mystic One asked, are you going to save these people? Han Fei said, not every cultivator who enters Puppet City should be killed. I'm afraid that some of the people I killed shouldn't have been killed, but they can only blame their bad luck. Without a baptism of blood, how can our human race become a peak power in the infinite mining area? Mystic One didn't respond to Han Fei's words, but said, the inner city will be broken in 100 seconds at most. Once the inner city is broken, more than 40,000 bloody hand mine devils will be a destructive flood. How many puppets can you mobilize now? Han Fei said, 20,000. Of course, there were more than 20,000 puppets in the entire Puppet City. The exact number was even close to 200,000. However, Han Fei's soul power was limited. It was already unbelievable that he could control 20,000 puppets in such a short period of time. He estimated that Han Fei could only mobilize 10,000 puppets at most. Han Fei said, 100 seconds is too short. How much longer can you block the Great Monarch Bloody Hand? Mystic One said, I don't know. I probably won't attack the Bloody Hand mine devils. I'll still stay by your side until you control more puppets. Because the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand will be looking for you first. Han Fei sneered. Me? That's exactly what I want. 100 seconds later. Bang! The earth was shaking, and in the inner city, countless people felt the gravity suddenly lighten, and the pressure from the soul was reduced. They were surprised to find that although their perception range was still limited, it had been greatly increased. The furthest range of perception could already reach tens of thousands of kilometers. For a moment, the Northern Expedition Army, the divine beasts, and the ferocious beasts were all shocked. What's going on? Has the seal on Puppet City been broken? Hiss. My perception is working. Where are my team members? Good, good. My perception is back, but my power hasn't returned yet. However, it's already good enough. Not right. My perception is gradually returning, and the suppressing power of my power is gradually weakening. It won't be long before we return to our peak state. For a moment, everyone in the inner city of Puppet City was speaking telepathically. Someone spoke to his team via voice transmission, "Wait for me. I'll be right there soon." Someone was overjoyed. "Everyone from the heaven-worshipping palace, gather towards me." Someone said telepathically, "The strong cultivators from the grand development sect, return quickly." Someone's voice resounded in the sky, outside the river, in the advanced trial field of strength, "The people of our Red Moon unit gather here." In terms of the importance of perception, they usually didn't think perception was that important. But at this moment, everyone was excited, which was the joy of surviving a disaster. However, this joy only lasted for less than 100 seconds. Suddenly, the team shouted, "Look, it's the Bloody Hand Mine Devils. So many Bloody Hand Mine Devils are coming." Someone exclaimed, "Look, black smoke is rising from the city gate." What happened? While they exclaimed, they saw puppets walking out of the surrounding buildings. Many people's first reaction was that they were facing a great enemy. Some people even activated secret techniques and prepared to burn their bloodlines. After all, the number of these puppets far exceeded their expectations. It was fine if there were 5 or 10 of them, but why were there hundreds of them at once? Wasn't this a little King scary? Someone exclaimed, "Something happened?" It seems that the Bloody Hand Mine Devils have entered Puppet City, and the puppets of Puppet City are coming out to protect the city. Someone was horrified. "If you don't want to die, enter the alleys. The puppets and the Bloody Hand Mine Devils are about to fight. We have to find a place to avoid their battlefield." However, while many people were panicking and looking for places to hide, all the puppets ran straight to the center of Puppet City after leaving the buildings. They were very fast and disappeared from everyone's vision in a moment. Many people were puzzled. What was going on? Did something happen at the center of the inner city too? Were these puppets going to reinforce the inner city? Someone muttered, "For some reason, I have a bad feeling." Those who were smarter had already said telepathically, "Don't just stand there. Run to the central area, or we'll all die when the army of Bloody Hand Mine Devils arrives." Someone shouted, "Come on, follow these puppets. Retreat." At the same time, these people who were running wildly suddenly saw strange cylindrical objects extending out of many buildings. Someone recognized it and his expression changed drastically. Not good. They're the activation devices of the purifying fire. Swish. 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 As soon as he said so, the pillars spun and threw out blue arrows. There were tens of thousands of purification arrows in the sky, targeting the Bloody Hand Mine Devils that swarmed into the inner city. Everyone who was fleeing towards the central area was surprised to find that both the puppets and the purification arrow devices in Puppet City seemed to have forgotten them. At this moment, someone saw an opportunity. The Bloody Hand Mine Devils entered Puppet City, and Puppet City immediately abandoned all operations against them. In order to deal with these Bloody Hand Mine Devils, too many puppets came out of the buildings. In that case, didn't it mean that these buildings were empty now? For a time, many people took the risk of being caught up by the Bloody Hand Mine Devils and entered the buildings along the way. They felt that the Bloody Hand Mine Devils wouldn't be able to reach their current location so quickly. After all, the arrows here were very powerful and specialized in suppressing these Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Someone was tempted and followed them into the buildings to explore. Seeing this, someone shook his head slightly, thinking, "You idiots, don't you see that even the puppets are running to the center of the inner city? Do you want to die?" Soon, someone had some gains. Some people obtained cultivation technique manuals from the buildings, some obtained mineral resources, some obtained godly weapons, and some obtained strange tools. Anyway, people found all kinds of things from the inside of these buildings, one after another. However, when they left the buildings, there was nothing but pure black in their eyes. Yes, they couldn't see anything. Endless black fog enveloped them. Before many people could leave these buildings, they saw black fog break through the barrier of the buildings and surge in. No one expected the darkness to corrode them so quickly. They just entered the building and came out only to find that they were already within the range of the mist. Anyone who was enveloped by the boundless dark mist seemed to be possessed. They instinctively went out and headed for the center of the inner city like puppets. It was as if the doomsday had come. At first, there were power fluctuations at the entrance of the inner city, and then darkness enveloped it. But at that time, no one felt anything, because the range of the black fog was too small. But how long had it been? After only a moment, the periphery of the inner city was almost enveloped by darkness, and the buildings that could be seen clearly before had completely disappeared into the darkness. As for those who stayed in the darkness and searched for opportunities, no one came out of the darkness. At this time, everyone knew that something had happened. And this boundless darkness made them realize that the ominous had never gone far. Only at this moment did they reconsider why the Bloody Hand Mine Devils drove them into Puppet City. Unfortunately, it was useless to think about this now. Even if they were to enter again, they would still enter Puppet City. At this moment, the moat of Puppet City had already lit up with a light blue barrier. Behind the moat, all the puppets had retreated. Although Han Fei hadn't been able to control all the puppets yet, that was because his soul power wasn't enough to support him to control all the puppets at once. It wasn't that he couldn't control them. Therefore, what Han Fei could do was to send a message to all the puppets, asking some of them to gather in the God-gazing cave and some of them to go to the foot of the mountain where the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber was. At this moment, Wu Shuang and the others had discovered even earlier that the puppets had stopped attacking them. Instead, they gathered more and more and stood in a formation, guarding outside the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber. Because perception could already be used in the inner city, the crowd gathered very quickly. Finding that Wu Shuang and a group of super-strong masters were gathering outside the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber, most people were gathering towards here. Soon, someone from the capital of horror came here. After seeing Wushuang, he immediately said, "Master Wushuang, something is wrong. Endless darkness is pouring into the inner city. It should be the ominous. Half of the inner city may have been taken. We are completely trapped. What should we do now?" Someone panicked. Although our perception is no longer restricted, we still can't completely connect to our origin stars. If this goes on, we will be swallowed by the ominous sooner or later. Someone was horrified. I heard that even the gods can't resist the ominous corrosion. The great monarch bloody hand is a classic example. I thought we were here to find the inheritance of the great monarch, but there's clearly something wrong now. People from other forces were also complaining to their leaders and strong cultivators. They were not afraid of death, but they didn't want to die in an unknown darkness. This was countless times more painful than dying in battle. Wushuang glanced at the top of the mountain and said solemnly, "Don't panic. At this point, we can only wait and see. The puppets of Puppet City are gathering and have given up attacking us. They must be preparing for battle." Someone smiled bitterly. "But who are we fighting? We don't even know who the enemy is. It's just darkness." In fact, there was nothing Wushuang could do. She also panicked. She had thought that she was only here to cooperate with Han Fei, but who would have expected this trip to be so dangerous? If she had known, she might as well have stayed in the capital of horror to prove Dao. At least after proving Dao, she might have had the power to protect herself. And now, she could only trust Han Fei. She knew that since Han Fei had asked her to help, he probably wouldn't let anything happen to her. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't be able to pass the test of his heart. Han Fei probably didn't expect such a situation either. If even he couldn't do anything, the outcome would be unimaginable. More than 2 hours later, the Northern Expedition Army, the ferocious beasts, and the divine beasts had all gathered outside the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber. At this time, after the people all gathered, the hearts of Wushuang and the others became heavy. They didn't feel it before, but at this moment, when they gathered again, they found that there were only less than 6,000 people left in the Northern Expedition Army, with less than 2,500 ferocious beasts and only 2,200 divine beasts left. There were only about 10,000 people left. However, when they came, the total number of the soldiers of the three forces exceeded 22,000. After only a few days, half of their manpower had been lost. It was understandable that there were many casualties in the previous northern expeditions, because there were never so many strong cultivators in the previous northern expeditions. But this time, the people who participated in the northern expedition were at least strong cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. With this casualty rate, if they really left the northern mining area alive, no one would dare to come to the northern mining area again. At this moment, the people were all chattering. Someone cursed angrily, "It's all the human butcher's fault. He said that we could find opportunities and the inheritance of the great monarch here, but in the end, he led us into the ominous. I think he has probably been corroded by the ominous." Someone echoed, "That's right. Human Butcher was the one who initiated this northern expedition. It's all his fault that this happened." Someone said coldly, "Do you think a strong master like him cares about us? He disappeared after entering the inner city. I heard that he's on the top of this mountain at this moment. Why don't we go up to find him?" Someone said agitatedly, yes, let's fight our way up. This mountain is definitely extraordinary. The human butcher will get the opportunity, but we are here to fight an ominous. That's unfair. Let's fight our way up. Someone sneered. Fight our way up? Are you out of your mind? Look over there. There are nearly 100,000 puppets. Do you think we can beat 100,000 people and reach the top of the mountain? Are you dreaming? After cursing Han Fei, the news that Immojo was corroded by the ominous was exposed. After all, many people witnessed how Immojo ended up. The Northern Expedition Army, the divine beasts, and even the ferocious beasts all witnessed it. Therefore, at this moment, everyone targeted the ferocious beasts. Someone roared, why was the commander of the ferocious beasts corroded? You ferocious beasts, don't say you don't know. Tell me, was this premeditated? Roar. A black flood dragon shouted angrily, bullshit, Master Immojo just happened to be tricked by the great monarch Bloody Hand. It's just that Master Immojo is too strong, so he was targeted by the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. The real culprit is the great monarch Bloody Hand. What does it have to do with us? A single-horned old bull growled. Don't blame everything on us. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't be with you now. We would have run away. Someone from the divine beasts mocked, who knows? Anyway, the current trouble of Puppet City is definitely related to Immojo. Otherwise, the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand would have entered long ago if he could. Why would he drive the Northern Expedition Army into Puppet City? It only means that he couldn't enter at all before. And Immojo must have destroyed some seals after entering Puppet City, allowing the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand to take advantage of it. A demon butterfly said angrily, you sanctimonious guys only know how to shirk responsibility. If it weren't for Master Immojo, maybe Bai Fei would have been targeted by the great monarch Bloody Hand. You're just lucky. Now shut up. The three parties were quarreling, and Han Fei heard it all. Because he now controlled Puppet City, how could these people escape his ears? Mystic One said, it seems that your reputation is not very good. Han Fei said, what's the use of a good reputation? Which strong master has a good reputation before becoming a strong master? Who can become a monarch without stepping on bones? Mystic One didn't deny it. He simply asked, so, can you control the whole city now? Han Fei shook his head. Not yet. The outer city has been conquered, so has the inner city's moat. And Puppet City is one. Even if I control Puppet City. Now, what can I do? Mystic One said, only the other side of the moat can be considered the real Puppet City. You can abandon other places. After you completely control Puppet City, you can transform it into a small world and take it away at any time. Han Fei shook his head. I can already control the territory on the other side of the moat, but I won't just leave with this city. Although the Northern Expedition Army outside is not related to me, they're here because of me. Once I take over Puppet City, these people will be completely thrown to the wilderness. What awaits them will only be being devoured by the ominous. There's no second possibility. Therefore, I have to fight this battle. I discovered that a large amount of purification power seems to be stored in Puppet City. If it's released, can it purify this mass of the ominous? Mystic One shook his head. Maybe yes if Mystic Marshall were here, but you can't. You can't restrain the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. So even if you completely release the power of purification, you can only kill more than 50% of the Bloody Hand mind devils at most, but you can't solve the root cause, the great monarch Bloody Hand. Han Fei asked, the nine-giant god turtle has sealed itself for so long. Can its remaining combat power defeat the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand? After the nine-giant god turtle came out, Han Fei knew that the nine-giant god turtle was definitely not what it used to be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to seal himself for 1,000,000 years and wait for a battle with the ominous. Furthermore, the old turtle's message was to treat Mystic One well and bury Nine Giant properly. This meant that the old turtle had long expected the nine-giant god turtle to be sacrificed in the battle with the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Mystic One said the nine-giant god turtle was heavily injured back then. His situation is similar to mine. He can only show his brilliance once more. However, I don't think he can defeat the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Han Fei frowned. The remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand seems to only have the power of the carefree level now, right? Mystic One said, don't believe what you see. The true power of the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand is definitely more than that. Even if he's really at the carefree level, he can borrow the ominous power. If he doesn't want to be indestructible, the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand won't die. Therefore, the real source of the crisis is this mass of the ominous. If it's just the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand, he definitely won't dare to invade Puppet City. But now that the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand has brought such a large mass of the ominous over, neither I nor the nine-giant god turtle are confident of completely purifying them. Han Fei frowned. Not even with all the purification power of Puppet City? Mystic One said, it's hard to say. If we were in our peak state, anyone could solve him. The problem is that we are no longer in our peak state. The nine-giant god turtle only has one chance to attack. As for me, I only have the remnant soul left too, and my strength has fallen to the bottom. I'm only at the Tao proving level, not even the carefree level. Han Fei frowned. Didn't the demon vanquishing tree say that there is an immortal level power in Puppet City? Mystic One explained, that's the demon vanquishing tree. When the demon vanquishing tree completely borrows the power of Puppet City, it can indeed unleash the combat power of an immortal level strong cultivator. But the demon vanquishing tree is gone. Han Fei couldn't help being curious. By the way, where did old Yuan and the demon vanquishing tree go? Mystic One didn't keep it a secret. He said, he went to find himself. Mystic Marshall is too weak now. Even if he devours all the turtle eggs he left behind, he can only rebuild his body and reach the edge of Tao proving. He hasn't even proven Tao yet, so he can only continue to search for the molting he left behind. The demon vanquishing tree is the only living creature in Puppet City, so he naturally has to follow Mystic Marshall. Han Fei was speechless. Old Yuan really thought highly of him. Why did he leave such a big mess to him? Golden light circulated on Han Fei's body as he said, how long can the moat last? Mystic One said, that depends on how long it will take for Puppet City to exhaust the purification power. If the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand recklessly launches an attack and lets the Bloody Hand mind devil Break through the barrier regardless of the consequences. I estimate it will take 6 hours. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. 6 hours? 6 hours was not enough. Han Fei suddenly rose and stopped refining Puppet City. He took a deep breath and said, if you, the 9-giant god turtle, and I join forces to kill the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand, do you think it's possible? You? Mystic One was taken aback for a moment. You want to use the power of the puppet heart? But even so, your great Tao hasn't been upgraded into a law. You can't be a match for the great monarch Bloody Hand. Han Fei said, but at least I have the strength to fight, right? If I don't take him down, everyone will die, including me. Therefore, rather than relying on others passively, I prefer to choose by myself. 6 hours or even 6 days is not enough for me to completely control the puppet heart. In that case, why don't we fight? A glimmer flashed in Mystic One's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Mystic Marshall chose this person. It was not his talent, but his temperament. He had never seen a sky opener who dared to attack a great monarch, even if this great monarch was only a remnant soul. Even if this great monarch's remnant soul was no longer the same as before after a million years, he was still a great monarch, an existence who had once experienced supreme power. Han Fei said, now, I'm the only unrestricted person in the entire puppet city. I'm going to my origin star to make some preparations. I'll return in 6 hours. With that, Han Fei ignored Mystic One and entered his origin star. After entering his origin star, Han Fei did nothing but sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. He was too tired and mentally exhausted. After taking over the puppet heart, he obtained so much information that he almost couldn't think straight. 7 days later, Han Fei recovered his mental state and didn't cultivate. Cultivation at this time was meaningless. What he had to do was to use all the means available to him to deal with the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. First of all, he couldn't be short of clean stones. No matter how powerful the great monarch Bloody Hand was, he was now contaminated by the ominous, and clean stones were specifically used to purify the ominous. If the purification power that Puppet City absorbed and stored from the minerals could seriously injure the strength of the great monarch Bloody Hand, then his 300 million clean stones, plus the 500 million clean stones that Luochen hid and the 700 million clean stones that and Shanbei hid, added up to a total of 1.5 billion clean stones. Even if these clean stones couldn't directly purify the great monarch Bloody Hand, as long as they were used well, Han Fei was confident that it wouldn't be a problem to eliminate 10,000 Bloody Hand Mind Devils. Of course, if possible, Han Fei would never use the clean stones to purify the Bloody Hand Mind Devils. This was because he had a large number of puppets. If he really wanted to deal with the Bloody Hand Mind Devils, he could use the puppets. Therefore, the 1.5 billion clean stones were mainly prepared for the great monarch Bloody Hand. Secondly, the extreme cold pearl needed to be filled with power. This was simple. Just throw it on the path of extreme cold on his original great Tao, and it would be refilled in 300 seconds. Then, there were only the things on Han Fei's origin star. Puppet City. At this moment, the perception suppression of Puppet City was already very weak. Therefore, at this moment, everyone could see that outside the moat, countless Bloody Hand Mind Devils were frantically attacking the barrier, protecting the city. Bang! 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 Every time a self-detonation of a bloody hand mine devil occurred, the barrier would tremble. At this moment, who was in the mood to find any opportunities? Once this spiritual barrier was broken, they wouldn't be able to escape. 6 hours passed. For everyone, it was 6 hours of torture. In the god-gazing cave, the 9 giant god turtle looked at the cultivation field in the sleeping chamber from time to time. He was very curious about how Han Fei was doing now. He naturally knew that Han Fei had passed Mystic One's test and entered the cultivation field in the sleeping chamber. However, he also knew that it was quite difficult to completely control Puppet City in such a short period of time. He felt that Han Fei's best choice was to abandon the people he had brought and use the puppet heart to collect Puppet City. In this way, it shouldn't be a problem for Han Fei to escape. However, once the barrier of the moat was broken, it would be impossible for Han Fei to take away Puppet City. At that time, he could only fight. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp voice resounded throughout the inner city. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. The barrier is collapsing." Someone was horrified. There are too many bloody hand mine devils. Every self-detonation impact is equivalent to the ultimate blow of a perfected star. Transformation Realm Strong Cultivator. Is this barrier finally going to collapse? Someone looked nervous and said regretfully, "Am I destined to die in this damn place?" At this time, no one complained, because complaining was useless. At this moment, no one was bickering with each other, because they could only be united now. No matter who their opponent was, they couldn't afford internal strife at this moment. They only hoped that when the ominous arrived, someone among them would stand up and make a reasonable suggestion to resist the ominous erosion. Among them, the divine beasts were all cultivating, hoping to restore their peak combat power when the barrier of the moat was broken. This was because they knew that the power of purification and their special abilities were their only reliance. As for the ferocious beasts, Wang Xiaojiu looked at the peak of the mountain. From time to time, he was not waiting for Han Fei, but for the Emperor Sparrow. In the past, among the ferocious beasts, only the Emperor Sparrow could completely withstand the ominous. Therefore, he wanted to rely on the Emperor Sparrow. He felt that it was impossible for the Emperor Sparrow to watch the ferocious beasts die. After all, he definitely needed the support of the ferocious beasts to return. And now, there were still 2,500 ferocious beasts here. There was no reason for the Emperor Sparrow to give up. On the side of the capital of horror, Wu Shuang was sitting cross-legged and waiting. She didn't believe that the disciple of the Void Temple really didn't have any trump cards. In the past, outside the Divine Capital Dynasty, Han Fei had summoned his senior brother for help. That battle shocked the entire East Sea Divine Realm and made the name of the Void Temple resound throughout the Sea Realm again. But at this moment, cracks finally appeared on the spiritual barrier. Even Wu Shuang couldn't sit still anymore. Bang! 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 When the barrier of the moat cracked, only 3 seconds later, thousands of bloody hand mine devils attacked the barrier at the same time and blew themselves up crazily. Crack! 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 Finally, the moment that everyone was most worried about came. The barrier was broken, and the boundless darkness immediately poured into the moat. At this moment, a deep voice shook the world. Buzz! A huge mineral turtle rose into the sky. The turtle said, "I've been waiting for 1,000,000 years. Although I can't fight the real ominous, being able to fight again will comfort me. The huge turtle turned into the image of a tall and mighty puppet of strength. In the void. After transforming into a human form, the nine-giant god turtle opened its mouth, and a wave rippled across the void. In an instant, the ripples hit the boundless black fog. The boundless black fog that had just crossed the moat was shaken back hundreds of kilometers by the ripples. Clank. A turtle shell shield appeared in the old turtle's hand. He waved the shield. And everyone saw that the spinning shield instantly pierced through the boundless black fog and went straight in one direction. However, in the next moment, dozens of bloody hand mine devils met the shield head on. Naturally, they couldn't break the shield with a single punch, but if 10 or dozens of them superposed together, the result would be different. Even monarchs couldn't kill hundreds or thousands of perfected star transformation realm body refiners in one blow. The situation was the same now. Although the nine-giant god turtle was powerful, there were too many bloody hand mine devils under the control of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Even if they fought with sheer numbers, the nine-giant god turtle wouldn't be able to kill all the bloody hand mine devils in a day. Besides, the bloody hand mine devils were not defenseless. At the moment when the shield was repelled, in the boundless darkness, a fist light cut through the sky, crushing all the way through the void, and repelled the nine-giant god turtle hundreds of kilometers away. Crack. A crack appeared on the shield in the hands of the nine-giant god turtle. Someone recognized the nine-giant god turtle and exclaimed, "This is the giant mineral turtle that is trapped in the middle of a mysterious lake." I didn't expect him to have the strength of a monarch. Someone was shocked. No wonder everyone who entered the lake was dead. With a monarch puppet guarding it, how could such an opportunity have been taken away so easily? Someone seemed to have found a straw to clutch at. He said, "Since a monarch has taken action, it means that this puppet city is still powerful and has peak-level combatants. The ominous might not necessarily win." Someone shook his head and said, "Don't expect too much. Although this giant turtle is strong, it's just a puppet after all." After only one clash with the existence in the black fog, his giant shield cracked. At least it shows that he's no match for it. Someone said, "Is it really the great monarch Bloody Hand in the darkness?" Not necessarily. After all, no one has seen it before. Otherwise, if it's really the great monarch Bloody Hand's body, or something like that, even if it's a remnant soul, it would have long flattened this puppet city. Someone said, "In any case, now that someone stands up, it means that there's still room for resistance." At this moment, everyone placed their hope on the nine-giant god turtle. In fact, the nine-giant god turtle didn't disappoint them. Although he was repelled and his shield cracked, two void storms burst out of the fists of the nine-giant god turtle. In the storms, the mineral power surging, the light was swallowed. After retreating 100 kilometers, the nine-giant god turtle stepped in the void and pushed back, as if pushing two huge storms into the ominous fog. Bang! At that moment, everybody could see that in the ominous mist, everything within thousands of kilometers was shattered and purified. Nearly 100 bloody hand mine devils were melting at a visible speed. As for the nine-giant god turtle, it was as powerful as before. He grabbed two turtle shell shields in his hand and spun, charging into the ominous fog. Again. Wherever he passed, he was like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. Many bloody hand mine devils tried to attack him, but unfortunately, they were shattered by the sharp turtle shell in an instant. This was the first time many people had really seen a monarch attacking. They had only known how powerful a monarch was, but they had never really experienced it. And today, the one they saw was only a monarch puppet, but the extremely terrifying bloody hand mine devil was like a piece of trash in his hands, chopped up like melons and vegetables. This made many people look fascinated. Indeed, one's strength would be completely different after proving Tao. Before proving Dayan, even a powerhouse with 5 Tao locks couldn't kill the bloody hand mine devil so casually, let alone shake this boundless ominous fog alone. Sure enough, after the bloody hand mine devils failed to shake the 9 giant god turtle, a bloody hand finally stretched out of the ominous mist. Yes, for the first time everyone saw the true face of that thing. This hand spanned 1,000 kilometers and was filled with a rich blood color. As it struck out, an ominous fog surged. The 9 giant god turtle roared, "You finally dare to show up? Kill!" From the burly giant that the 9 giant god turtle turned into, it could be seen that the 9 giant god turtle had a very domineering temper. Facing the huge bloody hand, the shadow of a turtle shadow appeared in the air, and the tens of thousands of feet long turtle body spun as it fought the bloody hand. Head on. Boom. The 2 visible forces collided, forming a shock wave that confronted each other. The ominous mist around was instantly purged, and the bloody hand was knocked away. Of course, the 9 giant god turtle seemed to be in a worse state. The turtle shadow was shattered and he was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. Dozens of minerals on his body exploded. This scene shocked many people. Such a powerful monarch-level puppet, with such a violent outburst, still couldn't withstand a slap of the bloody hand? However, in the next moment, the 9 giant god turtle that was sent flying held 2 shields and pressed them against each other with a loud bang. In the gap between the shields, a mystic light that was like a saber beam slashed vertically at the blood hand that was already turning blurry. Puff. The bloody hand was cut apart by the saber and shattered thousands of kilometers away. The 9 giant god turtle's blade continued to slash out, leaving a gap in the ominous fog. It spanned tens of thousands of kilometers and shattered all the houses and buildings along the way. The 9 giant god turtle shouted loudly, "You're just a remnant soul. How strong can you be? When you were dormant, no one cared about you. Now that the demon vanquishing tree is gone, you think you can do whatever you want? It's not like I haven't killed a great monarch before. I can kill you today." Hiss. This guy had killed a great monarch before? Everyone was stunned. You, a puppet, have killed a great monarch? But someone immediately said, "That's not right. This giant turtle clearly has complete consciousness. It seems that only his body is made of minerals. Is he the legendary great monarch mystic marshal?" Hiss. It seems very likely. Many people also realized that this person was a turtle, so was the great monarch mystic marshal. This person had killed a great monarch, but who could kill a great monarch? Of course, a great monarch. Therefore, this person seemed to be very likely to be the legendary great monarch mystic marshal. At this time, someone said, "Well, I saw the human butcher talking to this giant turtle." Someone looked sideways. Human butcher? Where did this B***start go? Did he swindle the opportunity from great monarch mystic marshal and now he's sneaking away alone? However, someone looked at the person who spoke as if looking at a fool. Where is the human butcher? He's at the top of this mountain. It said that. He killed imbued, the leader of the ferocious beasts who unlocked 5 Dao locks. He's probably receiving some real inheritance now. Someone echoed, yes. Why is this guy so lucky? Are we his lackeys? An itinerant cultivator sneered. He didn't force you to come. The Northern Expedition Army was recruited openly. Besides, didn't you get a lot of resources along the way? Almost everyone can exchange the minerals they got for godly weapons, right? Now something happened and you blame the human butcher. He said long ago that there were a large number of bloody hand mine devils here, all of them in the perfected star transformation realm. You know that. Another itinerant cultivator echoed, that's right. Although I know that I might not be able to escape this disaster, I can't blame the human butcher. He got the inheritance, not because he is lucky, but because he is strong enough. If you had 5 Dao locks, you could have got the inheritance too, but you don't. Someone shouted, stop arguing at this moment. We have to think of a way out. Whether or not this giant turtle used to be great monarch mystic martial, it's clearly not at its peak now. Since it's not at its peak, there's a possibility of defeat. Now, the only place to hide in Puppet City is the mountain behind us. Therefore, when the puppet army attacks the ominous, it will be the time for us to enter the mountain. Many people actually had the same thought, but they didn't say it out loud. The moment this person said it, everyone couldn't help but look at him. However, Wang Xiaojiu sneered. Idiot, have you ever climbed this mountain? Without the puppet army, you wouldn't have been able to climb it even if you wanted to. If you really rushed up the mountain, you would be a living target. At this moment, Wu Shuang said, that's right. We can't climb this mountain. Otherwise, we won't be able to go up or down in a short period of time. We'll only be living targets. Wang Xiaojiu said, aren't the divine beasts climbing up? Look at the white dot on the mountain. It's the leader of the divine beasts, Bai Fei. He has been climbing for a day, but hasn't been able to climb up yet. So, whoever wants to climb up can go. Someone sneered. In the end, it was only because imbued, the leader of you ferocious beasts, was corroded by the great monarch Bloody Hand that the great monarch Bloody Hand had the opportunity to enter Puppet City. Also, the Emperor Sparrow appeared. He is the most ferocious demon among the prehistoric ferocious beasts. It's said that he is the incarnation of the ominous. Slap. Before this person finished speaking, he was slapped in the face and sent flying. The man's mouth was torn apart by cat claws. Wang Xiaojiu shouted, watch your tongue. Do you dare to say this in front of Master Emperor Sparrow? You simply don't know how to write the word die. If anyone dares to slander Master Emperor Sparrow again, don't blame me for capturing and killing you. At this time, Wang Xiaojiu's ferociousness made people realize that this big cat was still a ferocious beast. Wang Xiaojiu broke into a cold sweat. He was counting on the Emperor Sparrow to save him. He didn't believe the rumors about the Emperor Sparrow at all. After all, he was the former boss of the ferocious beasts and the strongest of the prehistoric ferocious beasts. He was not someone the mixed blood ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area could compare to. Wang Xiaojiu was angry, and the other ferocious beasts all stared at the person who just spoke. Someone shouted, hey, if you can go out today, don't let me see you again, or I'll skin you alive. Someone scolded, "How dare you slander our former leader? You deserve to die." Clang! Just as the ferocious beasts were roaring angrily, in the sky, a bloody hand grabbed the powerful saber of the nine-giant god turtle. Crack! When the bloody hand crumbled the knife, a dazzling light shone in all directions, and the ominous mist in half of the city was purged, revealing a large number of bloody hand mine devils whose bodies were steaming with black mist. This was a powerful blow from the nine-giant god turtle, but as a result, the saber beam was broken. Following that, a bloody fist penetrated half of the sky and punched the shell of the nine-giant god turtle. Rumble! Although the nine-giant god turtle had turned into a turtle at that moment, it was a pity that this turtle shell was made of minerals. It seemed extremely powerful, but in the end, it was inferior to his naturally endowed turtle shell. Therefore, everybody saw that the turtle shell of the nine-giant god turtle was dented, and hundreds of minerals on its body exploded. This blow dimmed the luster of the nine-giant god turtle's body. And where the nine-giant god turtle attacked just now, a large amount of ominous mist surged over, filling it up. Suddenly, the nine-giant god turtle shouted at the mountain where Han Fei was. "Are you two waiting to watch the show? If you don't attack, my mineral body won't be able to withstand it anymore." It was not that the nine-giant god turtle had to fight head-on. He had just fought and partly exposed the strength of the great monarch Bloody Hand. After the encounter, the nine-giant god turtle knew that there seemed to be a realm between him and the great monarch Bloody Hand. Therefore, knowing that he was no match for the Bloody Hand, he would only be courting death if he continued to fight. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't want his last battle to end with failure. Therefore, the nine-giant god turtle turned to Mystic One and Han Fei for help. He didn't want to count Han Fei in at first. He said "you too" just because he saw Han Fei coming out of the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber in an extremely good state. He didn't look like he had just taken over Puppet City. More importantly, Han Fei had come out of the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber, which meant that Han Fei had already controlled Puppet City. It also meant that Han Fei could already use the power of Puppet City and the cleansing power that Puppet City had accumulated over the years. Therefore, he counted Han Fei in, although he didn't expect Han Fei to attack directly. The Northern Expedition Army all looked at the top of the mountain, wondering if Great Monarch Mystic Marshal had helpers. In the next moment, a level 9 mineral puppet stepped out. He was expressionless with a shovel in his hand, but he didn't look ordinary. And the other person was even more beyond their expectations. Someone exclaimed, "Is that Human Butcher? His Human Butcher can also participate in the battle? Although he has 5 Dao locks, the one in the ominous mist is a great monarch." Someone was dumbfounded. An emperor fighting a great monarch? I've never seen or heard of it before. But many people didn't find it strange. Someone said, "It's said that the Emperor Sparrow is his companion spirit. This kind of person should have some special means to temporarily fight a monarch, right?" Someone guessed, could it be that the Human Butcher was a monarch in the first place? He only appeared with the strength of the sky-opening realm in a way we don't know. This question rendered many people speechless. Even Wu Shuang's eyes widened. She knew that Han Fei might have a way to save or take some people away, but she didn't expect Han Fei to appear in such a way. The 3 of them gathered together in the blink of an eye, and the 9-giant god turtle said, "Boy, do you have any level 9 minerals? Give me 10. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. 10 pieces? They are equivalent to 10 high-quality godly weapons, or even ultra-quality godly weapons, alright? However, at this point, how could he not give them to him? Without the combat power of the 9-giant god turtle, no matter how strong he and Mystic One were, it would be difficult for them to take down the remnant soul of the great monarch bloody hand. Han Fei waved his hand and threw out 10 level 9 minerals. Seeing this, many people were lost for words. So he really King had level 9 minerals. 9-giant god turtle opened his mouth and sucked, absorbing all the 10 level 9 minerals. Instantly, the dented wound on his back armor recovered at a visible speed. Furthermore, his body that had just dimmed burst into brilliance again. At this moment, a leisurely voice came from the darkness. An old turtle with one last breath, a Tao prover with only a wisp of soul. What else is there? A sky opener? 9-giant, Mystic One, do you think you can exhaust me to death with his help? Mystic One's voice was indifferent. You're just a remnant soul and a broken bloody hand. Do you think you're a great monarch? Han Fei mocked, old thing, make yourself clear. Who am I? Am I something that can kill you, okay? Do you look down on sky openers? It's not like I haven't fought you one-on-one. Could you kill me? For a moment, the Northern Expedition Army was dumbfounded. Someone was dumbfounded. How can this guy still be so arrogant when he is talking to a monarch? An itinerant cultivator sighed. Human butcher is still human butcher. He never changes. Someone was stunned. He even fought the great monarch bloody hand? Wang Xiaojiu shouted, human butcher, kill him, you must kill him. Unfortunately, at this moment, these people could only be spectators. It was hard for them to imagine what a sky opener could do in a battle of this level. The violent 9-giant god turtle roared and transformed into a human form. Again, charging forward with double shields. Mystic One also jumped up and waved the shovel in his hand in the air, slashing out 1,000 sharp rays. Han Fei activated his great Tao, fully armed, wearing a high-quality godly weapon-level suit, holding the infinity water in one hand and the extreme cold pearl in the other, and also rushed up. In the ominous mist, the bloody hand finally appeared. It punched out, covering the sky and the sun. Clang! 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 The first to clash with the blood hand divine fist was Mystic One's 1,000 rays. In the eyes of outsiders, he might not be able to withstand any of the rays. However, under the huge fist mark, the rays all shattered, but the fist mark only dimmed by 30%. Han Fei threw the extreme cold pearl again, freezing the sky. The speed of the blood hand fist was reduced by 80%, and the whole fist mark was covered with frost. However, the ice was shattering. Although it reduced the speed of the bloody hand's fist, it wasn't enough to shake it. After all, the attack of the extreme cold pearl was area of effect. If it was a single target attack, it was indeed impressive, but the threat of an area of effect attack was greatly reduced. However, with Mystic One and Han Fei holding off the bloody hand, the 9-giant god turtle rammed with a shield, and its speed instantly soared to a level that no one could see. Rumble. The void rippled crazily, and in the city space inside the moat, a terrifying suction force was crazily swallowing the escaping power. But even so, the ripples were still turbulent, and the onlookers had to operate their great Daos to barely withstand them. Bang! Half of the bloody hand's fist mark exploded, but it was still powerful. Mystic One waved the shovel and smashed down. Clang! The fist mark shattered by another 30%. Han Fei's Great Tao was fully activated. Without the use of the invincible eye, his combat power was enhanced by 6 times, and the infinity water and all great Taos in one sword were launched. Clang! Bang! The bloody hand's fist mark was broken, but the 9 giant god turtle, Mystic One, and Han Fei were all sent flying. Especially Han Fei, when he really touched the bloody hand's fist mark, he realized how terrifying the power of the law was. Bang! The 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One were shaken back hundreds of kilometers, and Han Fei was blasted back to the mountain where the cultivation field was located. The earth was shaking after the collision. As soon as everybody looked over, they heard a roar from the mountain. In the next moment, Han Fei rushed out again, and a fist light, wrapped with all his combat power, poured out for tens of thousands of kilometers and blasted into the ominous. The speed of the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One was even faster than Han Fei. The two of them rushed forward at the same time and activated their laws. At this time, in front of the ominous mist, countless bloody hand phantoms appeared, smashing at Han Fei and the others like meteors. The 9 giant god turtle waved the shields and swept along the way. Mystic One brandished the shovel quickly, shattering countless bloody hands phantoms. And the sacrificing punch that Han Fei unleashed with all his strength also pierced through hundreds of bloody hand phantoms in an instant and blasted towards the bloody hand. The 3 of them attacked together again and finally fought blood hand head on. The 3 of them were sent flying again, and half of Han Fei's body exploded. Not good. Someone was shocked. Human butcher is no match for the bloody hand. Someone exclaimed, how can a sky opener compete with a great monarch? Wang Xiaojiu sighed. It's over, it's over. They can't resist the ominous at all. While they were exclaiming, Han Fei appeared on the other side at some point. And the figure that was blown up disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a layer of golden light burst out of Han Fei's body. None of the fist marks that filled the sky could shake him at this moment. This was naturally the 3-second invincibility state after the Great Tao of Life replacement was activated. Although the bloody hand was extremely powerful, it was still impossible to break through the unreasonable invincibility state. Han Fei continued to charge forward, and the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One arrived at the same time. The 3 of them blasted the bloody hand into the ominous sea. In the eyes of many people, this was already a huge victory. But the 3 of them had actually entered the ominous fog. What were they thinking? Aren't they afraid of being contaminated? As soon as he entered the ominous place, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. With so many pairs of eyes watching him, he couldn't do anything. He issued an order in his heart, and with a swoosh, a pair of black wings appeared behind him. As soon as the Emperor Sparrow appeared, the ominous mist could no longer hurt him. However, as soon as he entered the ominous mist, Han Fei was targeted. The great monarch bloody hand couldn't kill Han Fei. He had tried this many times before, and Han Fei had the power of fire origin that could suppress him and the green jade stone bridge, so he was naturally unwilling to fight Han Fei. More importantly, this guy couldn't be killed. Therefore, the great monarch bloody hand directly controlled countless bloody hand mine devils to besiege him. Han Fei was not stingy and threw out 100 million clean stones. Han Fei had never fought such a spendthrift battle before. 100 million clean stones bloomed, and half of the thousands of bloody hand mine devils that attacked him were directly purified, and the remaining half were almost dead. They were all smoking in pain. But Han Fei didn't care about these bloody hand mine devils that were emitting black smoke. His goal had never been these things. Therefore, at 30 times the speed of light, Han Fei charged at the bloody hand again. The bloody hand slapped 7 times in a row in the air, sending the 9 giant god turtle flying here and there. When Han Fei saw thousands of bloody hand mine devils surrounded by the 9 giant god turtle flying in the air, he threw out another 100 million clean stones without hesitation to help the 9 giant god turtle out. As for himself, he activated the ultimate hammer and struck more than 300 times in the blink of an eye, blasting the blood hand or demon that had been purified by the clean stones into smithereens. The 9 giant god turtle flew into the air and poured half of its strength into a huge shield in its hand. Swish! The giant shield was thrown at the bloody hand. The latter seemed to be prepared and punched the giant shield. At this moment, on the giant shield, a tremendous amount of purifying power suddenly flashed. This was not the power of the 9 giant god turtle, but clean stones. 300 million clean stones burst out at the same time. Although Bloody Hand was extremely powerful, he was directly purified by this huge amount of clean stones until black smoke billowed and his bloody hand withered. However, the bloody hand didn't forget to slap back in the void, shattering the black mist body that Han Fei hid on the giant shield. Outside the ominous mist, no one could see what was going on there and how the battle had progressed. However, the countless surges of energy told them that a terrifying battle was erupting there. Suddenly, the ominous mist that covered half of Puppet City was riddled with holes in an instant. Countless purifying powers pierced through the ominous like sunlight through dark clouds. Everyone could vaguely see through the place pierced by the power of purification that the bloody hand seemed to be ignited by the light of purification and smashed a huge shield angrily. And Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared, as if he had been beaten back by the bloody hand. Unfortunately, this large area of purifying light didn't last long. It only existed for 2 seconds before it was filled up by the ominous mist again. Han Fei was also shocked. In the blink of an eye, 500 million clean stones were used, but only purified more than 3,000 bloody hand mine devils, causing heavy damage to Blood Hand, but he quickly recovered. Han Fei's face was gloomy, because now he only had 1 billion clean stones left. Even if he could grab a chance every time, he could only wound the bloody hand 3 times. More importantly, although the bloody hand was impacted and burned by the power of the clean stones, the boundless ominous mist quickly gathered in his body, so Han Fei couldn't see how injured the bloody hand was. The bloody hand, who was targeted by Han Fei, finally got angry. A voice roared from the hand, "Human, you're courting death." Han Fei cursed, "I'm begging you to kill me. Come and kill me. Trash monarch. You can't even kill me, a sky opener. You want to control Puppet City? Who do you think you are?" However, Han Fei immediately retreated, because more than 5,000 bloody hands were surging at him and seemed to be launching a fatal attack. In such a situation, Han Fei didn't know whether to retreat or not. His goal had always been the real bloody hand, not these bloody hand mine devils. He wasted the clean stones on the bloody hand mine devils just because he had no choice. Naturally, Han Fei wouldn't be so stupid as to waste 1 billion clean stones on them. If he did it, wouldn't it be exactly what the great monarch Bloody Hand wanted? He couldn't wait for Han Fei to use up all his trump cards. At that time, Han Fei would only be a perfected star transformation realm cultivator and wouldn't pose any threat at all. At this moment, Han Fei knew that if he only had the strength of the perfected star transformation realm, no matter how fast he was, he would be restrained in the end. Therefore, Han Fei didn't hold back anymore. He roared, "Dharma idol world!" In the next moment, a 10,000-foot-long Dharma idol appeared in Puppet City. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, the puppet heart trembled in the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber. Following that, the puppet army guarding outside the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber flashed with a halo, like threads leading to the ominous fog. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei fused with his Dharma idol, and his body was crazily accepting the power of Puppet City. Every strong master had extremely powerful power in their own territory. This was because they had made many arrangements on their territories, connecting their territories to their lifelines. Therefore, as long as they could withstand it, they could borrow all the power on their territories at any time. Logically speaking, Han Fei couldn't withstand this power, but after fusing with his Dharma idol, not only had his strength increased by 50%, but the power that Han Fei borrowed and couldn't completely withstand was all gathered in the Dharma idol. Han Fei admitted that Monarch's comprehension of laws was definitely deeper and stronger than Sky Opener's comprehension of Great Tao. No matter how strong the power of a Sky Opener was, theoretically speaking, he couldn't shake a monarch. However, there were no absolutes in everything. Han Fei believed he would have the combat power of a monarch if he was strong enough. Roar. Han Fei had fused with the Emperor Sparrow. Now that he activated the Dharma idol world and used the puppet heart to mobilize the power of Puppet City, he felt a little lightheaded. The absolute power filled him, making him feel incomparably powerful. Han Fei grabbed a giant hammer from the void and activated the ultimate hammer. Again. He roared, "Do you really think your bloody hand mind devils are endless? Don't you want to stop me? I'd like to see if your bloody hand mind devils can stop me today. Kill." Knock, knock, knock. The people outside only heard his voice, but didn't see him. After Han Fei roared, bangs were heard and Puppet City shook crazily. This was naturally not an earthquake, but Han Fei's attack speed was too fast. Borrowing the power of Puppet City, Han Fei's strength expanded to a point where he was about to explode. Therefore, he unleashed the ultimate hammer again, which was as fast as the passing of time. Bang! 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 In just 3 seconds, more than 300 bloody hand mind devils were crushed into slag by Han Fei. Seeing this, the 9 giant god turtles said, "Han Fei, use the purification power of Puppet City to reopen the barrier of the moat." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Use it now? But at this moment, Han Fei didn't hesitate. He decided to kill this bloody hand in one go. At this moment, his combat power was at the peak. If he didn't take action now, he might not have a chance later. Explode. As Han Fei roared, suddenly, a blue halo rose from the top of the mountain. As this halo rose, the entire Puppet City and the arrays on the ground all flickered. At this moment, Puppet City was fully activated. Someone exclaimed, "What's going on? Can't they hold out inside?" Someone was shocked. "Is this the light of purification that we have encountered before?" Someone was puzzled. Why is the light of purification flashing on the top of this mountain? Has the top of the mountain been corroded by the ominous? But in the next moment, blue light burst out of every pattern on the ground under their feet. It was as if the entire puppet city was raining heavily in the opposite direction. The raindrops connected into threads, forming countless heavy rain curtains. Crack! 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 Suddenly, someone pointed at the ominous mist. Look, the ominous mist is fading. It's fading so fast. Ah! Suddenly, black smoke spewed out of someone in the crowd. Instantly, everyone retreated. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. He's been contaminated by the ominous." Someone was horrified. Damn it, it's the ominous. How did he have a chance to come here? Someone was horrified. How did the ominous hide? Why can't we find them? Ah. Before they began to discuss, another person began to burn in pain. In the blink of an eye, nearly 50 people began to burn. Clearly, their bodies had been ominously infected. The sudden power of purification made the divine beasts present exclaim. A divine beast was horrified. What terrifying power! It actually purified the entire city. A divine beast sighed. Even monarchs might not be able to resist the purification power of this level. If the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand is not strong enough, it is very likely to be directly purified. A divine beast shook his head and said, "It's unlikely to be directly purified. Unless the light of purification can last longer, even tens of thousands of Bloody Hand mind devils might not be able to be completely purified." Someone said, "Whether or not it can purify this mass of the ominous, it will definitely purify a large part of it. As for the Bloody Hand mind devils, they're very likely to be purified. After all, this light of purification is too rich for the ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm to resist." In fact, the ominous mist that covered half of Puppet City was quickly dissipating the moment the light of purification appeared. In just 10 seconds, the ominous mist in the moat completely dissipated and tried to slowly repair the barrier of the moat. And the light of purification was still going on. Even the ominous mist outside the moat was fading at a visible speed. Because the ominous mist was dispersed, thousands of Bloody Hand mind devils were exposed to the light of purification because they had no time to escape. Crack! 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 For a moment, black smoke filled the air. They seemed to want to escape back into the mist. Unfortunately, before they could escape at all, their bodies began to melt like thawed ice. In the blink of an eye, their bodies shattered into pieces of minerals and fell into Puppet City. At that moment, the great monarch Bloody Hand roared, "Mystic Marshal is dead. How can you inherit Puppet City?" Han Fei shouted coldly, "It's none of your King business. From today on, this is my city. In this city, I have the final say. I want to see how much ominous mist you can emit." Puff. 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 Even behind the moat, up to the gate of the inner city, the ominous was quickly purged, and the city was turned from darkness into light. Because he didn't expect Han Fei to take over Puppet City, the great monarch Bloody Hand immediately asked the Bloody Hand mind devils to return to the outer city. Even he took 7 or 8 attacks from the 9 giant god turtle. And tens of thousands of attacks from Mystic One. He didn't fight back, but quickly retreated to the outer city. At this moment, Han Fei's Dharma idol was revealed and chasing the bloody hand. Unfortunately, it was impossible to stop him. Han Fei tried his best, but he could only take back the inner city and kill more than 13,000 bloody hand mine devils. Plus the 500 million clean stones that Han Fei used earlier, he had killed less than 18,000 bloody hand mine devils in total. But the light of purification hadn't completely stopped yet. Although most of the bloody hand mine devils had retreated to the outer city, there were still hundreds of them who had been purified because they didn't escape fast enough. Unfortunately, at this moment, the power of purification began to dim. After all, the mineral itself didn't produce the power of purification. The reason why the light of purification could be extracted was because of the filtering and modification of the demon vanquishing tree. When Han Fei took over Puppet City, he knew why Old Yuan asked the demon vanquishing tree to guard Puppet City. It was just like how demon plants could give birth to the life spring water. The demon vanquishing tree could give birth to the power of purification, but this power of purification had to be stored, so this was the basic use of the mineral, which was to store some special power. Han Fei lowered his head and looked at the devastated inner city. From the place where they fought, almost 60% of the various buildings in Puppet City had collapsed. Han Fei's heart was bleeding. This was his territory. But he had no choice. He had to fight this battle. If he didn't, not only would 60% of this area be destroyed, but the entire Puppet City would be taken by the great monarch. Bloody Hand. Fortunately, the outburst of the power of purification this time sent the great monarch Bloody Hand back to the outer city. As for the 9 giant god turtle, he seemed to have used some forbidden technique. His body seemed to have turned into a blazing sun, and his speed, strength, and various aspects all doubled. Yes, Han Fei thought to himself, the 9 giant god turtle was already prepared to die. He fought the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand with the determination to die, so this battle was fought crazily. The Bloody Hand mine devils could retreat to the outer city, but not the great monarch. Bloody Hand. Enshrouded by the light of purification, the strength of the great monarch Bloody Hand was greatly reduced, and the 9 giant god turtle erupted crazily again. At this moment, holding 2 giant shields as weapons, he slapped the Blood Hand crazily. Bang! 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 Bloody Hand didn't seem to expect it either. He had thought that the 9 giant god turtle was too heavily injured to have any strength left, but he didn't expect this guy to still be so ferocious. Crack! The blazing sun bloomed between the heavens and the earth, and the huge shield in the hands of the 9 giant god turtle was shattered because the force he slapped down was too strong. The terrifying impact erupted, directly crushing a large number of city buildings outside the moat. Han Fei's eyes were already red, and he became agitated. He roared, "Be gentle." The 9 giant god turtle simply ignored Han Fei and crazily punched the Bloody Hand that was punched into the ground and had left a huge pit on the ground. Yes, Han Fei could tell at a glance that the strongest technique of the 9 giant god turtle was not fist techniques, so the fist marks were very messy. But every punch had a scorching purifying light. Bloody Hand Divine Fist. The great monarch Bloody Hand was about to counterattack, when a line appeared between the heavens and earth, and an iron shovel hacked down from the sky, wrapped with endless mineral power. Clang! After all, the Bloody Hand was not the original body. Although the Bloody Hand divine fist had almost been launched, it still exploded on the spot under the attack of Mystic One's shovel, and billowing smoke and dust swept across thousands of kilometers. Han Fei saw that a ravine 10,000 kilometers long appeared on the ground of Puppet City, extending from the inner city to the outer city. This time, Han Fei was infuriated. Old Yuan didn't want Puppet City, so they didn't hesitate to destroy it at all. They were all King great monarchs. He didn't believe that they couldn't control their strength accurately. Han Fei shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Mystic One, didn't you say you could control power? Is this the way you control your power? My city has been destroyed by you." Yes, the moment the inner city gate was broken, there were no longer any obstacles between the inner and outer city. Therefore, Mystic One's shovel unleashed supreme might. Han Fei believed that even in his current state, he might be split in half by this blow. But his city was almost destroyed. With reddened eyes, Han Fei lowered his head, only to see that the bloody hand was all melted flesh and blood, revealing jade-like bones. However, these bones were all black and had clearly been contaminated. But even so, the bloody hand broke free from the flesh and even ignited the remaining flesh and blood. Rumble. Bang. The 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One were both sent flying by the terrifying impact. At this moment, only Han Fei, who was comparatively far away, had a chance to attack. The 9 giant god turtle roared, "Stop him!" Han Fei was shivering in anger. He could accept that the moat was destroyed. After all, the city was not completely destroyed in that case. But now, the area outside the moat was almost completely destroyed. The monarchs didn't mind destroying his city at all. However, Han Fei couldn't say anything, because both the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One were trying their best to kill the bloody hand. Then, Han Fei only had one target to vent his anger on. In his eyes was the almost destroyed Puppet City, and facing him was bloody hand trying to rush out of the inner city. Han Fei cursed, "You want to run after destroying my city? Ah! Take my punch." At this moment, Han Fei gathered the power of violence and the heart of destruction and finally threw a punch that he hadn't succeeded in so far. Anyway, Puppet City had been destroyed. Why should he care if it was worse? Han Fei roared, "World destruction." Yes, the Star Fist technique had 3 punches. One punch was violent, like the blooming of stars. One punch silenced the world, and one punch had the power to destroy the world. As soon as he punched out, in the already dilapidated outer city, countless buildings that had only collapsed turned into powder under the power of this punch. His Dharma idol that was tens of thousands of feet tall used the power of Puppet City to launch a world destruction fist too. The fist mark reached the sky. It seemed to have the same characteristics as the bloody hand divine fist that the blood hand monarch launched. They were both terrifying huge fist marks. This punch was extremely destructive, but the great monarch bloody hand didn't seem to take it seriously. He was most proud of his pair of bloody hands. Therefore, he had never taken Han Fei seriously. At this moment, the great monarch bloody hand clenched his fist and was about to attack. But when he saw that Han Fei's punch had undergone 3 levels of changes, he seemed to realize that something was wrong. At this moment, although his bloody hand divine fist was extremely powerful, the power behind Han Fei that seemed to be able to destroy the world was equally powerful. Rumble. The sky and the void were resplendent, and the dazzling light covered almost the entire Puppet City. When the light dimmed, Han Fei's Dharma idol was sitting at the entrance of the inner city, looking extremely unstable and could shatter at any time. As for the great monarch Bloody Hand, he was also repelled tens of thousands of kilometers away, leaving long ravines on the ground of Puppet City. The Blood Hand martial monarch rose again, and at that moment, he roared. Star Fist Technique? Are you the heir of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star? Great Monarch Ultimate Star? The others didn't feel anything when they heard that, but on the side of the Divine Capital Dynasty, a few people were intrigued. The legacy of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star seemed to be in the Divine Capital Dynasty, right? And it was sealed in the Divine Capital's armory. Could it be that there was also the legacy of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star in other corners of the sea realm? After all, there were too few heirs of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star, so no one had seen anyone who had mastered this fist technique. It wasn't until this moment, when the inheritance of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star was mentioned, that the Dao Lock level powerhouses of the Divine Capital Dynasty had a trace of doubt. However, they couldn't be sure that there were no other inheritances of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star in this world. And most people were shocked that there was really a sky opener in this world. Who could fight a great monarch, although the sky opener was not a sky opener in true sense, and the great monarch was not a great monarch in true sense either. However, the psychological impact was still great. Even if it was not a great monarch, but a monarch, it was still extremely terrifying. Gulp. Someone swallowed. Where is the human butcher exactly from? Someone exclaimed, his Dharma idol blocked the Bloody Hand Divine Fist? Is this just a Dharma idol? Someone said, human butcher can't be so strong. He can withstand the blow of the Bloody Hand because he obtained some of the inherited power of Puppet City. Besides, it must have had the effect of the light of purification just now. Under the suppression of the light of purification, coupled with the new power he inherited, he can barely fight the Bloody Hand. No one said anything. Even so, he had blocked a great monarch. At this moment, the 9 giant god turtle and mystic one arrived again and began to fight the Bloody Hand again. As for Han Fei, he was still sitting on the ground, a bit exhausted. If it weren't for the continuous replenishment of the power of Puppet City, his Dharma idol would have collapsed long ago. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. This Bloody Hand Divine Fist was really powerful. If the other hand of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand was here, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from the other party even if he joined forces with the 9 giant god turtle and mystic one. However, at this moment, the purification power of Puppet City had almost been exhausted. In just dozens of seconds, the Great Monarch Bloody Hand had been beaten up by 3 monarchs. At this moment, his strength had plummeted. Mystic One shouted, "Boy, we've ruined his chance to be replenished by the ominous. His strength is seriously declining. You're no longer needed here. Hurry up and enter the ominous. Think of a way to block the ominous counterattack." Han Fei couldn't even summon the strength to talk at this moment. He felt that his body was numb, but when he heard this, he forcibly stuffed 4 or 5 masses of liquid divine light into his mouth. He shouted, "Emperor Sparrow, come and take my body. I need to recover 4 dozens of seconds." Yes, when he was recovering, his body would be taken over by the Emperor Sparrow. Otherwise, his numb body wouldn't be able to do anything. In Han Fei's mind, there was still the lingering Bloody Hand Divine Fist. Only those Who had been hit by it knew what true horror was. Even though he had launched the world destruction fist, he still had the illusion that he couldn't resist that punch. Buzz. The Emperor Sparrow took Han Fei's body. As he rushed into the ominous mist, he said, "I must have absorbed most of the ominous under the blood spring back." Then, no matter what, this blood hand should have been sealed for 1,000 years. Such violent and intense ominous power shouldn't appear now. Either we missed something, or a new source of ominous power has appeared here. Where's your vast ocean navigator? A new source of the ominous? With a thought from Han Fei, the vast ocean navigator appeared, and then it immediately pointed in a direction, which was exactly the direction of the blood spring. Han Fei was shocked. Just as the Emperor Sparrow guessed, there was a new ominous source. Han Fei immediately said to the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One via voice transmission, "I'll destroy the source of the ominous. You hold the bloody hand back." The 9 giant god turtle only replied, "Hurry up." Although his combat power has plummeted, so have ours. Besides, after 1,000,000 years, he shouldn't be so strong. Mystic One instructed, "Use the puppets to block the bloody hand mine devils." Issuing an order in his heart, Han Fei saw 20,000 puppets quickly flying to the blockade of the inner city gate at the fastest speed. However, Han Fei could only mobilize 20,000 puppets, so he immediately shouted, "Northern Expedition Army, the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts, if you want to live, help me defend the bloody hand mine devil army. For the time being. Otherwise, once the ominous power counterattacks, the bloody hand will be replenished and all our efforts will be in vain." Everyone knew it was a matter of life and death. Han Fei and the other 2 great monarchs had been fighting hard, which was obvious to everyone. Wu Xuan shouted, "Everyone, now is not the time to count our gains and losses. Follow me, and fight another battle with the bloody hand mine devils." Wang Xiaojiu shouted, "The ferocious beasts, follow me." On the other side, although the white tiger of the divine beast lineage hadn't come down from the mountain yet, they were not stupid and also rushed up. They were not afraid that the battle would affect them, because the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One tried their best to stop the ominous. Once the bloody hand could hurt them, it meant that he could already enter the ominous mist. Once the bloody hand entered the ominous mist, it meant that the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One failed to intercept him and they had lost this battle. In the ominous mist, the Emperor Sparrow spread his wings. He had no time to absorb the ominous power here. Instead, he instantly rushed out of Puppet City and rushed into the Mine Demon Stream. However, even if Han Fei could burst out at 32 times the speed of light, it was still too slow. It would take him at least an hour to run to the place of the blood spring, but Puppet City would probably be destroyed in an hour. Han Fei shouted, "Time fishing, Mystic One." Under such circumstances, very few people could be caught by Han Fei. The only monarchs he had met recently were the 9 giant god turtle, Mystic One, and Bloody Hand. Although the 9 giant god turtle was violent, it was huge before he entered the star transformation realm and his speed might not be fast enough. Besides, he was the main force fighting Bloody Hand and was stronger than Mystic One. He couldn't distract him now. But Mystic One was different. It only took Han Fei 8 tries to catch Mystic One. As soon as he appeared, Mystic One asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" "I can't be distracted at this moment." Han Fei said, "Take me flying." After all, Mystic One was once a great monarch. No matter how poor his comprehension of speed was, his speed was still quite fast. Although his strength was only at the Tao proving level now, his great monarch realm comprehension was still all there. Therefore, after Mystic One understood what Han Fei meant, he grabbed Han Fei and rushed out. Mystic One said, I only have 20 seconds, and your divine technique can only last so long. Although I may be able to reach 1,000 times the speed of light at all costs, your body shouldn't be able to withstand it. Han Fei knew what Mystic One meant. Senior brother Azure Dragon had once said that with his strength in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, the maximum speed he could withstand in the White Cave space was 42 times the speed of light. Although he had already reached the perfected star transformation realm now, his limit in speed was probably only 100 times the light speed. However, Han Fei said, just run. I have my ways to deal with this speed. Hearing Han Fei's affirmation, Mystic One didn't hesitate anymore. Buzz. The moment Mystic One unleashed his fastest speed, a blood mist erupted from Han Fei's body. In the next moment, Han Fei was in an invincible state. Yes, the great Tao of life replacement could maintain his invincible state for about 3 seconds at a time. And Han Fei had killed too many strong masters over the years, so he could still hold out for a long time in this invincible state. Now, he was racing against time. While Han Fei was sprinting crazily with Mystic One, in Puppet City, Mystic One's strength suddenly weakened. He was sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers by a punch from the great monarch bloody hand, and his body exploded many times. After all, Mystic One was only at the Tao proving level now. There was a price to pay for forcefully unleashing such a fast speed. The 9 giant god turtle roared, Mystic One, what are you doing? But Mystic One simply said, you hold them back. I won't be able to raise my combat power in a short period of time. The 9 giant god turtles' heart skipped a beat. Mystic One's combat power couldn't be increased? How could the remnant soul of a great monarch not be able to raise his combat power? So, what did Mystic One do in secret? The great monarch bloody hand snorted coldly. Do you really think that brat is useful after leaving Puppet City? By the time he can threaten me, Puppet City will have changed hands. 9 giant, Mystic One, I'll control Puppet City. This is an irresistible trend. Just surrender to me. The 9 giant god turtles said, when I became a great monarch, you were still a piece of trash that everyone wanted to beat up. Do you want me to submit to you? Even if your ominous ancestors come, I won't surrender to you. Mystic One sneered. You're just the negative side of the great monarch bloody hand. It's your destiny to be killed. Even the original body is killed. How dare you dream of occupying Puppet City? Who gave you the courage? The great monarch bloody hand said, in that case, I'll destroy you too. Then I can still occupy Puppet City. Bang! Bloody hand punched out again, not at the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One, but in an attempt to shake them off and enter the ominous mist. However, the 9 giant god turtle held the remaining shield, which emitted a dazzling light, and welcomed it head-on. Explode. The giant shield shattered again, barely obliterating the divine fist, and the 9 giant god turtle was directly blasted into the ominous mist. At this moment, Mystic One didn't take action, which made Bloody Hand feel a little uneasy. Although Mystic One's strength had dropped to the Tao proving realm, he was still a remnant soul of a great monarch. It wasn't impossible for him to attack. Therefore, since he didn't attack, he must be preparing for something. Bloody Hand ignored Mystic One. The moment the nine-giant god turtle was blasted into the ominous mist, he was about to rush into the mist. But in the ominous mist, a green light bloomed, and the Bloody Hand was sent flying again. And another huge shield appeared in the hands of the nine-giant god turtle, which was a mineral shield. Bloody Hand roared, "Nine-giant, have you run out of tricks? You even took out your innate turtle shell. Unfortunately, this armor only has Tao patterns, not your true body. How long can you resist me?" The nine-giant god turtle asked, "How long can I hold out? I can kill you." After only about 20 seconds, Han Fei discovered that he had arrived at the blood spring. At the last moment, Mystic One used all his strength and threw Han Fei out. At that moment, Han Fei really experienced an indescribable speed. At this speed, he saw countless void nodes. However, the vast ocean navigator only aimed at one of them. Swish! Han Fei returned to reality from the wonderful world of speed and rushed into the spring of blood. Before Han Fei realized what was going on, the Emperor Sparrow said, "The ominous power here is even more intense than last time. Something must have happened." In the middle of the blood spring, a vortex was spewing out a tremendous amount of ominous power. Because he had already left the range of Puppet City, Han Fei was no longer immune to the ominous. The god's prayer bead on his chest shone brightly. And the Emperor Sparrow had already begun to swallow the ominous power here. Han Fei strode to the periphery of the vortex. At this time even the god's prayer bead couldn't block it. It directly turned into a light shield, protecting Han Fei. Upon seeing this, the Emperor Sparrow's expression changed slightly. "No. There's too much ominous power escaping from this. I can't eat it." Han Fei's face slightly changed. "Then don't eat it. Destroy it." With that said, Han Fei threw 500 million clean stones into the black hole. Rumble. The black hole expanded, then distorted, deformed, and finally exploded. Because of instability. Bang! The powerful detonation shook Han Fei out of his invincible state again. Today, Han Fei felt that there were too many strong masters who could kill him. If it weren't for the great Tao of life replacement, he would have died countless times. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow said, "Although I don't quite understand. This Bloody Hand seems to have opened a channel that connects to the ominous fog." Han Fei said, if he had this ability, why didn't he use it earlier or later? But chose to use it now? There must be a reason. Either he only has one chance and has to pay a huge price, or the power the demon vanquishing tree can use was too powerful when it was still around. Once he does anything, it can suppress him. Emperor Sparrow, in any case, although this passage has been destroyed, the ominous power here is still too huge. Even if I have 5 Tao locks, I might not be able to swallow all this ominous power. I can help you guard this blood spring, but you'll have to face the matters in the city yourself. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Buzz. The great Tao of time enveloped Han Fei, and in an instant, Han Fei disappeared. Of course, Han Fei could continue to fish Mystic One over with the time fishing technique. However, he had to save as much time as possible. Going back in time, he crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers, which was the furthest distance that Han Fei could return with the great Tao of time. After arriving here, Han Faye flew back and used the time fishing technique. However, this time it took him more than 90 times to pull Mystic One over. Han Fei knew that the time fishing art had certain disadvantages. Although there were infinite old bodies of someone, they were restricted in some aspects. Among them, if the person being fished was very far away from him, the difficulty of fishing him would increase exponentially. This was why it was so difficult for Han Fei to fish for Mystic Ones this time. Secondly, if the person being fished met him too long ago, it would also greatly affect the success rate of his fishing. Also, the strength of the person being fished determined the success rate of his fishing. Some people had to be willing to come. If they weren't, he couldn't get anything. Fortunately, Mystic One was still caught by Han Fei. The first time he saw Han Fei, he was surprised. So fast? Han Fei nodded. Okay. Without further ado, Mystic One pulled Han Fei to run at his extreme speed. Again. In Puppet City, many cracks had already appeared on the shell of the 9-giant god turtle. If it weren't for the 10 level 9 minerals Han Fei gave him, the 9-giant god turtle might have been destroyed. Besides, since discovering Mystic One's abnormality, Bloody Hand couldn't wait to rush back into the ominous mist. Because of his anxiety, Bloody Hand went crazy. However, the 9-giant god turtle was even crazier than Bloody Hand. He completely began to burn his soul and the minerals in his body. The 9-giant god turtle laughed and said, I've experienced ups and downs and countless life and death situations in my life. I've fought alongside Mystic Marshal, fought in the Sea of Stars, participated in the battles of the gods, and killed the ominous. As a great monarch, even if my body doesn't exist, I still have the heart of a great monarch. Kill. The 9-giant god turtle was like a scorching sun. He was so crazy that even Bloody Hand had to avoid it. Bloody Hand knew that his combat power was almost exhausted. If he couldn't replenish the ominous power in time, he would be in danger. However, 20,000 puppets and 10,000 members of the Northern Expedition Army stood in front of the ominous mist. Every time he wanted to drive the ominous mist to cover them, Mystic One would attack and cut off the ominous mist with the power of purification. Every time the Bloody Hand Mind Devils tried to rush out of the ominous mist, they were stopped by the puppets and the Northern Expedition Army. The battle between the two sides was in full swing. And it was difficult for any Bloody Hand Mind Devil to cross this barrier. The great monarch Bloody Hand thought that victory was in his hands, but in the end, he underestimated Puppet City. He knew what was in Puppet City, and had guessed that the 9-giant god turtle might still be alive. However, he thought that even if the 9-giant god turtle was alive, he was too heavily injured back then, so he chose the same path as Mystic One. That was why he dared to break in. He had been hibernating when the demon vanquishing tree was around, but now that it was gone, he thought that the 9-giant god turtle, who might even die at any time, and Mystic One, whose realm had plummeted, couldn't do anything to him. He was right about Mystic One. It was true that Mystic One couldn't beat him, and could only be beaten up by him. However, he had completely misjudged the combat power of the 9-giant god turtle. Although the former top general under Great Monarch Mystic Marshal had lost a lot of his strength, in a real battle, he could almost unleash the power of the immortal level. Some of his attacks were even close to the peak of the immortal level. Even he couldn't fight back. At this moment, seeing that the 9-giant god turtle was completely burning Himself, he understood. The 9 giant god turtle was ready, and he was prepared to die after this battle. In a head-on battle, when the two parties' strength was equal, the feared were lunatics, but lunatics were afraid of people who were not afraid of death. Now, the 9 giant god turtle played this role. He burned himself desperately, hoping to maintain his peak state. The great monarch Bloody Hand knew that he couldn't cross the defense line of the 9 giant god turtle unless he was dead. At this time, the great monarch Bloody Hand looked at Mystic One, who did nothing but was watching their battle. He found that the mineral power in Mystic One had dimmed. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The great monarch Bloody Hand shouted coldly, 9 giant, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. I'd like to see if your mineral body can withstand my real punch. At that moment, everyone saw a middle-aged man with black smoke drilled out of the Bloody Hand. As he appeared, a suffocating suppressing pressure appeared between the heavens and earth. At this moment, Mystic One became serious and looked anxious. He and Han Fei were communicating in an inexplicable way. Although Han Fei didn't catch his real body, his old self was condensed with his great Tao. However, that power would affect his current self. He wanted to attack, but he knew that it was meaningless for him to go up when his power couldn't be fully activated. Mystic One looked in the direction of the 9 giant god turtle and said indifferently, old guy, you may have to go first. Ha ha ha. The 9 giant god turtle laughed out loud. I should have perished 1,000,000 years ago. I'm still alive, because I want to fight another battle against the ominous. Unfortunately, I can't experience another battle against the ominous. Bloody Hand, this should be your last trump card, right? People fear you because you once fought gods. Today, let's see whether you or I are stronger. Ah. The 9 giant god turtle roared, I have 9 peaks, each steeper than the last. Who can climb the 9 peaks without being a god? At this moment, the Northern Expedition Army who participated in the battle seemed to have forgotten to fight. The true body of the 9 giant god turtle appeared, and the phantom of a divine turtle appeared, carrying 9 cliffs on its back. It turned into 9 barriers and stood in front of the great monarch. Bloody Hand. Bloody Hand shouted, die. There was only one punch left in Puppet City. Blood surged between the heavens and earth like a huge tide in the sea, like the surging river of stars, and the punch was like the moon, surrounded by stars. Boom. Crack. Crack. The echoes resounded and the void trembled. 3 of the 9 cliffs in the sky were broken in a row. Then, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th cliff were broken one after another. After 3 seconds. When the 6 cliffs were broken, the 9 giant god turtle's body was also exploding inch by inch at the same time. When it came to the 7th cliff, the powerful fist mark was finally stopped. Although the 7th precipice trembled and was full of cracks, it didn't collapse. At this moment, only half of the 9 giant god turtle's body was left. It was almost riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse. Everyone was shocked. Ha ha ha. Is this the so-called Bloody Hand divine fist you obtained? Sure. Enough, you are just a wisp of the negative soul left behind by him. If it weren't for the fact that my body doesn't exist, you wouldn't even be able to pass the 2nd peak. Humph. Stop bragging. Take another punch of mine. The Bloody Hand didn't give up his current advantage just because of the 9 giant god turtle's provocation. He only had one thought in his mind: kill the 9 giant god turtle and return to the ominous mist, and then he could absorb the ominous power and return to his peak combat power. The second punch was just like the first one, but after this punch, great monarch Bloody Hand's human-shaped phantom directly dissipated, and Bloody Hand dimmed. It could be seen that the 2 punches had exhausted his energy. In addition to the series of heavy blows he had suffered, he was a spent bullet now. Bang! The 7th precipice was shattered. In the blink of an eye, the 8th precipice took this punch, and tens of thousands of ripples were set off on the 8th precipice. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the 5th second, the 8th precipice was full of nail-sized cracks. Bang! Rumble! The 8th precipice shattered. When the fist mark touched the 9th fist mark, there was only less than 10% of the 9 giant god turtle's mineral body left. His soul was already on the verge of collapse. However, at that moment, a familiar voice sounded between the heavens and earth. Han Fei shouted, "Senior 9 giant, wait for me." The moment this voice sounded, Mystic One suddenly opened his eyes and stepped into the void. The shovel in his hand completely shattered. This shovel, which was even more powerful than an ultra-quality godly weapon, exploded at that moment and seemed to have turned into the sharpest knife of time. As soon as this knife appeared, the 9 precipice walls all dimmed, so did Bloody Hand, Divine Fist. Even Mystic One's mineral body dimmed and was almost extinguished. At that moment, Mystic One's voice was calm. "Bloody Hand, the last thing you should have done was ignore me. At the very least, I was a great monarch in the past. There's also a blow sealed in this shovel. It won't be a problem to cut one of your hands." Clang! The sharp edge fell on the Bloody Hand. Just as Mystic One said, this shovel was too sharp, so sharp that all great techniques paled in comparison. Crack, crack, crack. The great monarch Bloody Hand's hand was instantly full of cracks, no longer as arrogant as before. It was also at that moment that Han Fei finally arrived. He stepped out of the ominous mist, holding 26 level 9 minerals in his hand. Half of them were given to the 9 giant god turtle and the other half to Mystic One. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the 9 giant god turtle didn't take them. Instead, he shattered his mineral body and turned into the last power of the 9th cliff. Not only that, but his soul also turned into a barrier and was imprinted on the 9th precipice. On the precipice, some complicated patterns appeared at a visible speed. They were the turtle shell Tao patterns given by the heavens and earth when the 9 giant god turtle was born. Even though the 9th cliff was almost full of cracks, it still blocked the punch in the end. The second Bloody Hand Divine Fist finally failed to surpass the 9 peaks. On the other side, Mystic One's dim body smiled. The power of his shovel had been exhausted. He looked at Han Fei and said indifferently, "She said that if I lived, she would return. But I've lived too long and too lonely. I heard that there is reincarnation in this world. Perhaps I can enter reincarnation?" Han Fei shouted crazily, "I'll find a way to help you get rid of this body." However, Mystic One shook his head slightly, his voice a little lonely. "The last obsession of 9 giant is to fight the ominous again. And my obsession is to pass on Puppet City and then die like an ordinary person. Now, it's time. Perhaps they also hope so, right?" At that moment, Han Fei understood that they referred to the puppets in the passed, they were also living creatures, but they reincarnated into puppets to protect and fight. Bang! At that moment, Mystic One's mineral body turned into powder, gathered into the last blade, and slashed at the bloody hand. Crack! Boom! No! Accompanied by the furious roar of the great monarch Bloody Hand, the insufferably arrogant Bloody Hand was finally shattered at this moment. But the price was the death of two former great monarchs. Countless people in the Northern Expedition Army witnessed this shocking battle and felt a sense of loneliness in their hearts. At the same time, they also witnessed the horror of the ominous. This was only a broken hand of the great monarch Bloody Hand, a wisp of his remnant soul. If the great monarch Bloody Hand himself was infected by the ominous, who in the world could annihilate such a terrifying existence? Ah! Han Fei's eyes were bloodshot, unreconciled, angry, and regretful. His body was emitting scorching heat. Fuse. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. Although he had personally witnessed the destruction of Bloody Hand, he didn't want to see the two great monarchs sacrificed without Bloody Hand completely killed. Holding the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei stepped on the green jade stone bridge. His body was like a flame, his eyes black and white, and his strength had completely erupted. And the vast ocean navigator was also clearly pointing in a direction in the void. Inyang Millstone. Above Puppet City, a huge black and white millstone appeared. Wherever the vast ocean navigator pointed, the void and all the dust were rolled into the milestone. The scorching temperature scorched this place. Ah! Another scream echoed between the heavens and earth, and this time, it announced the official disappearance of the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. At the same time, this blow also exposed Han Fei's identity. Perhaps no one except Wu Shuang knew that he was Han Fei. However, his trump card was exposed at this moment. However, Han Fei didn't care anymore. If Bloody Hand could be completely killed at the price of the exposure of his identity, he was willing. In the Battle of Puppet City, it could be said that more than half of Puppet City was destroyed. However, the city was finally saved. However, Han Fei wasn't happy at all. Although this was the first time he had met the 9-giant god turtle and Mystic One, he had witnessed what it meant to be a great monarch. It was also at this moment that Han Fei truly understood why everyone hated the ominous so much. This battle also polished Han Fei's Dao heart. For the first time in his life, he automatically, instinctively, and affirmatively took the ominous as his lifelong enemy. In the Northern Expedition Army, the ferocious beasts and divine beasts were also greatly shocked. Having witnessed such a war, it was impossible for them not to be shocked. The two great monarchs had perished in order to destroy a Bloody Hand, which deeply impacted their values in their hearts. Why did they cultivate? Purely for longevity? But when it came to longevity, the 9-giant god turtle and Mystic One had already obtained it, but they were still willing to die for a belief. Why? Smart people honed their Dao hearts. Even the unintelligent ones had some other thoughts about cultivation. The heroism of the 9-giant god turtle and Mystic One's determination were deeply engraved in their hearts. Without the push of Bloody Hand, and after the ominous door under the blood spring was destroyed, what Han Fei had to do now was to kill the Bloody Hand. Mind devils here, and cleanse the ominous in the mind demon stream. Many years later, the first fusion with Little Black and Little White made Han Fei extremely bloodthirsty. Han Fei turned around and rushed directly into the ominous mist. This time, he no longer had any scruples. The remaining 500 million clean stones on him completely bloomed at this moment. In the outer city of Puppet City, countless bloody hand mine devils and large swaths of ominous mist were instantly purged, and the world seemed to return to normal color. Wu Shuang roared, "Everyone from the capital of horror, follow me to kill the enemy." Chen Tianya roared, "City of wanderers, kill." Chen Tianya's expression was complicated. He used to think that Han Fei was incomparable to the master of silence, but at this moment, he wavered. Not only because Han Fei was powerful, but also because of the legends Han Fei had experienced. Seeing Han Fei being recognized by two great monarchs, take over Puppet City, fight a great monarch, kill the remnant soul of the great monarch, and have all kinds of magical methods, he seemed to see the rise of the human race. This person's path was clearly different from the master of silences. Outside the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber, he didn't see anyone from the city of scavengers or the city of origin, which had already told him the answer. These people were all dead. Putting aside the fact that Han Fei fought a great monarch, he had single-handedly destroyed 200 perfected star transformation realm and peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators from the city of scavengers and the city of origin, who in the city of wanderers could compare to him. At that moment, Wang Xiaojiu immediately roared, "Ferocious beasts, avenge Mo. Jiao. Kill." Immediately afterward, the Northern Expedition Army swarmed up. At this moment, they were unexpectedly united. They just wanted to kill the enemy, and vent. There were not many bloody hand mine devils left in the first place. Without the protection of the ominous mist and the driving of bloody hand, they faced the wrath of the 20,000 puppet army and the Northern Expedition Army. In just 2 hours, they were all killed, leaving no survivors. The battle came to an end, and everything returned to peace. The puppets and the Northern Expedition Army no longer had any conflict. Han Fei terminated the fusion with Little Black and Little White with difficulty, but the killing intent in his eyes did not decrease much. Han Fei said to everyone, "How many resources you gain in this Northern expedition will be yours. The minerals left behind by the 20,000 bloody hand mine devils will also be yours. Everyone has their own opportunities. Puppet City has already belonged to me, so it's my opportunity. I believe that after this last battle, you will experience something. More than half of the people participating in this Northern expedition have died. You can go back now." Han Fei didn't kill them all. After all, he had no grudge against most of them, and there was no need to kill them all. He had achieved all his goals on this trip. The bloody hand mine devils were all killed, the remnant soul of the great monarch bloody hand perished, the old turtle and the demon vanquishing tree left, and the 9 giant god turtle and mystic one died, leaving a lone city and nearly 200,000 puppets to him. After that, Han Fei said to Wu Shuang by a voice transmission, "Go back first. Don't be in a hurry to leave the infinite mining area. I'll come to you soon. If it's fast, it'll take 3 to 5 years. If it's slow, it'll take 7 or 8 years." Wu Shuang nodded imperceptibly. She simply cupped her hands at Han Fei. "Farewell." After that, Wu Shuang looked at the people from the Northern Expedition Army and said, "Everyone, the battle is over. Let's go back to the 100 Alliance City and split the spoils of this trip." Let's witness it together. No one will monopolize even a piece of mineral. Although many people were satisfied with the result, no one would fight Han Fei now. After all, this city belonged to him, and the 200,000-strong puppet army was there. Although they knew that Han Fei might only be able to mobilize about 20,000 puppets now, there were still a lot of them. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to escape. They might even be wiped out. In fact, many people knew that this northern expedition was proposed by Han Fei. The major factions of the 100 Alliances were convinced that they had found the land of inheritance and could shake off or kill Han Fei. In fact, however, Han Fei's strength, trump cards, and opportunities were beyond their imagination. Although it was a pity that they didn't get the inheritance, for those who were still alive, this trip was not a loss. From beginning to end, they had killed more than 50,000 bloody hand mine devils, not counting the mine demons of other levels that they had killed. Some people even found some opportunities from the buildings of Puppet City. Calculating the resources, it could be said that everyone of the Northern Expedition Army had obtained several godly weapons. As for those who died, it couldn't be helped. This was the path of cultivation. If one survived, the other might die. Those who survived could naturally obtain more rewards and become stronger existences. Those who died could only sigh. They hadn't reached the end of this path. In the field, although the leader and the strong masters of the divine capital dynasty had many questions in their hearts, it was clearly not the time to ask about this. Therefore, they would only go back and investigate how Han Fei obtained the inheritance of the great monarch ultimate star. As for whether they would reveal Han Fei's identity at that time, it was another matter. The Northern Expedition Army left without hesitation. Too many strong masters had died this time, but what happened today was enough to go down in history. Now most people just wanted to go back quickly, divide up the spoils, and then have a good time or exchange them for the resources they wanted to carry out a new round of cultivation. Many people even felt that they had some new understanding of cultivation. They felt that the probability of their breakthrough had greatly increased. On this side, Wang Xiaojiu greeted, "Brother Human Butcher, well, we ferocious beasts will take the leave." With that, Wang Xiaojiu beckoned the ferocious beasts to leave, but Han Fei said lightly, "Wait a minute. Don't you like to chat? Let's chat." Huh? Wang Xiaojiu was almost crying. "I don't want to chat with you at all now." Many ferocious beasts felt a little scared, because in their eyes, Han Fei was not Han Fei at all, but the Emperor Sparrow. Who was the Emperor Sparrow? It was the #1 ferocious beast in the past. Han Fei said, "It's okay. I mean you no harm." Then, Han Fei's heart did a flip, and the array patterns in Puppet City flashed. Then he saw Bai Fei and a group of divine beasts suddenly appear here. In fact, Bai Fei and the others had already climbed to the top of the mountain, but they arrived too late. Mystic One wasn't around, so he didn't give them any inheritance. As for the battle in Puppet City, they actually knew a little about it. However, it wasn't easy to go up and down the mountain, so they hadn't been able to come down from the mountain until the battle ended. They could only witness this shocking battle through their perceptions. Bai Fei and the others were puzzled at first, but when they perceived the battlefield in Puppet City and looked at Han Fei, who was stepping in the air, they had mixed feelings. At this moment, Bai Fei didn't know whether it was the right choice to not attack Han Fei. Of course, he felt that even if he attacked Han Fei, it might not change the current situation. Han Fei said, "I've taken the inheritance of Puppet City. You're one step behind. I'm not interested in the relationship between the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts for the time being. Whether I'll be interested in it in the future is a matter for the future. But today, you can leave." Hearing this, many divine beasts breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as this person didn't start a war between ferocious beasts and divine beasts. Therefore, Bai Fei just nodded and glanced at the divine beasts. "Let's go home." Swish. 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 One figure after another disappeared from Puppet City, leaving only the ferocious beasts standing there, feeling a chill down their spines. Han Fei waved at Wang Xiaojiu. "Let's go." Wang Xiaojiu could only bite the bullet and followed him. Although he hadn't seen the Emperor Sparrow yet, he knew that the Emperor Sparrow seemed to have become this person's companion spirit. How terrifying it was. The number one prehistoric ferocious beasts had become a human's companion spirit. If it weren't for so many people witnessing it, no one would believe it. He knew what shocking news the survivors would bring back if Han Fei let them go back this time. Firstly, the Emperor Sparrow had appeared and became his companion spirit. Whether the ferocious beasts and divine beasts would start a war again would definitely attract attention. Secondly, the human butcher had obtained the inheritance of Great Monarch, Mystic Marshal, and took over Puppet City. With an army of 200,000 sky-opening realm puppets, he had become the number one power in the infinite mining area. This news would definitely spread quickly. At that time, the entire East Sea Divine Realm, and even the Central Sea Divine Realm, would know the human butcher's name. Thirdly, it was the outburst of the ominous Great Monarch Bloody Hand was tainted with the ominous, and the 9 giant God Turtle and Mystic One exchanged their lives to kill Bloody Hand. This incident would definitely raise the attention of others on the ominous. In any case, after this battle ended, countless gazes would fall on Han Fei. For the infinite mining area, Han Fei had obtained the inheritance and became the number one force. However, it was hard to say what kind of person Han Fei was in the eyes of the monarchs and the super forces. However, most people guessed that there would be a large group of people who wanted to harvest Han Fei. After all, Han Fei hadn't proven Dao yet. Once they harvested Han Fei, there would be too many benefits. Of course, ordinary people couldn't participate in harvesting such a person. Who even dared to fight a great monarch? It was none of their business whether Han Fei could become a monarch in the end. At this moment, Han Fei and Wang Xiaojiu landed in the mostly destroyed tea house in Puppet City. Among the broken tea sets, Han Fei picked a set. Casually picked up a stone table that hadn't been completely damaged, and began to make tea. Wang Xiaojiu was nervous. He had talked to Han Fei too much before, but now he didn't know how to talk to him. Han Fei asked, "What's the general situation of the ferocious beasts? How many monarchs do you have?" Wang Xiaojiu's heart skipped a beat. It's here. Is the Emperor Sparrow going to unify the ferocious beasts again?" Wang Xiaojiu hurriedly said, "In fact, the ferocious beasts in our infinite mining area are just a branch of the prehistoric ferocious beasts. And in our branch, there are very few real pure-blooded prehistoric ferocious beasts. There are actually not many strong masters." Sizzle, ah. Han Fei poured a cup of tea for Wang Xiaojiu and pushed it over. "So, how many Pure-blooded prehistoric ferocious beasts does your branch have? How many people do you have overall? How many great monarchs do you have? Wang Xiaojiu frowned. Should he tell him? Although these were not big secrets. If others asked, he might not think too much about it and might just answer them casually. But when Han Fei asked, he had a feeling that Han Fei was going to conquer them. However, he had to answer Han Fei. He was afraid. He had seen Han Fei's combat power. He was a person who even dared to fight the great monarch bloody hand head on. How could he not answer him? Wang Xiaojiu said, there are actually very few people in our branch, less than 100,000 in total, including the ferocious beasts that haven't grown up. Among them, there are about 80,000 sky-opening realm cultivators and fewer than 10 monarchs. The strongest is only an immortal-level cultivator. So few? Han Fei frowned slightly. This number was actually a lot, but as the ferocious beasts in the East Sea Divine Realm, it was too few. 100,000? They weren't even as many as the bloody hand mine devils. One had to know that there were much more ferocious beasts, led by the Emperor Sparrow before. Besides, Han Fei thought that there should be a great monarch in charge of the ferocious beasts, right? Although Great Monarch East Marshal seemed to be the only great monarch in the East Sea Divine Realm, among the major factions, there was definitely more than one great monarch. As far as he knew, the heavenly race might have two. And there should be at least one great monarch in places like the Fist Light Mountain and Ghost Strait that could stand side by side with the heavenly race. Even if it was just the remnant soul of a great monarch, there should be at least one, right? Not to mention these factions, even in the chaotic wasteland, Han Fei felt that there should be a great monarch-level powerhouse. Wang Xiaojiu said, it's not a small number. When we first came to the infinite mining area, there were less than 10,000 of us. It wasn't easy for us to develop to this scale. The divine beasts are even worse. Their number is less than 80,000. Han Fei thought for a moment and continued to ask, do you mean that there are other ferocious beasts in the sea realm, besides your branch? Wang Xiaojiu nodded quickly. Yes, there are some in the 4 divine realms. And the Central Sea Divine Realm. It can be said that, except for the East Sea Divine Realm, there are far more ferocious beasts in other divine realms than us. For example, the West Sea Divine Realm is said to be our ferocious beasts' hometown. There are also ferocious beasts in the Miracle Forest in the South Sea Divine Realm. There may not be many ferocious beasts in the North Sea Divine Realm, but it's said that the ferocious beasts there are very good at fighting. As for the Central Sea Divine Realm, the ferocious beasts there have the most monarchs. The situation is the same for the divine beasts. Although we have been fighting each other, there are basically divine beasts wherever there are ferocious beasts and vice versa. Han Fei said, since you know that your clansmen live in the other divine realms, why don't you find them? Isn't it good for you to gather together? Wang Xiaojiu shook his head. I don't know the specific reason for this. It's just a rumor that the distribution of these ferocious beasts was deliberately arranged. It's said that above the 5 divine realms, there is a real territory of prehistoric ferocious beasts, as well as divine beasts. There are only ferocious beasts and divine beasts there. But this is just a rumor. No one knows if it's true or not. Come, have some tea. Sizzle. Han Fei asked, are you saying that the distribution of the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts was intentional? Wang Xiaojiu was not in the mood to drink tea. He just nodded. There have always been rumors about this. It's said that that is the main court of ferocious beasts and divine beasts. Han Fei asked, then do you know why your branch was sent to the infinite mining area? Wang Xiaojiu shook his head. I don't know. But it's said that the distribution of our ferocious beasts is actually to spread the bloodlines. The living environment, experience, and growth conditions of the ferocious beasts in the 5 divine realms are different. Perhaps it's just to cultivate ferocious beasts with different geographical characteristics. Han Fei nodded. How do you think the ferocious beasts will deal with the emergence of the Emperor Sparrow? Wang Xiaojiu's face turned bitter as if he had thought of something, and he said, well, Lord Emperor Sparrow, I heard that he eats a ferocious beast every meal. Is this true? Huh? Han Fei was amused. Who told you that? Wang Xiaojiu said, it's a legend. That's what the legends say. Han Fei was speechless. The Emperor Sparrow doesn't eat ferocious beasts. You've been deceived by this legend. Wang Xiaojiu immediately perked up. Really? He really doesn't want to eat us? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Sure. If you ask again, I'll eat you. Wang Xiaojiu. Wang Xiaojiu didn't dare to ask any more but said, in fact, we don't hate Lord Emperor Sparrow. We're just a little afraid. After all, Lord Emperor Sparrow is too famous. However, it's hard to say for the top powerhouses among us. It's common knowledge that ferocious beasts are fierce. If this generation of Emperor Sparrow has already proven Tao, it's naturally very easy for him to become our master. However, Lord Emperor Sparrow doesn't seem to have proven Tao yet, and what? Wang Xiaojiu looked at Han Fei. Besides, I'm afraid too many ferocious beasts won't be able to accept that Lord Emperor Sparrow has become a companion spirit of humans. Han Fei nodded slightly. He could understand this. Even he couldn't understand it when he knew that the Emperor Sparrow was the #1 prehistoric ferocious beast. Besides, when he wasn't so strong, the Emperor Sparrow was very cold and arrogant to him. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't order him around at all. He didn't dare to do so for fear that this guy would casually use the eye of disaster on him. That was all Han Fei wanted to ask. Judging from Wang Xiaojiu's attitude, the ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area were probably afraid of the Emperor Sparrow. As for whether the ferocious beasts in the monarch realm would come to cause trouble, Han Fei didn't think so. One was that they couldn't find his whereabouts, and the other was who dared to kill the Emperor Sparrow? Because of his special identity, the Emperor Sparrow was born with special abilities. It was said that whoever killed the Emperor Sparrow would die. This was the information given by the demon purification pot. Since he knew it, how could the strong masters of the ferocious beasts not know it? Even if the Emperor Sparrow stood here and let them kill him, they wouldn't dare to kill him. Han Fei knocked on the table and said, "You really don't want tea?" Wang Xiaojiu said, "I'm a cat. Cats eat fish." Han Fei said casually, "Okay. Then you should go back. I'm quite busy." Wang Xiaojiu was immediately refreshed and overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you very much. Then we're going back?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Go. Let's meet again if we're fated." Swish. Wang Xiaojiu had already run away. As he ran, he called out to the other Ferocious beasts, come on. Let's go home. Hearing that, the other ferocious beasts followed him in a hurry, fearing that Han Fei would change his mind if they were slow. After the ferocious beasts left Puppet City, Han Fei scanned the inner and outer city of Puppet City with his perception. Looking at the messy city, he thought to himself, what's the difference between this and being destroyed? Fortunately, the puppet army was still here. As long as the puppet army was here, Puppet City was here. As for rebuilding Puppet City, that would be a matter for the future. However, Han Fei didn't return to the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber to continue refining the puppet heart. Instead, he came to the center of the battlefield and picked up some broken pieces of minerals. These minerals weren't absorbed by Puppet City because they carried the aura of monarchs. Even so, there weren't many left and couldn't make the whole 9 giant god, turtle and mystic one. Han Fei could only pick up a few pieces to comfort himself that they were the 2 of them. Han Fei murmured, is it worth it to guard for 1,000,000 years just for the death today? 3 days later. 3 days after the battle, Han Fei finally refined the puppet heart. After refining the puppet heart, Han Fei fully realized the many uses of the puppet heart. First of all, the puppet heart was the lifeblood of Puppet City. All the array patterns in Puppet City were related to the puppet heart. After completely activating the puppet heart, the city would become a natural array. Not only could it suppress the strength of outsiders, but it could also absorb all the energy dispersing in the city. Secondly, as the central system of Puppet City, the puppet heart could block all perceptions in Puppet City. Also, the puppet heart was the lifeblood of all the puppets in the city. Through it, one could easily control the puppets in the city and even extract their power. In the end, the puppet heart itself was a chaotic spiritual treasure that surpassed the godly weapon. It could take the entire city into its body. In other words, wherever the puppet heart was, Puppet City would be there. Or rather, Puppet City could move. The refined puppet heart was stored in the depths of Han Fei's soul sea, just like where the star bead was. With a thought from Han Fei, the entire Puppet City disappeared. Han Fei didn't leave the mind demon stream immediately. Instead, he used the vast ocean navigator to point to the void. During this period of time, too, many people had died in Puppet City. Some of their corpses had been taken away and collected. However, there were still a large number of corpses of strong cultivators in Puppet City that hadn't been collected in time. Then, these were actually huge resources. Han Fei estimated that it might take him 5 or 6 years to collect the origin stars of the strong cultivators who died in the Mind Demon stream. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so Han Fei quickly found the origin stars of the 3 perfected star transformation realm strong cultivators, plundered them and refined them into refined stars. Then he immediately went to the Spring of Blood to find the Emperor Sparrow. When Han Fei arrived, the ominous mist here was still rich. The Emperor Sparrow had transformed into his 10,000 feet tall true form and was swallowing crazily. Last time, it seemed to have taken the Emperor Sparrow more than a year to absorb the ominous under the blood spring. This time, it shouldn't be very fast. Sure enough, the Emperor Sparrow said, I can't eat so much ominous power at once. It's still too short a time since I swallowed the ominous power last time. Besides, this time, the ominous power here is even richer. I estimate that it will take at least 3 years. In 3 years, I can complete the path of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei paused and said, I'm not sure if you have 3 years. Although the war is over and the bloody hand has been destroyed, I'm afraid the infinite mining area is about to fall into chaos. The news of the mine demon stream and great monarch mystic marshal has already been released. I estimate that in 3 months or half a year, strong masters will attack again. Although they will return empty-handed, this spring of blood will probably be discovered. Once the monarchs discover that there is still a lot of ominous power here, they won't sit by and do nothing. They will definitely clear the ominous power here before they stop. Emperor Sparrow, you mean I only have 3 months? Han Fei nodded. In my estimation, in 3 months at most, strong masters will come. When they find out that you are the prehistoric ferocious beast, the Emperor Sparrow, the result can be imagined. The Emperor Sparrow snorted coldly. Fine, 3 months it is. 2 days later, the 100 Alliance city was in an uproar. When the Northern Expedition Army left, there were 15,000 people, but when they returned, there were less than 6,000. It must be noted that the people on this trip were all peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm cultivators. At this moment, nearly 6,000 people returned majestically. As soon as they entered the 100 Alliance city, they immediately went to a training ground of the capital of horror to split the spoils of this war. Half a day later, each of the 6,000 people got 4 level 7 minerals, 10 level 6 minerals, and more than 30 level 5 minerals. This harvest could be said to be quite fruitful for ordinary peak-level late stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm cultivators. After the resource allocation was completed, the major factions immediately began to covet the resources in these people's hands. Wu Shuang said, everyone, sometimes it's not a good thing to take level 7 minerals with you. The capital of horror can recycle them. 10 level 7 minerals can be exchanged for 1 high-quality godly weapon. 4 level 7 minerals can be exchanged for 1 mid-quality godly weapon and 2 low-quality godly weapons. The number of godly weapons is limited. First come, first served. What do you think? It's up to you. As soon as Wu Shuang said so, the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty said at the same time everyone, the Divine Capital Dynasty, can offer the same exchange conditions. Godly weapons are rare. Even if there are enough level 7 minerals, it is not easy to forge a godly weapon. You can consider it carefully. When there is a shortage of godly weapons, even if you have level 7 minerals, it may be difficult to exchange for a godly weapon. Of course, if you have additional gains on this trip, you can also exchange them for something of equal value. With the response of the capital of horror and the Divine Capital Dynasty, other forces that had the strength to take out godly weapons also expressed that they could provide certain godly weapons for exchange. For ordinary cultivators, mainly itinerant cultivators, their conditions for obtaining godly weapons were limited. But for superpowers like the capital of horror and the Divine Capital Dynasty, godly weapons could be mass-produced. This was the advantage of superpowers. Although they exchanged for godly weapons, 1 level 7 mineral could be used to build a low-quality godly weapon. With 2 level 7 minerals and the help of some materials, they could completely make a mid-quality godly weapon. On the contrary, as for the exchange methods proposed by Wu Shuang, exchange for high-quality godly weapons was the most cost-effective. This was because a high-quality godly weapon couldn't be made with simple level 7 minerals. It could only be said that level 7 mineral was only one of the materials. And there were many other auxiliary materials. Of course, it was unknown how many high-quality godly weapons the capital of Horror or the divine capital dynasty would take out, but there definitely wouldn't be many. This kind of exchange method would definitely make them a fortune. Although everyone knew it, if they could get a high-quality godly weapon, most people would definitely choose to exchange for it without hesitation. On the second day after the return of the Northern Expedition Army, all kinds of news flooded the entire 100 Alliance city. Someone exclaimed, "What? An entire city was obtained by that human butcher?" Someone sighed. Yes. No wonder human butcher promoted the Northern Expedition so hard and sold the news of the great monarch's inheritance everywhere. He must be 100% confident. To put it bluntly, the entire Northern Expedition Army is just a tool in his hand. Someone said, human butcher is bold because he's strong enough. It's said that he has 5 Dao locks. In the Northern Expedition, he once resisted tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils alone. He's crazy. Someone sighed. That's why it's normal that Puppet City was obtained by him. After all, he must have planned it long ago. I heard that every member of the Northern Expedition Army who returned this time obtained several level 7 minerals, as well as many level 6 and level 5 minerals. They suddenly become rich. Someone sneered. Don't just look at the benefits they got. How many people have returned from the Northern Expedition? 15,000 people went, but less than 6,000 returned. Do you dare to go? Someone smiled bitterly. Of course not. If those people who participated in the Northern Expedition knew in advance that so many people would die, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to go themselves. While everyone was talking about the Northern Expedition, and Qingji from the city of origin and Zhang Beihai from the city of scavengers were both grim. None of their people returned from the Northern Expedition. In fact, they had known as early as a few days ago that their entire team had been wiped out. Because the life tablets shattered one after another and soon all shattered. On this day, Zhang Beihai and Qingji personally came to the 100 Alliance City to meet Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang didn't refuse and met them together. At this moment, accompanied by Xiangxiang, Wu Shuang received the two of them. Xiangxiang served tea, and Wu Shuang calmly sat cross-legged at the tea table and looked at the two people in front of her. Seniors, I don't think I need to tell you what happened in the city of origin and the city of scavengers. According to the intelligence of many eyewitnesses, it was Luochen from the city of scavengers who attracted the patrolling puppets in Puppet City and killed more than half of the strong cultivators from the city of origin. Furthermore, in order to compete for resources, Luochen killed people of many forces. But how many of the cultivators participating in the Northern Expedition are weak? So it's natural for them to fight back. What's surprising is that the people from your two forces even dared to stay in the ominous fog. Just because they had clean stones. As you know, no one who stays in the ominous fog can come out alive. Wu Shuang came to a conclusion in a few words, but neither Zhang Beihai nor Qingji had entered Puppet City, so there was nothing to refute. After all, the clean stones were meant to deal with the ominous. Zhang Beihai said, Miss Wu Shuang, my men are not idiots. When you traded with us for the clean stones, our purpose was the same. If more than 80% of the people from the capital of horror return alive, why did the people of our two cities all die? Wu Shuang said, our goals are different. I want the clean stones to strive for the ultimate inheritance of the great monarch, but the fact is that I didn't get it. And your two cities are only searching for some small opportunities with the clean stones. I believe that they must have gained a lot before they died. However, as you've heard, a battle between three great monarchs took place in Puppet City. Do you think they could explore the ominous of that level at will? And Qingji said, Miss Wu Shuang, I heard that a lot of their clean stones were divided up by the Northern Expedition Army before they entered Puppet City. Wu Shuang nodded. That's true. Both of you took out 550 million clean stones. But so did our capital of horror. Seniorin, in the situation back then, they had to take out this batch of clean stones. If they didn't, the Northern Expedition Army wouldn't even be able to return with 6,000 people. Besides, I believe they still have enough inventory of clean stones. Zhang Beihai narrowed his eyes and said, Miss Wu Shuang, do you mean that our subordinates are all stupid? Do you mean not only did they hunt wantonly after entering Puppet City, but they also killed each other, so none of them returned and all died in Puppet City? Wu Shuang shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourselves. I can only say that as far as I know, at least half of the people from your two cities died in internal strife. I don't know why they killed each other or hunted each other, but who they hunted wasn't just from one or two factions, but many. I think in these 2 days, many people must have come to you to denounce you. This is all the information I can provide. After all, after entering Puppet City, everyone acted separately. At this moment, Zhang Beihai and Qingji knew that they probably wouldn't get any valuable information from Wu Shuang. But they could be sure that there was definitely something fishy in this matter. For example, they knew that none of the people from the city of Wanderers was dead, but their perfected star transformation realm cultivators were all dead. If there was no inside story, they would chop off their own heads. The capital of horror was one of the leaders of this northern expedition, and it was Wu Shuang who approached them first. Therefore, they felt that Wu Shuang must have known something, but she was unwilling to tell them. And with the status of the capital of horror in the infinite mining area, they really didn't dare to do anything to Wu Shuang. However, this matter was definitely not over. At least, from today onwards, they would no longer trust Wu Shuang. And in addition to Wu Shuang, they still had 2 other parties to ask, the City of Wanderers and the Human Butcher. They had suspected the City of Wanderers, but they were sure that the people from the City of Wanderers didn't have the ability to set up a trap to kill so many people of theirs. They knew very well what level Chen Tianya was at. However, there was an exception in this, and that was Human Butcher. This person called himself the Human Emperor. If they hadn't thought that Han Fei had anything to do with the City of Wanderers before, they had almost come to a conclusion now. Human Butcher must have something to do with the City of Wanderers. Only the human race would have such a deep hatred for the City of Scavengers. And that Human Butcher happened to be a human. If Han Fei took action, everything would make sense. A super strong cultivator with 5 Dao locks, a person who could take over Puppet City under the watch of the Northern Expedition Army, definitely had the strength and means to destroy hundreds of strong cultivators from their 2 cities. However, no matter what role Han Fei played in it, Zhang Beihai and Qingji could no longer coexist peacefully from today on. Wu Shuang's sowing discord had indeed worked. They knew very well what the relationship between the city of origin and the city of scavengers was. If Luochen happened to grasp the opportunity to kill so many strong masters from the city of origin in one fell swoop, there was a high chance that he would take action. However, it was useless for them to speculate now. Their losses this time were too great. Not only did they not get the inheritance, but their people had all died. After the two of them left, Xiang looked at Wu Shuang with a strange expression and said, "Is that person really that strong?" Xiang was referring to those rumors about Han Fei that he fought a great monarch as a mere sky-opener. Although so many people had seen it with their own eyes, Xiang still couldn't believe it. Wu Shuang said indifferently, "Don't treat him as an ordinary, perfected star transformation realm cultivator, nor treat the great monarch Bloody Hand and the other great monarchs as real great monarchs. It's impossible for Han Fei to fight a great monarch, but it's a fact that he has monarch-level combat power." Xiang was shocked. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if a sky opener fought a great monarch. Now she regretted not participating in the northern expedition. Wu Shuang said, "There should be a lot of strong masters coming in the future. And I'm afraid there will be a lot of people who want to hunt Han Fei. Pay attention to intelligence recently. I need to know the identity and strength of the person coming. Also, ask the queen to arrange for some monarchs to come." Xiang nodded. "Yes." 3 months later, Xiang said, "Master Wu Shuang, 7 monarchs have arrived. There's only one monarch from the Fifth Light Mountain who's at the carefree level. He has already been to the Mine Demon Stream, but it's empty now. However, a monarch found a blood spring there, which contains a lot of ominous power. The monarch from the Fifth Light Mountain informed us to organize a meeting of monarchs. He said that the blood spring must be purified." Wu Shuang nodded. "Got it. Don't be hasty. Just tell them that the monarchs of our capital of horror haven't arrived yet and many monarchs are still on their way. Let's wait for them to arrive." Xiang nodded. "Yes." While the 100 Alliance city was in turmoil, a bronze door slowly opened. Outside Han Fei's origin star void temple. When Han Fei arrived, he was surprised to find that he didn't see eldest senior brother. In the place where eldest senior brother had been sitting cross-legged, an extremely tall tree appeared. On the huge tree, senior sister Shenlu was standing. Senior brother Six God arrived with Han Fei at the same time. Both of them were stunned to see this. In the next moment, senior brother Undead, senior brother Azure Dragon, senior brother Old Desolate, senior sister Green Lotus and Red Lotus, senior sister Dark Shadow, and senior brother Lei Heng arrived one after another. However, Feng Yu didn't come this time. She was probably preparing for the critical segment of her Dao proving, so she couldn't come. Senior brother Old Desolate asked in surprise, "Senior sister Shenlu, where's eldest senior brother?" Senior sister Shenlu said, "It seems that everyone has arrived. This time, eldest senior brother has something to tend to, so I'll host this small gathering of the Void Temple. As usual, we'll preach the Tao first, then exchange information or answer some questions." Han Fei's heart stirred when he heard that. Can senior sister Shenlu preach Tao? Han Fei thought that only eldest senior brother could teach other disciples in the Void Temple. After all, senior brother Azure Dragon and senior brother Undead were already great monarchs. It seemed that senior sister Shenli's strength was greater than he had imagined. What gave Han Fei a headache was the huge gap among great monarchs. Senior Brother Azure Dragon was ranked 4th and was already a dragon race great monarch. Then how strong was senior sister Shenlu, who could even preach Tao to him? Of course, this problem was still too far away. His path to Tao proving hadn't been opened yet. Perhaps it was too early to think about the great monarch matter. Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus chuckled. I haven't listened to senior sister Shenli's preaching for a long time. Senior sister Shenlu, why don't you teach us something different today? When senior sister Red Lotus made this suggestion, Han Fei clearly found that senior brother 6, God seemed a little excited. Senior sister Shenlu chuckled and said, so you don't behave yourselves, just because eldest senior brother isn't here? 5th senior brother said, senior sister, it's rare for you to preach Tao. Little junior brother hasn't heard it yet, right, little junior brother? Han Fei nodded quickly. Although he didn't know why everyone was so excited, he could only join in the fun. Han Fei said, senior sister Shenlu, I've been lacking epiphany recently. Especially the kind for a sky opener to kill a monarch. Everyone looked at Han Fei speechlessly. What the hell are you thinking? We haven't seen you only for a few years, and now you're already talking about slaying a monarch? Are you kidding me? Senior sister Dark Shadow, who rarely spoke, said, senior sister Shenlu, tell us about the Tao of Slaughter. I think the people of our Void Temple have to understand this. Senior brother Leiheng also said, yes. This seems to be the fate of our Void Temple. Tao of Slaughter? Senior sister Shenlu chuckled again. In that case, I'll talk about the Tao of Slaughter today. Hearing this, everyone immediately got into position. Han Fei's heart stirred. The name sounded awesome. Senior sister Shenlu put on a serious expression. Seeing that everyone had straightened up, a mystic voice descended. Under the sky, all things can be killed. The endless sea of stars and the chaotic void can be stepped on. All races in the myriad worlds, monarchs, gods, eternal darkness, and the ominous. All can be killed. The Tao of Slaughter God is not a normal Tao. If you kill, you'll be fearless. If you kill, you won't regret killing. This is called the God of Slaughter. As soon as the mystic sound was heard, Han Fei suddenly felt as if bolts of lightning had struck his head. In an instant, his blood and chi soared to the sky, and the invincible path circulated spontaneously. His strong killing intent was fully revealed. Unlike eldest senior brother's preaching, senior sister Shenli's lecture wasn't so abstruse. Although Han Fei couldn't hear every word accurately, he could understand what she meant. If there was anything special about what senior sister Shenli said, it could be described with one word, lawless. In the mystic voice of senior sister Shenlu, the third eye between Han Fei's eyebrows opened, and a golden seed slowly condensed on Han Fei's forehead. As senior sister Shenlu preached, she was also a little stunned. Invincible Tao seed? It seemed that the Tao of Slaughter God and little junior brothers invincible Tao were compatible, and they gave birth to an invincible Tao seed. Was little junior brother so murderous? In addition to senior sister Shenlu, senior brother Undead, senior brother Azure Dragon, and even senior brother Old Desolate, although they were listening to the preaching, they could still divert their attention. They had all seen the changes in Han Fei. Han Fei's heart was pounding, and waves were rising and falling in his mind. He felt hot blood surging in his body. The path that senior sister Shenlu preached was simply too suitable for him. He thought that the path of the god of slaughter and the path of invincibility were very compatible in some aspects, even extremely similar. In particular, both their wills were ultimate manifestations of will. It was at this moment that Han Fei suddenly realized that invincibility was also for killing. Killing was compatible with invincibility. The two were compatible. It seemed that he had suddenly broken through some shackles in his body. He knew that not only had he had an epiphany, but he had also fused with the path of invincibility. From now on, his path of invincibility would probably be stronger.